Just by sleeping with a woman, I could gain all kinds of superpowers. But my beautiful neighbor, not believing a word of it, took advantage of her husband's absence, brought her daughter to my door in the middle of the night, and knocked, wanting to see if I really had any special abilities. Just a couple of hours ago, an unexpected storm had hit the city, and now the world outside looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The streets were filled with zombies, screams, blood, and chaos. I stood on the balcony, staring into this hellish landscape, my mind racing with questions. And at that exact moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Reproduction system successfully bound. Please strive to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Of course. An apocalypse, zombies, the end of the world, and what do I get? A damn reproduction system. What a fucking joke. But before I could fully process it, thunder crashed overhead once again, and the real nightmare began. Blue Star, a rented apartment in a coastal city. The sound of thunder rumbled continuously, followed by a heavy rainstorm. Li Fan, who had just returned from the supermarket with large bags of groceries, felt a bit fortunate as he looked at the sudden downpour outside. Good thing I got back quickly. This rain came out of nowhere. That damn weather forecast said it would be sunny all week. After putting the groceries into the fridge, Li Fan noticed that his roommate Xiaobin seemed to have gone out again. Lying on the sofa playing games on his phone, Li Fan didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly there was a sharp scream outside. It was like a strange switch had been turned on, and the screaming didn't stop. Curious, Li Fan walked to the balcony and looked down. Suddenly, a terrified voice shouted, "Monster! Help!" Following the sound, he saw a woman with disheveled hair running barefoot, screaming as she ran. Behind her, 3 figures were chasing her like mad dogs. The woman, focused only on her pursuers, didn't notice another figure suddenly leaping out from a side alley. The screaming woman was tackled to the ground and let out an even more piercing scream that seemed to tear through the sky. As the figure buried its head into her neck, the screams abruptly stopped. At that moment, the 3 figures behind her caught up and pounced on her body like wild dogs, tearing at her. It looked a lot like a zombie scene from TV. Li Fan looked around suspiciously but didn't see any filming crew. It wasn't until he saw the 4 figures stand up, looking at the woman's bloody, mangled body, that he froze. Holy shit! What the hell? Real zombies biting people? Terrified, Li Fan ran back inside from the balcony and shut the balcony door. An illusion? It must be an illusion. I must have seen it wrong. Broad daylight, clear sky, how could zombies appear in real life? Slap, slap. Sitting on the sofa, Li Fan tried to brainwash himself, lightly slapping his face. Then, trying to calm himself, he opened the balcony door again to check outside. It wasn't a hallucination. The bloody corpse had attracted more zombies, and now even more zombies were tearing at the remaining flesh. Damn it, is this the apocalypse? At that moment, the city's alarm suddenly blared, and the whole city could hear it. There were more bang-bang sounds of car crashes on the streets. The sirens seemed to trigger chaos, and the scenes before Li Fan's eyes turned into complete madness. A Mercedes crashed into a cell phone store, and soon the store's employees ran out screaming, chased by 2 zombies. Then, one of the employees was tackled by another zombie and bitten, their screams attracting even more zombies nearby. Li Fan couldn't understand how normal people could suddenly turn into zombies. Apocalyptic catastrophe is arriving, binding host, please wait. Li Fan froze, then became excited. Everyone knew about systems. Having a system meant having a protagonist's invincibility halo, all kinds of awesome powers, directly reaching the peak of life. Family propagation system has been bound. Please work hard to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Binding rewards have been issued. You can receive them at any time. Family propagation system? An apocalypse is happening, and you give me a family propagation system? Are you kidding me? Li Fan was dumbfounded hearing the system's name, stomping around his house in helpless rage. He was an orphan with no family. His roommate was also a guy. How the hell was he supposed to propagate a family? But then, resigning himself, Li Fan checked the system rewards. Binding reward 1, sure hit strike, 1 shot always hits, increasing reproduction success rate. Binding reward 2, daily family survival supplies, based on the number of family members. Binding reward 3, seeking good, avoiding evil, passive. Taking care of reproduction and survival, this family propagation system doesn't seem bad. Just as Li Fan was feeling good about the system, someone knocked on his door. Opening it, he saw his neighboring Yun Yun, a woman about 27 or 28 years old, with a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Detected target and Yun Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Even married women with husbands and kids count as targets? Is this family propagation system going to alert me every time I meet a woman? Li Fan thought. And Yunyun's husband was named Li Tianmao, a humble man. Because they shared the same surname, sometimes they would chat a bit when they met. Once, Li Fan even had dinner at their home. Unlike Li Fan, who rented, Li Tianmao had bought his marital home, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of 114 square meters, with help from his family. Li Tianmao worked in foreign trade, earning tens of thousands a month, and was from the neighboring western province. And Yunyun was a local, working as a kindergarten teacher. Her parents were both employed, and she had a younger brother about the same age as Li Fan. At the moment, she was wearing light makeup, a white short-sleeved blouse under which a faint outline of her light blue bra could be seen. She wore a blue knee-length skirt, revealing smooth and shapely legs. She had on blue high heels, clearly dressed for going out. Perhaps because she noticed the chaos outside, terrified, she came to ask her not-so-familiar neighbor for help. "Shaoli, did you see what's happening outside? It's a mess, and there are people biting others." She covered her mouth with a trembling hand, her voice quivering. "Yeah, I saw. The people biting others downstairs seem like zombies, just like in TV shows." Yes, zombies. But how come so many people suddenly turned into zombies without any warning? I don't know either. I was just playing a game when I heard the screaming outside. Then what should we do now? My husband called earlier to say he was taking Chi-Chi out to play. I don't know how they are now. I don't know. Anyway, we can't go out now. It's too dangerous with all those zombies outside. Li Fan decided to stay put and see how things unfolded. But my husband and I are always busy with work. We rarely even cook on weekends. There's no food at home. If we don't go out, Chi-Chi and I won't even have dinner tonight. And Yunyun, anxious and scared, was on the verge of tears. Then I'll lend you some. Try calling your husband and see if he can buy some supplies on his way back. Come in and pick what you need. I just bought a bunch of stuff from the supermarket today. With the system supplies backing him, Li Fan spoke generously. And Yunyun, too scared to go out alone, blushed and kept thanking Li Fan. "I'll pay you for the groceries, treat it as buying from you. When my husband gets back, we can go buy groceries and pay you back. Don't be so polite. I know brother Li too. I even had dinner at your place. Come in and take what you need." Li Fan opened the door and let her in. And Yunyun didn't take much, just a bit of lean meat, tofu, and some vegetables, and repeatedly thanked Li Fan. After returning home, Yunyun looked at her daughter, who was still quietly watching cartoons, and forced herself to stay calm while calling her husband, Li Tianmao. But although the call went through, no one answered. She held back her tears with great effort. The car accidents and zombies outside all suggested that her husband, who had worked overtime and wanted to take them out after work, might have really gotten into trouble. Then she called her parents, relatives, and even friends to ask about the situation. After the small episode, Li Fan continued to study his system and rewards. Outside, the thunderstorm started again. There were still occasional woo-woo sounds from cars outside. At this moment, Li Fan tried communicating with the system. "System, brother system, grandpa system, can you hear me?" But the system didn't respond. It seemed he couldn't chat with it. Li Fan tried to claim the daily family member supplies reward. Magically, 3 metal lunchboxes and 3 bottles of 300 milliliters water appeared in front of him. The lunchboxes were still warm. Opening one, he found white rice, green vegetables, and minced meat enough to fill an adult man. Without hesitation, Li Fan ate one box, burped, and opened a bottle of water to gulp it down. When he tried to claim the daily family member supplies again, he couldn't. Only once a day? It'll be hard to store food like this, Grandpa system. Can you let me claim it one meal at a time? Li Fan tried communicating again. Although there was no reply, the 2 remaining lunchboxes and 2 bottles of water disappeared from the table. When Li Fan tried claiming daily family member supplies again, this time only 1 lunchbox and 1 bottle of water appeared. "Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa system. Long live Grandpa system." As for the seeking good, avoiding evil reward, he couldn't test it, so he gave up. Having food and water for now was good enough. He decided to stay home and watch the situation. Night fell, then dawn came. The night was anything but peaceful. Thunderstorms, strong winds, screams, roars, crashing cars, wailing alarms, and even distant gunshots and explosions. Li Fan didn't sleep well, often getting up to peek at the street through the window and listen at the door. At dawn, he got up and saw that the rain and wind had stopped, so he went to the balcony to observe the street. From time to time, groups of 3 or 5 figures shuffled by like the Walking Dead. The road was completely blocked by chaotic vehicles, some with shattered windows. Most shop doors on both sides of the street were wide open, bloodstains everywhere, but no corpses left. How many people can survive such chaos? Why did people suddenly turn into zombies? Could it be because of the rain? The system also mentioned an apocalyptic catastrophe at the beginning. Was it really the rain that caused the apocalypse? Li Fan lay back on the sofa, thinking wildly. He dozed off again until he was awakened by knocking at the door. Opening the door, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun Yun again. Her eyes were red and swollen, her eye sockets dark. Her beauty had visibly dropped a notch. Clearly, she hadn't just had a bad night's sleep, but had cried for a long time. My husband didn't come back yesterday. I'm afraid something happened to him. There's no food at home. Can you lend me some more? Detected target in Yun Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Li Fan stared at Yun Yun, thinking about the system's prompt. Could any woman be a strategy target? After all, this thing is called the family propagation system. Maybe it prompts whenever there's a woman capable of having children. That morning, Yun Yun was wearing silk pajamas with a purple coat over them, but her good figure was still visible. And Yun Yun misunderstood Li Fan's expression, thinking he had dirty thoughts about her. She angrily turned and went back home. By the time Li Fan realized what happened, her door had slammed shut with a bang. After returning home, Yun Yun kept trying to call Li Tianmao, but there was still no answer. Yesterday from daytime to night, she had called over 100 times, but no one ever answered. Now, the phone couldn't even connect. It was obvious that Li Tianmao's phone battery had died. While she silently shed tears again, a sleepy child's voice came. Mom, I'm hungry. Where's Dad? And Yun Yun quickly wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, Chi-Chi, you're awake. Daddy went to work. Mommy will heat up last night's food for you. The mother and daughter reheated the food from last night and ate a little. And Yun Yun thought about going downstairs to check the situation but couldn't bring herself to leave her small daughter alone. Li Fan knew his neighbor had misunderstood him, but he didn't go over to explain. Whether she would open the door was uncertain, and if he went to apologize and a zombie suddenly jumped out, he would be done for. So, Li Fan began searching around his house. Others might still be hesitating, unsure if it was really the end of the world, but his system had clearly told him an apocalyptic catastrophe had arrived. He needed to find something to defend himself. After searching hard, he finally found an old grip strength bar and a baseball bat under the bed. Having these two things made him feel more at ease. Thinking further, since the system provided him with food and water daily, he didn't have to worry about starving in the apocalypse. However, he decided he needed to start exercising. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, Li Fan sweated profusely as he exercised according to old fat-burning videos he had saved on his phone. Then, someone knocked on the door again. Opening it, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun Yun, but this time she brought her daughter, Li Yuchi. About earlier, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Don't misunderstand, Li Fan apologized first about the misunderstanding. It's fine. Could you help look after my daughter? I want to go downstairs and check things. Li Fan glanced at her daughter. She was very cute, probably called Chi-Chi, and squatted down to greet her warmly. But hearing in Yun Yun's words, he looked up at her in surprise. You still want to go outside with things like this? Right now the safest thing is to stay home and wait until the government sends help. I must go to the supermarket to get some supplies, and Yun Yun said firmly. I can lend you some food first, Li Fan blurted out. And Yun Yun shook her head and insisted on going downstairs. Seeing her determination, Li Fan didn't try to persuade her further. If he said too much, she might think he had bad intentions. So he escorted her to the elevator. And Yun Yun was in no mood to worry about whether Li Fan was taking advantage of her. Having gained experience, for dinner Li Fan no longer bothered to chop and stir-fry vegetables. Instead, he used the food given by the system as leftovers, added some sausages and pickled vegetables, and made do. Neither Yun Yun nor Li Yuchi had any objections. As long as they didn't attract the terrifying blood-covered zombies to smash the door, it was fine. It was too frightening. At night, Li Fan surfed the internet for news in the bedroom, while Yun Yun and Li Yuchi cuddled and rested on the sofa. When Li Fan noticed, he let Yun Yun and Li Yuchi sleep in the bed, and he laid a mat on the floor in the living room to sleep, in case zombies broke the door in the middle of the night. However, aside from Li Yuchi who slept well, both Li Fan and Yun Yun didn't dare sleep too deeply, fearing zombies would suddenly smash through the door. By dawn, though, somehow Yun Yun had ended up sleeping beside Li Fan. Especially in the morning, when Li Fan's brother was particularly energetic, and Yun Yun was a woman who liked to snuggle into people's arms. Blushing with embarrassment, Yun Yun hurriedly got up and went into the bathroom. Hearing the sounds, Li Fan's already slightly red face turned even redder. And Yun almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had held it in all night. She usually got up at night, but yesterday, worried about zombies, she had forgotten to go to the bathroom. The three of them didn't dare chop and cook food again. Although yesterday Li Fan had managed to pretend the system food was leftovers and share it, he couldn't openly take food from the system in front of an Yun. After all, you can't fully trust people's hearts. So today they could only make do with instant noodles. It had rained all night, and by the morning it finally stopped, but the streets outside were already flooded in many places. Under intense pressure and supply shortages, Li Fan couldn't help but propose another idea related to the family propagation system. He said to An Yun directly, "Sister-in, if I had a way to gain a powerful ability, but needed your cooperation to do it, and then I could kill the zombies outside, would you cooperate with me?" What kind of powerful ability? How would I cooperate? Just after another wave of zombies had smashed against the door, and Yun, still clutching Li Fan's arm with her full chest pressed against him, asked with some confusion. "It involves cooperation between a man and a woman," Li Fan said, looking at her. Letting go of his arm, and Yun blushed and asked, "Is there really such a weird requirement for a power?" "There really is. And in this situation, if we don't do something, sooner or later the zombies will break in, and we'll be dead." "I don't know how much longer this door can hold," Li Fan said seriously. And Yun knew what he said was true. The door of the rented apartment wasn't as sturdy as the security door at her own home. If zombies broke in and grabbed them even once, they wouldn't survive. She thought about her missing husband, her 4-year-old daughter, her parents, and younger brother at home. If Li Fan really had a superpower, everything would be fine. Even if he lied and had no power, at worst she would only lose her body. Plus, there was already the awkwardness from last night and this morning. If they didn't deal with the zombies soon, the awkwardness would just keep happening. It was better to act now than be scared to death. After thinking for 5 whole minutes, she finally nodded. "Xiao Li, I believe you. Please don't disappoint me. I'll go coax Chi first, otherwise, we won't have a chance to be alone," and Yun said straightforwardly. She picked up her daughter, who was clinging to Li Fan's leg, and carried her into the small kitchen to comfort her for a long time. Finally, she came out alone and said to Li Fan, who was waiting for her, "Let's go to the bedroom." And Yun was wearing blue suit pants and a shirt with white sneakers, obviously chosen for ease of movement in case she had to run. She hadn't expected to be trapped by zombies in Li Fan's rental apartment. "Any other requirements?" In the bedroom, blushing, and Yun turned and asked Li Fan. "I don't know. The system only told me that doing that would grant a powerful ability. Even if there are other requirements, they should just be about mutual consent," Li Fan replied. He figured the system wouldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, how could a married woman like an Yun, who had a husband and child, still be a target for strategy? It even came with a buy one, get one free deal. "Then let's just do it, quickly. If Chi accidentally makes noise and attracts zombies to smash the door, we'll be doomed if she sees us and cries." And Yun said decisively. Li Fan didn't overthink it either. Afterward, the two quickly put their clothes back on. And Yun's face was slightly flushed, but the first thing she asked was, "Did you gain the ability? Can you kill the zombies now?" Afterward, Li Fan felt a surge of heat flow through his body, along with new knowledge filling his mind, and a system notification appeared. Special proficiency plus 20. Sure hit effect activated successfully. Target successfully conquered. Host's full attributes doubled. Family members plus 2. First successful strategy reward package granted. Please continue expanding your family and reproducing. First successful strategy reward package available. Claim? Yes. Acquired element fireball spell, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element fireball spell, allows flexible use of fireballs. Increases body's fire resistance by 50%. Looking at the description, Li Fan wondered why it specifically said element fireball. Was it the category of the superpowers? Li Fan said, "I gained a fireball spell ability, but I don't know yet if it can kill the zombies outside." He tried to use the fireball spell according to the instructions in his mind. The heat flow in his body automatically gathered in his hands, and 2 bright, egg-sized spherical flames rose from his palms. With another thought, the heat flow dispersed, and the 2 balls of fire in his palms disappeared. "I really have superpowers." And Yun was stunned, then showed a look of joy. With superpowers, you can definitely kill the zombies outside. Having watched zombie movies before, Li Fan started putting on long-sleeved clothes and pants. He also brought out tape and books and asked Yun to wrap books around his chest and limbs, just in case he got caught. Then he took out an old electric bike helmet and the baseball bat he had found earlier. Fully armed, Li Fan took a deep breath and said, "As soon as I go out, lock the door. Stay inside with Chi-Chi and wait for me. If I get bitten or caught by zombies, I won't come back, but instead go down to continue clearing zombies." And Yun interrupted him. "You already have superpowers. You'll definitely be fine. There's only one zombie outside, just be careful." "Alright, you two stay at home and wait for me." Li Fan listened carefully to the sounds outside, then cautiously moved away the furniture blocking the door. Thanks to the reward that doubled all his attributes, his strength had indeed increased a lot. The sofa that previously needed Yun's help to lift, he could now move alone. His speed and stamina should have increased too. Whether he had reached the human limit depended on how strong his attributes were before. Li Fan quickly dashed out the door, and Yun immediately relocked the door after him. As expected, the zombie was still attracted by the smell of blood coming from the elevator and kept roaring while pressing against the elevator doors. Taking advantage of this, Li Fan slowly moved into the elevator area and threw a fireball at the zombie. Luckily, it hit the zombie's back directly. The fireball quickly set it ablaze, but the zombie didn't die immediately. It turned around and charged at the fully armed Li Fan. The zombie's running speed was slower than that of a normal human, giving Li Fan enough time to dodge. Plus, with his doubled speed, the zombie couldn't touch him at all. Because the zombie was already on fire, Li Fan didn't use the baseball bat to attack. After dodging 5 or 6 times, the burning zombie finally fell to the ground, and the flames continued to burn until it was completely reduced to a pile of black ashes. This fireball spell is pretty fierce. Once it hits, it keeps burning until there's nothing left, but the burning process takes too long. It takes at least 2 minutes to burn into ashes. If there are too many zombies, I probably wouldn't be able to wait for them to burn to death before getting caught and bitten. Thinking this, Li Fan went to knock on his own door. At this point, he also noticed that the iron-wrapped door had already been dented quite a bit. If he hadn't been decisive, just 2 more hits from the zombies and it might really have been smashed open. It could only be said that he was lucky. "Sisterin, open the door." Hearing the knocking in Li Fan's familiar voice, Yun quickly opened the door and, seeing that he was unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuqi immediately hugged Li Fan's leg as he came in. After the door opened, Yun clearly saw the dent in the door and couldn't help but feel glad about their earlier decision. "Bring your food and stay at my place. Otherwise, if anything happens again, we'll have to risk our lives," Yun suggested when she saw the black ashes outside. Li Fan naturally had no objections. So the two began moving the usable supplies from Li Fan's rental to Yun's home, letting Li Yuqi stay behind watching cartoons. However, after being terrified by the elevator bloodbath and the zombie attack on the door, Li Yuqi had become too afraid to speak or move. Whether she watched cartoons or not, she would stay very still. Very quickly, the two moved everything they could use over. After relocking the door, Yun finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Now that he had superpowers, Li Fan thought he should also reveal the system's food supplies to Yun. Otherwise, if he skipped a day claiming them, it would feel like a waste. Thinking of this, Li Fan glanced at Li Yuqi quietly watching TV on the sofa, and pulled Yun over to the dining table. "I have another strange ability, it was just given to me." "What?" And Yun hadn't reacted yet. How could there be 2 superpowers from one event? After Li Fan claimed the daily family member supplies in his mind, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples appeared on the table. The apples were unexpected. He had thought the system would just provide basic food and water, but it even cared about the family's balanced nutrition. Doing it once gives all this? And Yun's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of food, thinking it was given every time after doing that. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Li Fan naturally didn't explain but simply nodded. "I guess so. I'm not sure. It's my first time having this experience too." "Then why don't we try again and see if it gives more?" And Yun proactively suggested an experiment. Sure enough, once a woman crosses the line, everything afterward becomes natural. There were still 2 more daily supply claims left today. Li Fan, tempted, continued enjoying Yun's full figure. The first time had been too rushed anyway. After checking again on her quiet daughter, Yun actually pulled Li Fan into the bedroom. This time, Li Fan was much calmer. The two stayed in the bedroom for over an hour before tidying up and coming out. Li Fan saw the system prompts for 2 more special proficiency plus 20, realizing that doing this indeed helped upgrade his superpowers. Meanwhile, Yun, carrying the 6 lunchboxes that appeared, placed them on the dining table, her face glowing with satisfaction. On the bedside table were 6 bottles of water and 6 apples. If it weren't for worrying about Li Fan's stamina and food spoilage, Yun might have wanted to experiment even more. Li Fan also wanted to test how long the system's lunchboxes could be stored. Luckily, and Yunyun's home still had a working fridge and stove. Though he found in Yunyun's change a little fast, he could understand, after all, he himself had changed greatly too. In the past, he wouldn't have even thought about women with husbands or boyfriends. Clearly, when the world changes drastically, people's hearts change too. Come eat. If I had known you had this kind of superpower, we wouldn't have hurried to move the food. And Yunyun said, smiling brightly. After being nourished, the dark circles under Yunyun's eyes weren't as heavy as before, and she looked much more energetic. Li Fan, with his superpowers and doubled attributes, seemed to have a doubled appetite as well. Previously, one lunchbox would fill him, now he needed 4. At this moment, he realized that with superpowers awakened, the family survival supplies were just enough for bare survival, no way to simply lie around. But he didn't think much more about it. The apocalypse had just begun, it was only the 3rd day. He had only 2 added family members, and Yunyun and Li Yuqi. Surely the system would change accordingly later. Having gone through heavy rain and battling zombies today, he was exhausted. After eating, he went straight into the bedroom to sleep. After putting Li Yuqi to bed, and Yunyun also tidied up the house, thinking about Li Fan's 1 meal per day ration. Yawning and smiling, she ran into the bedroom and slept beside Li Fan. When Li Fan woke up, it was already completely dark outside, and Yunyun was beside him, gazing at him with seductive eyes. Seeing him awake, she asked, "Can you keep claiming those lunchboxes and water?" "I don't know. Why don't we try again?" Li Fan's words naturally matched in Yunyun's wishes, so the two started cloud making again. Afterwards, special proficiency plus 20. Li Fan looked at Yunyun, kneeling on the bed with an expectant face, and told her with some disappointment, "No more. Looks like there's a limit to how much food can be claimed." And Yunyun naturally looked disappointed too, but then curiously asked, "Will your fire superpower get stronger by doing this?" Li Fan thought for a moment but didn't dare tell her the truth. Otherwise, she might not even want to get out of bed. No change. But burning zombies is very effective, the fire doesn't go out midway. But zombies don't burn to death instantly. It would be better to have a stronger superpower. And Yunyun said, a little regretfully. Li Fan followed up, "Sisterin, I need to say something, please don't get angry." At this point, what would I get angry about? Just say it, and Yunyun replied casually. "It's just that, it seems I can gain superpowers by doing it with women." "No restriction on who," Li Fan said awkwardly. And Yunyun didn't mind Li Fan finding other women, but she worried he would abandon her and her daughter afterward, leaving them helpless. Li Fan wasn't stupid, he guessed her concern. Not to mention that the system treated them as family members, he himself wasn't someone who abandoned people. "Sisterin, don't worry. I consider you and Chi-Chi as family. I'll never leave you behind or let you starve. Then I'll find another woman for you to try. To see if you can really get another superpower." And Yunyun quickly decided. Li Fan really hadn't expected Yunyun to go this far. He thought her agreeing to let him find other women was already very understanding, but she was even more thoughtful than he imagined. "She also lives in this building. She called me the night before last. Her husband went out to buy formula and never came back. Her older daughter is in the same preschool class as Chi-Chi, and she has a younger daughter who is only 8 months old. They even hired a female nanny to help take care of the children," and Yunyun briefly explained the situation. Then, looking a bit worried, she said, "We're on the 8th floor. She lives on the 12th floor. I don't know if there are zombies between us. Since the phones still work, ask her what she thinks. If it's possible, I can go upstairs and bring them down," Li Fan said without pretending to be a gentleman. He indeed wanted to try with another woman to see what rewards he could get. Would it always be superpowers? Would there be other types of rewards? The fireball spell's damage against zombies wasn't fast enough. If there were too many zombies, and he couldn't dodge or kill them immediately, he could get caught or bitten. If he turned into a zombie, everything would be over. And Yunyun quickly finished the call and nodded at Li Fan. "I told her we have food stored and can last for a while. They're willing to come down." There was one more thing Yunyun didn't tell Li Fan. She had actually mentioned to Qin Xingyan that Li Fan had the ability to conjure food and create fire, and that he needed her cooperation. She had also mentioned her current intimate relationship with Li Fan. Otherwise, she was afraid Qin Xingyan wouldn't believe her. After all, who would help you for no reason? Who would believe you without proof? If something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Qin Xingyan didn't disappoint Yunyun over the phone. She agreed right away, saying as long as she and her daughters could get some food, she was willing to do anything Li Fan wanted. It seemed that after just 3 days, the zombie outbreak had already caused huge psychological pressure on the survivors. The usual morals and values were thrown out the window. Alright, I'll go bring them down. Lock the door and wait at home. Don't open the door for strangers, and call them to let them know. Li Fan put on his thick clothes again, wore his helmet, grabbed the baseball bat, and went out. The sky outside was completely dark. The lights in the elevator area turned on as Yun Yun closed the door. The row of buildings along the street were all separate units, one big and one small apartment per floor, with the elevator in between. There were 16 floors in total, and each unit had only one elevator, with not much public space. Li Fan figured the elevator should still work for another day or two, so he boldly walked into the bloodstained elevator. He thought for a moment, then threw a fireball at the blood on the floor. If it caught onto the elevator itself, he would immediately extinguish it. After the blood turned into a pile of black ashes and the fireball went out, Li Fan pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the elevator smoothly went up to the 12th floor. Li Fan didn't feel any sense of danger. When the elevator doors opened, the 12th floor was very quiet. There was nothing unusual. Li Fan rang the doorbell of the apartment on the left. A frightened woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? My name is Li Fan. Sister An asked me to come get you. Click, the security door opened, and 2 women appeared holding a kitchen knife and a spatula. The woman with the kitchen knife looked about 30 years old. She wore black pants, an apron, and a round-neck t-shirt underneath. She had a full figure, slightly yellowish skin, and a dignified appearance. The woman with the spatula looked about 25 or 26, wearing a white blouse and a black knee-length skirt. She had an even better figure, probably still breastfeeding. There was a wet mark near her chest. She had fair skin and a standard oval face. Detected a strategy target, Zhao Feng. Bind? Detected a strategy target, Qin Xingyan. Bind? Li Fan had guessed correctly. As long as it was a woman capable of giving birth, the system would prompt him, regardless of appearance, figure, or age. He silently chose yes in his mind. Strategy target Zhao Feng successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Strategy target Qin Xingyan successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. There was no time to bother with the system now. Li Fan asked, do you have a lot of stuff to move? Not much. Since Sister Zhao bought groceries daily, we didn't stock up. We only have 2 bags of rice, a couple of sets of clothes, and some baby bottles and diapers for Xingxing, said Qin Xingyan, the woman with the oval face, shaking her head. Coincidentally, her stomach suddenly growled. Zhao Feng's stomach also growled in response. Blushing with embarrassment, Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan explained, there's no more food at home. We haven't eaten today. Li Fan completely understood. Wasn't Yun Yun in the same situation earlier, worried and scared, still trying to go out for food? Then hurry and pack your things. Later, Sister An can make you something to eat. We're ready. It's just these 2 bags, Qin Xingyan said, pointing to the 2 large shopping bags at her feet. It seemed they had really coordinated with Sister An. Their bags were already packed and ready. Zhao Feng picked up the bags with both hands. Qin Xingyan quickly picked up the sleeping baby in her arms and grabbed the hand of a cute little girl about the same age as Li Yuqi with her left hand. Li Fan didn't rush to help them carry anything. He pressed the elevator button, and together they entered, safely arriving at the 8th floor. At this moment, he was thinking about checking how many households in this unit were still at home and how many had turned into zombies, to make it easier for future clearing. Knocking on Yun Yun's door, the group arrived safely. Li Fan noticed that Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan were actually trembling. Were they really that scared? They hadn't even encountered any zombies. And Yun Yun quickly hugged each of them by the shoulders and helped them to sit down on the sofa. Holding her baby daughter, Qin Xingyan leaned close to Yun Yun's ear and whispered, did you really do that with him? The black ashes outside and the black ashes in the elevator, were those zombies he burned to death with his superpower? Yes. Earlier at his place, zombies almost smashed through the door of his rental room. His bedroom and mine haven't been tidied yet. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look. And Yun Yun whispered back to her, take me to see the food he conjured first, Qin Xingyan said. She believed in Yun Yun's words but cared even more about the food. Does Sister Zhao want to take a look too? And Yun Yun asked Zhao Feng, who was clearly also listening to their conversation. Sister Zhao, come with us too. Before Zhao Feng could reply, Qin Xingyan had already answered for her. Seeing that they were no longer trembling, and Yun led them to the refrigerator, showing them the 4 metal lunchboxes and 8 apples that were left. Every time I did that with him before, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples would appear. He ate 4 lunchboxes, and I shared one with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi also ate an apple. Now these are what's left. After eating, the empty lunchboxes automatically disappear. It's really amazing. She also pointed to the 9 bottles of water placed on the counter and said, "These bottles of water haven't been touched yet. We still have water to drink." He said the outside is full of zombies now, and maybe in a few days there will be no more water, electricity, internet, or gas. After taking a nap in the afternoon, Li Fan wasn't very sleepy. Seeing the 3 women eyeing him eagerly, he said to them, "You 3 get some rest. I'm going to try my summoning skill." He said this and walked out of the room. Seeing Li Fan close the door, and Yun and the others happily gathered by the bed, and Yun smiled at Qin Xinyan, who was holding her baby, and said, "Yanzi, now you understand that pulling you into this was for your own good, right?" "Yes, thank you, Sister Yun. If it weren't for you, Sister Zhao Fong, the 2 children, and I would definitely be starving in a few days," Qin Xinyan said, hugging Yun with tearful gratitude. "I also thank Sister Yun for saving my life," Zhao Fong said, already dressed, without any particular exhibitionist tendencies. "Last night, I even thought about going downstairs to buy food, but after being scared by the zombie in the elevator, I understood. Besides, Shaoli is a good person, younger than us, not married, not even living with someone. If anything, we're the ones taking advantage of him." And Yun began instilling her open-minded thinking. Zhao Fong was 31 years old, the oldest among the 3, a married woman. She had been married for 8 years and had a son who would soon turn 7. Her family background was 2 or 3 levels lower than in Yun's and Qin Xinyan's. Among them, if anyone was really taking advantage, it was Zhao Fong. Her field hadn't even been cultivated by her husband once a year. Moreover, her appearance was much inferior compared to the stunning Yun and the pretty Qin Xinyan, who relied on her looks. Maybe only in her village could she barely count as a village flower. "You shouldn't rush to thank me. Dragging you into this wasn't just to save you. You heard him talk about superpowers earlier. As long as Shaoli does it with different women, he can get superpowers. So I hope he can get stronger quickly and help us save our family members. That's my selfish reason." And Yun added, "You mean we should help him find women?" Qin Xinyan asked uncertainly. "Preferably women in this building. No point looking too far now." And Yun said. Meanwhile, Li Fan didn't know that Yun was already helping him find more women. He was carefully standing at the door, preparing to send a summoned dog to scout the hallway. After the power outage, the elevator definitely couldn't be used. Summoning was easier than the fireball spell. With just a thought, he could summon a hunting dog. It didn't consume the internal energy flow. The summoned dog looked completely normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary hunting dog. Once the dog was summoned, Li Fan could see through its perspective, as if gaining an extra pair of eyes. He commanded the dog to go downstairs, then turned and locked the door behind him. No hesitation. First, check if there were zombies on the stairs. Going down, it wasn't until the 5th floor that he saw a figure and heard a low growl. Both sides of the hallway had open doors. Another figure ran out at the sound. 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 half-grown child. Li Fan immediately commanded the dog to run further down. The 4th floor was quiet. The 3rd floor was quiet too. On the 2nd floor, the left door was open, with 2 zombies wandering around. Down at the 1st floor, there were 7 or 8 zombies clustered at the stairwell. A bone was propping the entrance door open, but the door itself wasn't locked. Fortunately, zombies had no intelligence and didn't climb stairs or break doors. Otherwise, the survivors in this building would have been doomed. Li Fan gritted his teeth and commanded the dog to jump from the railing to the door, grab the bone, and run outside. Bang! The entrance door slammed shut, causing a commotion among the zombies inside. Luckily, there were no residents on the 1st floor, only 2 locked storefront back doors. Soon, zombies on the nearby street, hearing the noise, started moving toward the entrance. Li Fan had to command the dog to bark furiously. If zombies gathered at the door, it would be even harder to leave later. The dog's barking worked. The zombies that had been heading for the door changed direction toward the noise. Even more zombies and some hidden survivors were disturbed. Li Fan didn't care about that. He kept commanding the dog to bark and lead the zombies farther away. But when the dog was more than 500 meters away, Li Fan lost the connection and vision. The dog was likely bitten to death by zombies lurking in the corner. Checking the system, Li Fan saw that after the summoned dog's death, The summon skill had a 10-minute cooldown before it could be used again. There were zombies on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors. Since zombies didn't climb stairs, their positions were unlikely to change, but it was still necessary to be cautious. The 10-minute cooldown passed quickly. Li Fan summoned another dog and sent it out. This time, he commanded it to go upstairs. All the way up to the rooftop, there were no open doors or zombies. Li Fan then commanded the dog to return to the 8th floor door. He took a small piece of meat from the fridge and tried to feed it. The dog sniffed it but didn't eat. Leaving the dog outside, Li Fan locked the door and packed all the bottled water from the system into the Qiankuan bag. Through his eyes, he could see a bright square space inside a dark void. The bottled water was neatly arranged automatically inside. Whenever he wanted, he could summon the bottled water into his hand. Seeing that he had 180 points of special proficiency, enough to upgrade his superpower, Li Fan thought. If the 3 women helped him 3 times a day, he could gain 180 points daily. There was no need to hide it. He directly spent the points to upgrade Space Qiankuan Bag. Space Qiankuan Bag, LV2, volume 500 cubic meters, proficiency 0 of 500. Li Fan saw the bright square space grow larger in the dark void. The zombies stirred by the dog earlier had quieted down. Outside became silent again. Unknowingly, Li Fan fell asleep on the sofa until morning. At dawn, Li Fan first checked the dog's perspective. The dog was still lying at the door. Looks like in the future, the summoned dog could not only scout but also guard. If he could upgrade it to summon more dogs at once, that would be even better. The bedroom door opened, and Yun Yun came out and said to Li Fan, "Later we need to go to Yan Zi's place to bring down the crib. Last night, sleeping together, we were afraid of hurting Xingxing." "Okay. I had the dog scout last night. There are no zombies upstairs, only on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors." Li Fan replied. "Also, the lunchboxes we got yesterday and those in the fridge, store them all in your superpower space. For now, we'll cook. Save the supplies you get from that thing." And Yun Yun said. She peeked into the room where Chi Chi and Ye Ye were still sleeping, then closed the door and came back to Li Fan's side. "Since the kids are still sleeping, why don't we first claim the morning supplies?" Li Fan, being young and strong, and with his body enhanced by the system's attribute upgrades, was very enthusiastic about doing this kind of poker activity to gain special proficiency points to upgrade his superpowers. Although the 3 women were older than him and had been married and given birth, they were essentially free women to him now, so he wasn't picky at all. Maybe in the future, when he was spoiled for choice, he would start being selective, but that would be after he became stronger. 3 women a day, 9 times, only 180 special proficiency points, still far from enough. Afterward, Li Fan didn't rush to claim supplies, because claiming once meant food for all members, and currently only Yun Yun had actively completed the contribution, while Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan hadn't yet. If he claimed supplies now, it would immediately expose the lie he had told Yun Yun earlier. So he frowned and made up another lie. "Before, when it was just 1 woman, I could claim supplies right after. But now with 3 women, it looks like I need to complete everything before claiming." And Yun Yun didn't doubt Li Fan's words at all. She never suspected he would lie. After all, they were already his women to play with, why would he lie? But Li Fan thought, if claiming supplies had no restrictions, they might start taking it lightly. He didn't want them casually giving out food and water to others. He wasn't the savior of the apocalypse. Later he could find an excuse to lift these restrictions, but for now, he had to make them feel that supplies required effort to get. "I'll go tell them, and bring Xingxing out. You can go find them afterward." And Yun Yun said, then turned and went into the bedroom. Soon, she came out carrying Xingxing, and warned Li Fan. "Hurry up. Don't hold back. Otherwise, when there are more women later, you'll exhaust yourself to death." Li Fan didn't hold back. Thanks to the system's attribute boosts, not only had his strength increased, but his muscles were now well-defined, and his abs were clearly visible. His second brother was also upgraded, previously lasting 3 to 5 minutes normally, or 10+ minutes when holding back. Now, even without holding back, he could last 10 minutes, and if he tried, he could easily reach half an hour. Half an hour later, Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, fully dressed and laughing, came out carrying 7 lunchboxes. "So you really have to do all of them. If there are more women in the future, won't it take even more time?" And Yun Yun muttered to herself, seeing their faces glowing with satisfaction. With 60 special proficiency points gained, now Li Fan had 140 points again. Lying on the bed, Li Fan thought about upgrading all 3 superpowers he currently had. The Space Qiankuan bag had expanded from 100 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters with just 1 level up, a 5-fold increase. Following that rate, level 3 would be 2,500 cubic meters, and level 4 even larger. Moving things would no longer be a problem. Next, he upgraded Element Fireball spell to level 2. Element Fireball spell, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element Fireball spell allows flexible use of fireballs and increases body fire resistance by 60%. The change wasn't huge, which made Li Fan a bit disappointed, but he believed upgrading superpowers was definitely useful. After getting dressed, Li Fan put the 6 bottles of water on the nightstand into the Qiankuan bag and moved the milk bottles and apples to the dining table. And Yun Yun came over again and said, "You said earlier there are no zombies upstairs and no open doors. Later, go knock on the left side doors of the 10th and 15th floors. There should be women home on weekends." She added, "If you hear a man's voice, just leave it alone." Got it. Li Fan agreed, with Yun Yun being so thoughtful and even helping him find women, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, he did want to go door by door upstairs, to confirm survivors and zombies and to collect useful supplies early. But Li Fan still reminded, if a woman is too weird or malicious, no need to introduce her. If fights break out, it'll just be troublesome. And Yun Yun rolled her eyes and said, "Right now, the priority is to find more women and gain strong superpowers. Later, when you're strong enough, you can build a safe base for us. If someone is stupid or troublesome, just toss her out and don't bring her alone." Hearing Yun Yun's words, Li Fan felt a little ashamed. This family propagation system binding to him was really a waste. If it had bound to Yun Yun, she would have used it even better. The chief lady is right. "I'll listen to your arrangements," Li Fan said, jokingly bowing. And Yun Yun nodded and said, "Later, we should also rank by seniority. Otherwise, if a vixen comes and messes with your head, you might forget us old women." "You want to start a harem drama?" Li Fan said, stunned. "This isn't just drama. With your abilities, women will flock to you. Once you become powerful, you'll definitely dominate an area, not palace-level intrigue, but at least city-level competition." And Yun Yun said confidently, "No matter what, in the early stages, we must keep finding women for you to gain more strong superpowers like temporary invincibility, injury immunity, or large area attack powers. If just 1 or 2 such abilities appear, we can stop and build a survivor base, recruit more female survivors, form a positive cycle, and then gather an army. Eventually, all survivors around will obey you." Li Fan hadn't even dreamed of ambitions that big. Hearing Yun Yun's words left him a bit dumbfounded. This woman really had big ambitions. "Are you serious, sisterin? Not joking?" And Yun Yun looked at him angrily. "This is the apocalypse. If you only want to live quietly, sooner or later someone will wipe you out. If you don't grow strong, all of us women gathered around you will be doomed." Li Fan said seriously, "I'll work hard. For your sake, I'll become stronger as soon as possible. I'll first take Xiaofang upstairs to get her things, then go knock on doors. Everyone finish washing up and breakfast first." And Yun Yun said, seeing Xiaofang had finished tidying up the bedroom and started cleaning again. Qin Xingyan had already washed up and was feeding Xingxing with a milk bottle at the dining table. She had weaned Xingxing a month ago, but sometimes milk still leaked. "The phone isn't working anymore." And Yun Yun said she had tried to call home, but now calls wouldn't go through. It was already the 4th day of the apocalypse. Thinking about the water, electricity, and gas situation, Li Fan said, "Today we'll cook everything into ready-to-eat meals. I'll store it all in the Qiankuan bag. Better not wait until everything stops and then struggle to find firewood or gas. I'll go with Li Fan to get the stuff. Sister Zhao and sister and stay and cook and watch the kids," Qin Xingyan suggested after breakfast. Zhao Fang and Yun Yun had no objections. Li Fan, wearing his helmet and carrying his baseball bat, left 806C with Qin Xingyan. The letter C indicated their unit building, rooms with numbers starting from 1, 2 were Unit A, and so on. Li Fan let the hunting dog walk in front, while he and Qin Xingyan followed behind. This time they didn't take the elevator, afraid they would get stuck if the power went out. As he had scouted the night before, the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors had no zombies, and no doors were open. Following behind Li Fan, Qin Xingyan briefly introduced the residents of Units 1006 and 1506. Ruan Yuan is about the same age as Sister Zhao, a good person. She's not the wife of the property owner Chen Jianxin. They both work and raise children, and have been living together in a weekend arrangement for 2 or 3 years. She has a daughter in kindergarten, and Chen Jianxin has a son boarding in middle school, but sometimes Chen Xiaoming stays at his mother's place. As for Unit 1506, that's Chao Hui, around 28 or 29 years old. She's a bit improper. Her husband works on construction sites all year and only comes home a few times. It said Chao Hui loves playing cards and has several regular male card playing friends. Everyone who knows her knows about her. Maybe her lifestyle has something to do with why she hasn't had children. Li Fan thought to himself, another woman who's someone else's wife, but outwardly remained calm and asked, "Do you think they'll come with me if I knock?" Chao Hui definitely will. She's very casual. She often goes out to eat when invited. I guess she doesn't have much food at home, Qin Xinyan said without hesitation. As for Wan Yuan, she probably doesn't have much food either. But whether she'll immediately come with you, I'm not sure. After all, with how the world has changed, some people adapt quickly, while others stubbornly stick to their old ways. When they reached the 12th floor, Qin Xinyan opened the door and went inside to pack things. Li Fan followed her in. Li Fan thought that the reason Qin Xinyan and An Yunyun agreed so quickly to follow him was mostly to ensure their children had enough to eat, with survival being the second motive. As for Zhao Feng, Li Fan guessed she was somewhat influenced by Qin Xinyan and An Yunyun, plus she still had a little hope of finding her family. He didn't think they had switched loyalties too easily. Instead, he thought they were very smart, brave, and decisive, more decisive than many others. Hesitation was the real killer. At least Li Fan thought An Yunyun and Qin Xinyan were much stronger than he was. After packing 2 large bags, Qin Xinyan pushed out a wooden baby crib and said awkwardly, "The crib is a bit heavy, can you help?" Li Fan easily lifted the crib with one hand. "Put the bags inside the crib. When we get to the 10th floor, you go knock on Wan Yuan's door." "Okay." Qin Xinyan, who had married young thanks to her beauty and had been treated like a pampered wife, immediately put the 2 large bags into the crib and sweetly thanked Li Fan. Li Fan again let the dog lead the way. At the 10th floor, Li Fan watched as Qin Xinyan went to knock on the door of 1006. However, before she could knock, the door of 1005 opened first. A young girl on crutches, with swollen eyes, cautiously poked her head out and asked, "Brother, sister, are you looking for Uncle Chen?" "They're not here." Sunday morning, they and my parents took the elevator together and left. Detected a strategy target, Zhu Ting. Bind? As expected, the system reacted whenever a woman appeared. Li Fan was used to it by now and selected yes. Strategy target Zhu Ting successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Sunday was the day Li Fan had gone to the supermarket and the heavy rain and zombie outbreak began. "They haven't come back? Do you still have food?" Qin Xinyan asked, looking at the 16 to 17-year-old girl. Her left leg was in a cast, she must have injured it at school and was recovering at home. "I still have some food, but I don't know how to cook. These past 2 days I've only eaten instant noodles and snacks." "Have all the people outside turned into zombies?" the limping girl Zhu Ting asked tearfully. "There should still be survivors, just like us." Qin Xinyan comforted her, then asked, "Do you want to stay with us? We have 7 or 8 people living in 806. I used to live in 1206 but moved to 806 yesterday. Can I? Won't I bother you?" Zhu Ting had been feeling lost and scared at home. Hearing human voices, she couldn't resist opening the door. Of course she hoped someone could help her. "Come with us." Qin Xinyan decided to bring her down first and let An Yunyun and the others help persuade her later. Kids these days matured early anyway. Thus, Li Fan and Qin Xinyan didn't find Wan Yuan but picked up a lonely young girl instead. "What's your name? How old are you? Which school do you attend?" Qin Xinyan asked. "My name is Zhu Ting. I'm 17, first year at second high school. My dad's name is Zhu Wenbin, my mom's name is Su Hongxing, and I have a younger brother Zhu Yu." Zhu Ting quickly explained her family situation. Talking along the way, they arrived at 806. The smell of food inside made all 3 of them swallow hungrily. After Li Fan dropped off the stuff, he went out again. An Yunyun was taking care of the children, Zhao Feng was cooking, and Qin Xinyan introduced Zhu Ting to An Yunyun. An Yunyun frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "She's alone?" Qin Xinyan nodded. An Yunyun handed the baby to Qin Xinyan, then warmly took Zhu Ting's hand and led her into the bedroom to rest. Meanwhile, Li Fan headed straight for the 16th floor. He knocked on the right door first, no response. Then he knocked on the left door, again, no response. After waiting a bit and hearing nothing, he marked the walls with an O on both sides. Next, he went to the 15th floor. When he knocked on the right side door, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and low growling, but the door didn't open. Li Fan knew that house had turned into zombies. He marked an X on the wall. When he knocked on the left side door, a woman's voice asked, "Who is it?" "I'm a tenant from the 8th floor. My name is Li Fan. Are you Chao Hui? Qin Xinyan mentioned you." She asked me to bring you down to live with us. There's Zhao Feng, and Yun Yun, and 4 children too. Li Fan said. I know Qin Yan. How is she? The door opened slightly, revealing a petite woman in loose pajamas, fresh-faced and innocent-looking, very different from the loose woman Li Fan had imagined. Detected a strategy target, Chao Hui. Bind? Li Fan again selected yes. Strategy target Chao Hui successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. She's doing fine. Do you want to come down with me? Li Fan asked. I'll come with you. Come in and wait a moment, I'll pack a few changes of clothes. Chao Hui said, letting Li Fan inside and locking the door again. Do you have any metal rods or anything like that at home? I heard your husband works at construction sites. Li Fan asked, still thinking about finding tools to deal with the zombies downstairs. My husband does work construction, but I usually don't allow him to bring work tools home. Chao Hui answered while packing inside the bedroom. Li Fan was a bit disappointed but thought he would have to search slowly. When Chao Hui came out of the bedroom, she had already changed into jeans and a t-shirt. This woman was small but very bold. She had changed clothes without even closing the bedroom door. Such boldness explained why she didn't care about rumors and played around freely. You and Qin Yan are involved? I really didn't expect Qin Yan to have that in her. Chao Hui said playfully, carrying a shopping bag and smiling at Li Fan. Li Fan neither confirmed nor denied it, and just said, let's go, I'll take you down. Chao Hui looked at Li Fan with new appreciation. All her card-playing friends who had seen Qin Yan said she was beautiful and decent, so she had just teased Li Fan casually, but unexpectedly, he didn't deny it. Impressive. She couldn't help but glance at Li Fan's lower body. She thought Li Fan must have some special ability. Otherwise, why would someone like Qin Yan get involved with him? However, when Chao Hui arrived at 806 and saw a house full of women, she realized even if Li Fan had special abilities, it still wouldn't be enough to keep so many women peacefully together. But after talking privately with an Yun Yun, she was truly shocked. Only 3 days, and you all decided to follow Li Fan? Chao Hui asked, both shocked and confused, and Yun Yun nodded and said, if you're not willing, we won't force you. But if you stay here to eat and live, you must obey him. What if your husbands aren't dead and are still out there? Chao Hui asked curiously. Then when we find them, we'll explain. And Yun Yun said, frowning, and your decision? I agree too. Since you all chose him, there must be a reason. Besides, I'm not some chaste woman. Sleeping with a man isn't a big deal. Chao Hui said, nodding. Li Fan, leading the hunting dog, started knocking on doors again from the 9th floor, marking doors with O, X, or square root. It turned out many families had been working overtime on Sunday and never returned. Going up, he marked 6 doors with O, 3 with X, and 4 with square root. The 4 households he marked with square root 1105, 1305, 1405, and 1406 were still occupied. Li Fan planned to gather some information, but only the young couple from 1405 opened the door slightly and talked to him. Detected a strategy target, Jiang Menglan. Bind? Li Fan was used to the system reacting to any woman. But since she had a boyfriend next to her, he ignored the system this time. Jiang Menglan and her boyfriend told him, 1406 is occupied by a woman with a child and 2 elderly people. The child cries a lot. 1305 has 2 female tenants, but we don't know them well, sometimes we hear arguments. As for 1105, it's likely a couple, since we've seen them in the elevator. After giving this information, Jiang Menglan asked Li Fan, we didn't buy enough food, can you lend us some? We'll pay you back later. Li Fan replied, from the 6th floor up, all stairwells are free of zombies and safe. You can try to open the doors I marked with O to search for supplies. The doors marked with X have zombies inside, be careful. Before leaving, he added, if you need help, come to 806. My name is Li Fan. After Li Fan left, Jiang Menglan grumbled at her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. Look at Li Fan, then look at you. You don't even dare step out. Zhong Hongfei stiffly replied, maybe he trained in martial arts. He's braver and stronger. You know I'm the only son in my family, and I'm a liberal arts student, how could I act recklessly? Jiang Menglan didn't want to argue more and asked. He said the rooms marked with O are empty, are you brave enough to go search? Zhong Hongfei puffed out his chest and said, of course I dare, but our food will last 3 to 5 more days. Let's not take risks now, what if he's lying, or made a mistake? Jiang Menglan sighed in frustration. Fine, whatever you want. I don't dare go out alone either. Li Fan returned to 806. It was almost noon, the whole morning had passed. Time to eat. Chi-Chi, yeah, come here. Li Fan called out, seeing the table full of dishes. And Yun, Zhu Ting, and Xiao Hui came out of the bedroom. And Qin Xinyan and Zhao Fang also came out of the guest room carrying children. How's the situation? Are there many zombies? And Yun asked with concern. Li Fan said. Outside on the upper floors, no zombies. 3 households probably have zombies trapped inside. I've marked everything. Any single women among the 4 households? And Yun asked. Everyone else couldn't help but glance at her. 1406 has a woman living with a child and elderly people. 1305 has 2 women living together. 1105 and 1405 are couples. Li Fan answered truthfully. So from the 6th floor up, it's safe, no zombies, and only the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors have zombies, right? And Yun confirmed. Yeah. Let's eat first, the kids are hungry. Li Fan said, noticing the women were all watching him and Yun talk. You and sister are discussing exactly what we wanted to know. Qin Xinyan said with a smile. Let's eat. Li Fan said, not bothering about anything else, focusing on eating. Suddenly, the TV showing cartoons went black. Power outage? Zhao Fang stood up uncertainly, pressed the dining room light switch, no response. Yes, the power's out. She checked the gas and water, and said happily. Water and gas are still on. Li Fan frowned and said, after we eat, let's go upstairs to find buckets for water, flashlights, candles, and containers for food. No need to rush for food right now. Now he truly realized the burden of having so many women. If he were alone, he could just rely on the system's rations. After eating, Li Fan was about to take Yun and Zhao Fang out to find supplies. But Yun stopped him, telling him to first handle necessary matters. What surprised Li Fan was that Zhu Ting, a first-year high school student, was not inexperienced at all. As for Xiao Hui, that was even more obvious. Li Fan didn't feel like he was taking any advantage at all. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then he went ahead and completed another round to allocate the food rations. By the time everything was done, it was already 1:40 in the afternoon. Looking at the 5 women, Li Fan honestly felt that it was truly enjoyable, something he would never have dared to even dream of before, but now it was really happening. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhu Ting successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A first conquest reward package is available. Claim it. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Xiao Hui successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A conquest reward package is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired Defense Protective Shield, LV1, covers 1 person, proficiency 0/100. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. Acquired Special Invisibility, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Special Invisibility allows invisibility from the naked eye. Effectiveness is halved during the daytime. Can still be sensed. Zhu Ting's reward package gave the Defense Protective Shield, while Xiao Hui's reward package gave the Special Invisibility. 2 waves of heat surged in succession, and Li Fan could clearly feel that his body became stronger again. During the novice period, the 1-hit certain activation effect was still active, which meant that apart from Qin Xinyan, who was still recovering after childbirth, the other 4 women were now all pregnant with his children. He wondered what kind of rewards there would be after the children were born. Of course, it was still too early to think about that. But if they didn't find a safe place and a doctor within 3 to 5 months, it would be much more troublesome when their bellies started to grow. Now he had 140 special proficiency points again. Li Fan upgraded the Defense Protective Shield to LV2. Defense Protective Shield, LV2, covers 2 people, proficiency 0/500. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. He explained the new superpowers to the 5 women and claimed the lunch supplies, 9 lunchboxes for lunch. The new abilities are, 1 called Protective Shield, a defensive skill, and another called Invisibility. Li Fan said, then demonstrated the abilities. A golden shield appeared around his body and then slowly faded, but the defensive effect remained. This protective shield can protect more people as its level increases. However, after being attacked and disappearing, it needs a 30-minute cooldown. As for how strong the protection is, it's still unclear. Li Fan explained carefully. This is great. At least it gives you more safety. And Yun Yun said happily. During emergencies, it can buy time for rescue too. Qin Qingyan added, should I demonstrate the invisibility too? Li Fan asked, seeing the women whispering. Of course, we want to see. Li Fan activated invisibility, but during daytime, its effect was halved, and even he could see a faint blurry outline of himself, like he hadn't mastered the skill properly. This isn't very good, we can still see you with our eyes. What kind of invisibility is this? And Yun Yun and Xiao Hui complained. I think it's fine. We can see him only because he's standing right in front of us. If he hides and uses it, it would be much harder to spot. Shu Ting said boldly. I think so too. And it would be even harder to notice at night. Qin Qingyan agreed. Alright, the results are good. With this protective shield, we can ensure Li Fan's safety. We can now start clearing zombies downstairs and explore outside. And Yun Yun said happily. She hadn't forgotten that she wanted Li Fan to visit her house. Next, Li Fan took Yun Yun and Zhao Fong to search for useful items. Bang! Li Fan kicked open the door of Unit 905, which had been marked with an O. It was clear that Li Fan's strength was now even greater than a zombie's. Searching around, they found 2 water buckets, 2 lunchboxes, half a bag of rice, and a shopping bag full of snacks, all stored into the Qian Kuan bag. Then they moved to the next place, Unit 1006, Wan Yuan's home. The security door couldn't be forced open by brute strength without tools, so Li Fan didn't try to break it. Instead, they went to Zhu Ting's home and found a large barrel for storing rice, 2 more lunchboxes, 3 bags of rice, a barrel of cooking oil, some candles, a large flashlight, and some hardware tools. Then they tried Units 1106, 1205, 1605, and 1606. No one lived there, and without the keys, they couldn't open the security doors. In Unit 1205, Li Fan found a 1.5 meter long, 5 centimeter thick steel rod. Finally, he found a suitable weapon. With his strength now, swinging the steel rod could probably send a zombie flying. He couldn't wait to try it. So he decided not to search further and said to Yun Yun, Sisterin, I'll send you back first. You guys can start filling the buckets and wash up. Then I'll go clean up the zombies downstairs. Alright. The water buckets are enough. At most, we can stay here 3 to 5 more days before finding a better place. And Yun Yun agreed, fully supporting Li Fan's rapid growth. But first, take me to 1305. I want to ask those 2 women if they want to join us. Okay. Since it was for his benefit, Li Fan had no reason to refuse. At 1305, and Yun Yun knocked and called out. Hello, I'm Yun Yun from the 8th floor. We're preparing to go out soon to find supplies and a better place to stay. Would you like to come with us? When Li Fan had knocked before, someone had clearly been at the door but stayed silent. This time it was the same, no response. And Yun Yun added, we'll provide food, shelter, and safety. If you miss this chance, you might regret it. Think carefully, I'll wait 2 minutes outside the door. Alright, 2 minutes are up. And Yun Yun said after waiting 2 minutes and seeing no response from inside. She didn't bother saying anything more. Let's go, Sisterin. Li Fan said. The door of 1305 opened, and 2 disheveled, dirty-looking women appeared at the doorway. Detected strategy target Jiang Qiufang. Bind? Detected strategy target Jiang Dongfang. Bind? Li Fan selected yes for both. Strategy target Jiang Qiufang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Strategy target Jiang Dongfang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. These 2 were actually sisters. Is it really food, housing, and safety guaranteed? They asked. Really? And Yun Yun replied. What do we need to do? They asked. Just follow and do what everyone else is doing. Do we have to fight zombies too? Mainly he fights the zombies. We haven't had to fight yet. Okay, we'll go with you. Through simple questions and answers, Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang agreed to join Yun Yun and the others. Zhao Fong truly admired how Yun Yun worked so hard helping Li Fan find women and persuade them. When they reached 806, Li Fan didn't go inside. He waited for them to close the door before heading down to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 child, and the door was open. With a weapon in hand and his full attributes now doubled, Li Fan's physical strength was about 3 times that of a normal person. To be safe, he cast a protective shield on himself first, in case he was accidentally grabbed by a zombie. Hearing noise, the zombies rushed over. Naturally, Li Fan didn't just let them attack to test his shield, he immediately stabbed the adult zombie straight through the forehead, then stabbed the smaller one. But neither died immediately, so Li Fan had to smash their heads completely. The scene was a bit disgusting, but after seeing the carnage in the elevator, he had developed some resistance. Looks like I still need a longer knife. Using a steel rod to kill zombies is a bit tiring, Li Fan muttered. He threw 2 fireballs at the corpses and then ran down to the second floor. There were also 2 zombies there. This time Li Fan didn't stab, he directly swung at their heads. Half a zombie's head flew off and they immediately collapsed. There were 8 zombies downstairs. Relying on his protective shield, Li Fan charged in. Swinging wildly, smacking everything, the zombies couldn't get close and just roared until they were all killed. After confirming they were completely dead, Li Fan withdrew the protective shield and cast fireball spells to burn the corpses. The bloody scene was quite terrifying, but burning it all clean was better. At the same time, something shiny on the ground caught Li Fan's eye. A corpse core? Or a power seed? Li Fan muttered, his imagination running wild from reading too many web novels. He picked it up, it was a crescent-shaped transparent crystal. Later, in the ashes on the 2nd and 5th floors, he found 2 more crescent-shaped transparent crystals. Judging by the drop rate, it's unlikely to be a superpower seed, Li Fan said to himself. As for what it was for, he would have to study it slowly. Then Li Fan started knocking on doors on the 3rd and 4th floors, but there was no response. Anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to break the door, Li Fan shouted. Because of his words, someone answered from 305 and 406. They didn't sound like they were starving. So Li Fan used his steel rod to break open the doors of 306 and 405. No one was inside, no zombies either, it seemed they had gone to work or out for fun over the weekend. He collected food and a medical kit from 306, food from 405, stored everything in the Chinkuan bag, marked the rooms, and then went to check the 6th and 7th floors. He already knew someone lived in 705, they had cursed at him earlier. Sure enough, no one was in 605 or 606. But 705 and 706 were occupied. After a quick search and marking, he didn't bother them further. Returning to 806, he showed the crescent crystals to Yun and the others and briefly explained the situation downstairs. The zombies blocking the way downstairs have been cleared. I'm thinking about using invisibility tonight to scout ahead. Good. My parents' home isn't far, about 2 or 3 miles away, at Zongguiwan Community. You can walk toward the residential area. And Yun said excitedly. Alright, I'll walk along the main road toward the bus stop. Li Fan nodded. You should take a shower and rest first. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then you can go tonight. And Yun said, giving him a look. After washing up, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang changed into clean clothes. They looked much better, not beautiful but delicate and neat. They were about 70% alike, but on closer look, it was clear that elder sister Zhang Qiufang was taller and thinner, and younger sister Zhang Dongfang was shorter and heavier. You could tell them apart by their size. After showering and plowing the fields, Li Fan felt 2 faint warm streams merge with the energy already circulating in his body. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Qiufang successfully conquered. Hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1. Reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. First conquest reward package available. Claim it. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Dongfang successfully conquered. Hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1. Reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Conquest reward package available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired element water manipulation, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element water manipulation allows control over water. Increases body water resistance by 50%. Acquired element freezing spell, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element freezing spell allows freezing of liquids. Zhang Qiufang's reward package gave the water manipulation skill, while Zhang Dongfang's gave the freezing spell. Before Li Fan could even demonstrate his new powers, the system sent another prompt. Host's family members now exceed 10. Achievement reward for a 10-member family is available. Claim it? Li Fan chose yes. When the apocalypse disaster arrives, if the host of the family reproduction system expands the number of family members to 10, the family member subsystem can be activated. Currently, the number of family member subsystems that can be activated is 1. Please choose carefully one family member to bind to the family member subsystem. Newbie period tip: after activating the family member subsystem, the family reproduction system will be upgraded, unlocking the personal attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem panel. Li Fan felt that the system had given him another difficult problem. There were 7 women, but he could only assign one subsystem, and he still didn't know if this subsystem, like his, would grant superpowers through intimacy with the opposite sex. Was he supposed to green hat himself? If that were the case, what was the point of assigning it? But if he didn't take this step, how could he know the true nature of the family member subsystem? It was better to first test the new superpowers. This time, element, water flow technique and element, freezing technique were 2 abilities that could assist each other. Li Fan thought they were pretty good. However, when he discovered that the water flow technique, like the fireball technique, also required internal energy to condense into water, he no longer thought so. From the looks of it, he needed to prepare a large amount of water or stay near a water source, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the water flow. He threw the water ball condensed in his hand and used the freezing technique to freeze it. A pile of unevenly sized ice lumps fell to the ground. One is called water flow technique, and the other is called freezing technique. They can assist each other. I choose An Yun to bind to the family member subsystem. Li Fan thought about how An Yun had devoted herself to helping him find women and soothe women. He had already made his choice. Binding successful. Family reproduction system is upgrading. Please wait. As dinner approached, Li Fan once again became like an old ox plowing the field, diligently completing the daily fixed task. The special proficiency points had accumulated to 180 points. This time, the fixed task took even more time, an hour and a half, and it was getting dark outside. At this moment, the system prompt popped up. Family reproduction system upgrade complete. New features: host attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 360. Energy, 360. Constitution, 36. Strength, 34. Spirit, 36. Agility, 32. Superpowers: element, fireball technique LV2, space, Shankuan bag LV2, summoning, animal LV1, defense, protective shield LV2, special, invisibility technique LV1, element, water flow technique LV1, element, freezing technique LV1. The family member attribute panel showed An Yun attribute panel, Qing Yan attribute panel, Jiaofang attribute panel, Zhuting attribute panel, Xiaohui attribute panel, Jiang Jiufang attribute panel, Jiang Dongfang attribute panel. When opening An Yun attribute panel, it displayed family member An Yun. Health, 70. Energy, 70. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Spirit, 7. Agility, 5. Superpowers, none. Status: critical hit effect activated. Currently in pregnancy period. The family member subsystem displayed family member subsystem bound to An Yun. Activate? Li Fan kept An Yun back, preparing to tell her about the family member subsystem, but in a different way. I kept you because I sensed that when your numbers exceed a certain amount, it seems that those who have a close relationship with me can also gain superpowers. As long as I choose someone, they can gain a superpower. I just tried choosing you, sister, and try to see if anything changes? While speaking, Li Fan decided to activate the family member subsystem. Family member subsystem activated. Bound to An Yun. An Yun's all attributes +2. Gain superpower element, fireball technique, LV1, proficiency 0/100. After listening to Li Fan, An Yun was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, she felt a faint warm current rising and circulating inside her body. In her mind appeared information about the superpower element, fireball technique. With just a thought, a small flame appeared in her hand, slowly forming a small fireball. It was much smaller than the fireball Li Fan condensed after his attributes were doubled. The fireball can only grow this big? It's so small. An Yun said discontentedly, and then the fireball dispersed with her thought. Then she frowned and said, "Isn't this the superpower you got after being with me? Now I can also have the same superpower? Then if I find another man, could I gain different superpowers?" As expected, An Yun's thinking had changed dramatically. Li Fan guessed that if he gave a positive answer, she might really go find another man. Fortunately, after activation, the family member subsystem showed family member subsystem bound to An Yun. Deactivate? It was obvious that the family member subsystem was controlled by Li Fan, the family reproduction system host, and he could manipulate it freely. Probably not. your superpower is under my control. It's like I'm lending it to you, you can't acquire multiple superpowers like I can. After choosing to deactivate the family member subsystem, Li Fan reminded In Yun, try again and see if you still have the superpower. Although In Yun still felt the warm current flowing inside her, when she tried to summon flames with her thought, nothing happened. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. She said dejectedly, it's really gone. It seems you truly are the master, and I am the servant. Don't be so discouraged. Since I could lend you one superpower, maybe I can lend you other superpowers in the future. This is just the beginning, don't you think? Li Fan reopened the family member subsystem. And Yun thought about it and agreed. If there's one, there could be a second. As long as they found the way, it would work. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Anyway, her goal was to find more women for Li Fan, so he could become stronger and stronger. And Yun asked, should we tell them about this? Li Fan considered and said, I want to hear your opinion. After all, the issue isn't about scarcity but about unfairness. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. I really can't understand what you women think. I think it's better to tell them. If you are sure that later you can lend superpowers to others, then they will have something to look forward to and can integrate into our big family faster and better. Besides, they are all your bedmates. All right. Li Fan had no objections to this and felt it showed more respect to listen to In Yun's opinion. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll talk to them, In Yun said. Li Fan got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, taking out all the dinner they had prepared for everyone. The food cooked at noon had already been packed into lunchboxes they collected today. It was still a bit warm. If one lunchbox wasn't enough to fill up, they could still eat the other prepared dishes. The two sisters, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang, ate the most, probably because they hadn't eaten enough at home. Now seeing so much good food, they ate until their bellies were round. The others didn't eat much. The children especially ate very little, they couldn't even finish one lunchbox. Besides, there were apples they could eat as snacks. After dinner, seeing that it was completely dark outside, Li Fan said a few words and went out to scout the road. After Li Fan left, and Yun then told the others about her also having a superpower. What's going on? Sisterin, you also gain superpowers like Li Fan? The others rushed to ask the same question. And Yun shook her head and explained, this isn't my superpower. It's a superpower that Li Fan lent me. When our number reaches a certain point, Li Fan can lend his superpowers to us. Zhang Qiufang asked, so now, among the 7 of us, he can only lend a superpower to one person? Zhang Dongfang also asked, if there are another 7 people, he can lend a superpower to one more person? And Yun shook her head, indicating she didn't know, maybe. The exact situation still needs to be seen after we have more people. Qin Xingyan said, in the row houses along the street, there should still be quite a few women living alone. But Sisterin, didn't you say before that we should find a safer place to settle down? And Yun nodded and said, now, with just the 7 of us, this place is already too cramped. So we need to find a big villa first. It should be in the Riverside New Town. You should know there's a villa district there. We can find a big villa where no one is home and move in. Chao Hui was clearly unwilling. The Riverside New Town is 8 or 9 miles away from here. Who knows how many zombies we might run into along the way. There's no need to go that far. It's better to find a large flat unit in the nearby Daijing International Community. Shu Ting softly suggested, or we could break through the walls here and connect to the next units. After clearing out the zombies, this row of units along the street would be enough to live in. Plus, there are some shops downstairs, so finding supplies would be convenient. Zhao Fang stayed silent. She had already decided to follow in Yun and Qin Xingyan, ignoring the others. Living here, there's no electricity, no water, no gas. In the Riverside Newtown Villa area, there's diverted river water flowing through. No need to worry about water issues. Also, some luxury villas have independent power supply systems. With electricity, we can cook fresh food. There are fewer people, so it's a bit safer. Plus, there are big shopping malls nearby. It's better than living here, said In Yun. But 8 or 9 miles away, and only you and Li Fan have superpowers. If we get caught by zombies, we'll turn into zombies too. Better to stay here in the row houses. Chao Hui clearly opposed moving to Riverside New Town and directly supported Zhu Ting's idea of staying. We'll drive and make a path, and Yun said, looking a little angry at Chao Hui. Chao Hui argued back, if we get blocked by zombies in the car, it'll be even harder to advance or retreat. Shu Ting also mustered her courage and said, driving isn't just about zombies. Many cars are blocking the roads. Right now, it's just Brother Fan alone. Even if we want to move, we should wait until we're stronger. Besides, it's easy for Brother Fan to get stronger. There are also plenty of women to find in the row houses, added Chao Hui. Seeing that Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, along with the others, didn't support her, and Yun Yun realized it was indeed a bit too early to talk about moving, so she said with a darkened face, "Then let's wait for Li Fan to come back and ask for his opinion." Li Fan didn't know what had happened at home. He was using the invisibility technique to move through the darkness towards Zhonggu Garden Community. Thanks to his attributes being 3 times that of an ordinary person, his eyesight had improved as well. Otherwise, in this pitch-black night, he wouldn't have been able to tell direction or see anything. He was thinking that he should have checked the situation earlier when there was still electricity and streetlights, when suddenly, a sense of danger surged up. He immediately activated the protective shield on his body. Fortunately, the dark figure crashed into the shield. Looking closely, Li Fan found that the dark figure looked like a big cat, about the size of a hunting dog, but it was already a zombie cat. It was unclear what it had eaten to grow so big. Almost at the same time he saw it clearly, Li Fan swung his steel rod at it. Unlike ordinary zombies, this zombie cat with sensory abilities was much more agile, and Li Fan's swing missed. Li Fan knew that his invisibility technique couldn't fool zombies with sensory abilities. If he couldn't kill this zombie cat quickly, and it caused a commotion attracting more zombies, he would have to retreat empty-handed. Thinking of the puddles on the ground, Li Fan swung at the zombie cat while using the water flow technique to splash water towards where the cat might dodge. Sure enough, after 3 tries, the zombie cat was soaked. Li Fan then used the freezing technique to freeze it and smashed it in half with his steel rod. Li Fan couldn't help but feel that having many superpowers made fighting much more enjoyable. Hearing no other noises, Li Fan put away his protective shield, activated invisibility again, and threw a fireball at the still-moving zombie cat. Standing nearby, he waited for the fireball to extinguish, wanting to see if there would be a glowing crystal. As expected, zombies with abilities really did have glowing crystals. Moreover, it wasn't the half-moon-shaped crystal from before, but a circular crystal with a hollow center. It looked obviously more advanced. On the way after that, Li Fan stuck close to the walls and hid in dark corners, not encountering any more sensory zombies. Once, while invisible, Li Fan was face-to-face with a zombie at a corner. He only dared to breathe out after the zombie cluelessly wandered away. The bloody, rotten stench from the zombie was enough to blind a person. Still, what he saw along the way made him feel heavy. Zombies had started mutating. Besides the zombie cat with sensory abilities, he also saw a huge zombie, 2 to 3 meters tall, that could smash walls with one hand and kick away cars with 1 foot. Li Fan admitted to himself that he couldn't handle that yet. There was also an extremely agile zombie that could leap 1 or 2 floors high in one jump, followed by screams of human survivors from inside the building. Zombies were everywhere. Especially when he passed by an office building, many figures, it was hard to tell if they were people or zombies, jumped down from the building. Li Fan figured they were likely desperate survivors who didn't want to be eaten alive. He could only hope now that more humans would awaken superpowers soon so they wouldn't be slaughtered by zombies. Finally reaching Zhonggu Garden Community, what normally took just over 10 minutes took him 30 to 40 minutes of cautious movement. Building 3, Unit 402, third building to the left after entering the community. Remembering in Yun Yun's words, Li Fan quickly found Building 3, Unit 402. The door was tightly locked. It seemed that Yun Yun's family hadn't had an accident yet. He knocked lightly on the door. Inside, a young man's weak voice said, "Stop knocking. We don't have any food left either. You can tell from my voice that I'm starving. There's no way we have any food to give you." It was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. For many families who used to eat out or order takeout, it was indeed about the time when they would run out of food at home. Then they would start borrowing food from familiar neighbors. It seemed that the family's neighbors had also come to borrow food, and judging from the words, this was obviously not the first time. "I'm a friend of Yun Yun. You must be in Qinghua?" Li Fan said softly. "You're my sister's friend? How is my sister? Hey, where are you?" The family's door opened a crack from the inside, revealing a clean and delicate face. Fortunately, the voice wasn't effeminate. Boyish-looking, Li Fan thought of this term when he saw Qinghua. If he hadn't known that Yun Yun had no younger sister, he might really have mistaken this short-haired, delicate-looking boy for a girl. Li Fan revealed himself and took out the letter Yun Yun had written to her family, saying, "This is a letter your sister wrote to you. She's doing well, but your brother-in-law Li Tianmao may have had an accident." Then he took out a bag of food from the Chinkuan bag, mainly apples and the snacks and instant noodles he had previously found in other rooms. "Your sister asked me to bring you this. Save it and eat sparingly. We will come pick you up in a few days." And Xinhua never dreamed that his sister was still thinking of the family at such a time. and could even arrange for someone to bring them food. He was extremely moved. What about Chi-Chi? Do they have enough food to eat? However, and Xinhua still had a conscience and did not immediately take the food. Instead, he first asked about his sister's situation. This made Li Fan feel that the Yin family was not bad, at least they weren't ungrateful. Placing the bag at the door, Li Fan said, "They're all doing well. You just stay hidden at home and wait for me and your sister to come rescue you. Hey, big brother, don't rush off yet. I have something to ask." And Xinhua, feeling that Li Fan was about to leave, hurriedly opened the door and grabbed him. "There are 4 bandit thugs in this building. Since the 3rd day, they've been robbing food from us survivors every day. Zombies can't unlock doors or climb stairs, so they aren't a big problem. But these bandits, relying on having 4 big strong guys, bully us common folk. A married couple next door not only had their food stolen but were also assaulted. One of the bastards even wanted to force himself on me, knowing I'm a guy. Please, big brother, help us get rid of them," and Xinhua said, trembling. "Do they have guns? Knives? Are they very strong? Why don't you all fight back together?" Li Fan asked, puzzled. "They don't have guns. They have knives and iron rods. Just street thugs, not really that strong. But we can't unite. On weekends, people at home are either nerds or elderly and children. The adults are either out playing or working overtime. The man next door at 403 even watched his wife get assaulted and didn't dare resist. How could we unite?" Li Fan thought it made sense. Many people had been worn down by society and had lost their fighting spirit. So he asked, "Where do they live?" 603. They locked up the women from 602 and 604 to use as they please. The man from 604 couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped to his death. Li Fan was stunned. They weren't even afraid of death, yet didn't dare pick up a knife to fight for their wives? Isn't it ridiculous? Not afraid of dying, yet don't dare fight the bandits? And Xinhua said helplessly, "What about the women they took?" Li Fan asked, still alive. After all, better to live in humiliation than to die, and Xinhua shook his head and said, truly pitiful. Li Fan shook his head and told Xinhua, "Lock your door. I'll go kill them. Just 4 men, right?" "Right. They're fierce looking, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos. You'll recognize them at a glance. They might also be in 602 or 604, and Xinhua reminded him. These bandit thugs were indeed arrogant, robbing food, women, and even housing. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh, such is the spirit of the apocalypse. Against a few non-mutated people, Li Fan naturally wasn't afraid at all. Even without his 7 superpowers, just his 3 times stronger attributes were enough to take down 3 or 4 people. Still, to be safe, he activated a protective shield. He listened carefully at 602, 603, and 604 and confirmed that there were people in 603 and 604. So he smashed open 603's lock with the steel rod. The people inside, busy with something, rushed out half naked at the sound. Seeing a fat man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He swung the steel rod, and the man's head was immediately separated from his body, even easier than killing a zombie. Then he kicked open the doors of the 3 bedrooms, finding women with messy hair tied to beds in each room, presumably the residents of 602, 603, and 604. The system didn't disappoint Li Fan. Every woman triggered a system notification. Detected potential target Lin Yujia. Bind target? Detected potential target Sun Lanyan. Bind target? Detected potential target Ma Xiaofeng. Bind target? Li Fan ignored the system, ignored the women too, and rushed straight to 604. Inside 604, the scene was even messier, 3 men and 1 woman. They were too caught up in their fun to react when Li Fan burst in. One standing man just opened his mouth to curse when a sharp steel rod swung at him. His fat head flew off, his face still twisted in rage. The other 2, one lying down, one kneeling, pushed the woman away, one trying to crawl up, one reaching for a steel knife nearby. The steel rod pierced through both their throats with 2 quick thrusts. Detected potential target Pantone. Bind target? Li Fan glanced at the woman tied hand and foot, gasping for air with white eyes rolled back. He pulled the steel knife from one man's hand and cut her free, but didn't bother with her further. He then went back to 603 and freed the 3 tied-up women. One of them, Ma Xiaofeng, silently put on her torn clothes and wanted to follow Li Fan. The other 2 women stayed motionless, staring blankly without reacting. Li Fan turned and said to Ma Xiaofeng, "I don't live here. I live over 2 miles away at Lingfu Community on Xinyuan Road. You'd better stay at home." "No, I'm alone. My parents went out earlier and never came back. Don't mind me. If I get bitten by zombies, so be it." If I'm lucky enough to follow you to the street-side buildings, I just ask for a bite of food. After that, I'll do whatever you say, even block zombies for you, Ma Xiaofeng said coldly but calmly. While they were talking in the public area, Pan Tong from 604 also dressed and came over. Since they insisted, Li Fan didn't refuse. Anyway, he had a protective shield. If they couldn't keep up and got bitten by zombies, he could just use invisibility to escape. It wouldn't delay him much. The stairwell was very dark, with a few scattered zombies. Since he couldn't use invisibility to avoid them, Li Fan simply killed each one with a swing of his rod. He easily made it to the first floor, with the two women crawling and stumbling behind but eventually catching up. Since he had the protective shield on him, to be safe, Li Fan didn't throw fireballs at the zombies just for the chance of getting a few half-moon-shaped crystals. Li Fan advised again, outside it's so dark you can't even see your own hand. You can't possibly keep up with me. You should just go back and hide at home. Staying at home is just waiting to die anyway. It's better to take a gamble following you, Ma Xiaofeng said with firm determination. Pan Tong remained silent, just following along. Since that's what you've decided, then fend for yourselves, Li Fan said, no longer trying to persuade them. Good words can't save those who want to die. At the same time, he thought that maybe this was a chance to test whether system-bound characters would disappear upon death, so he bound the two women as targets. Target Ma Xiaofeng successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Target Pan Tong successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Now it depended on whether, if they died, the system would automatically unbind them or show some other effect. However, along the way, Li Fan still tried to stick to paths with fewer zombies, and as long as the distance between them didn't get too far, he would stop and wait for them. As long as there were no mutant zombies or groups of more than 10 zombies, he wasn't afraid of stray zombies rushing at him. Maybe the women had adapted to the darkness, because gradually they were able to keep up. After all, it was only a little over 2 miles, not far, just slow going in the dark. However, up ahead was the territory of 2 mutant zombies. Li Fan was worried that the breath of 3 living people would alert them. Thinking about it, he stopped and said, "Ahead, there are 2 mutant zombies. You two should smear some zombie blood and flesh on yourselves to cover your scent." Saying that, Li Fan found a zombie he had killed earlier, smashed it a few times with the rod, and motioned for Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to wipe some bloody flesh on themselves. Naturally, this was another experiment by Li Fan. Most of his knowledge about zombies came from TV and movies. He didn't know if it would work, but it was worth trying. Smelling the zombie's characteristic sour stench, Li Fan had the 2 women follow him. Li Fan carefully retraced his path, successfully avoiding the giant mutant zombie without incident. The agile zombie kept running and leaping towards the surrounding buildings, sometimes successfully landing on the 3rd or 4th floor and attacking survivors, sometimes failing and falling to the ground before getting up and trying again. Its head had already been flattened from the falls, and its facial features were twisted out of place. Just as Li Fan was trying to carefully sneak past the agile mutant zombie, Ma Xiaofeng was startled by a zombie that crawled out of a car, covered her mouth, but still let out a short scream, which alerted the agile mutant zombie perched on the 3rd floor. "Run quickly, now it's all up to fate," Li Fan said while running, his eyes fixed on the mutant zombie rushing at them. This creature was not much slower than him, but much faster than the 2 women. "I live about 300 meters ahead in Linfu Community, Unit C. If you can reach the entrance, I'll save you." Li Fan didn't bother with them and accelerated towards his destination. 300 meters was about 20 seconds for Li Fan, but for the 2 women, it could mean life or death. Ma Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and ran with all her might, knowing that this last stretch would decide everything. Pan Tong also knew it was a life-or-death moment. The zombie behind was too fast. If she couldn't reach the entrance, Li Fan definitely wouldn't save her. After all, he had seen the ugliest side of her. Li Fan stood at the unit entrance, opened the door, and waited. But he didn't hold out much hope. However, what Li Fan didn't expect was that the agile mutant zombie didn't attack the 2 slow-running women but instead directly charged at him. Damn it, even brainy mutant zombies are this stupid? Li Fan couldn't help but complain. With the protective shield on, Li Fan wasn't afraid of it getting close. He locked the unit door again and swung his steel rod upward. The zombie didn't hesitate at all and smashed straight into Li Fan's protective shield. /*T. Feeling the shield flicker and dim, Li Fan was slammed against the unit door, pain shooting up his back, and he couldn't help cursing. He felt he had really suffered a loss. Not only had he failed to test anything, but he had also attracted an agile mutant zombie. He threw the key on the ground and said to the two women running up, "Open the door and wait inside. I'll lure this brain-dead zombie away for a walk." At the same time, he froze a puddle of water in front of the zombie's path. As expected, the zombie slipped and fell. But it didn't get hurt, it just got up and continued. Li Fan quickly ran back along the way he came, wondering if mutant zombies would fight each other. If not, he would just hide using invisibility. Because of the darkness, Li Fan only saw the giant zombie when he was within 30 meters. He quickly activated invisibility and quietly slipped away from the other side. The agile mutant zombie behind him, however, immediately sensed the giant mutant zombie nearby. This was the edge of the giant zombie's territory. If it kept rushing forward, a fight would break out. Meanwhile, the cunning human it was chasing had disappeared. The giant zombie made roar and bang bang sounds, warning the agile one to back off, or it would really fight. The agile mutant zombie reluctantly retreated. It knew it couldn't beat the giant zombie yet. It needed to eat more delicious food and grow stronger. It took Li Fan 8 or 9 more minutes, fuming, to get back to the unit building. This agile mutant zombie was too fast. Li Fan couldn't hit it with his steel rod, and he couldn't freeze its feet like he had with the mutant zombie cat because his freezing ability wasn't strong enough yet to instantly freeze a human. He didn't want to fight it head-on either, so he had no choice but to run. He hadn't expected that the brain-dead mutant zombie would ignore the slow-running women and come straight for him. Seeing the two women in front of him, covered in blood and reeking of stench, Li Fan suddenly remembered his earlier experiment about the smell. Maybe it actually worked? Li Fan brought Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to the 8th floor, letting them stay in room 805. He gave them a bucket of water for washing, 3 bottles of system-provided water, and some instant noodles and snacks, then ignored them. Walking into room 806, he went straight into the bathroom to clean up a little. When he came out, and Yun came up to tell him about the opinions everyone had discussed earlier. Li Fan frowned and listened for a while before saying, "First, let's search the different units in the row houses. Outside, there are 2 mutant zombies. One is 3 meters tall and can flip a car with one palm. The other runs extremely fast and can jump up 3 or 4 floors high. I just tried. If I can't slow it down, I can't kill it instantly. I also encountered a mutant cat earlier, which could sense my invisibility. But it's already been killed, and I got a crystal from it, different from the ones before. And I'm sure there are far more mutant zombies outside than just these few. Let's first clean up the nearby residential blocks." While speaking, he took out the round crystal from his storage space. "Are we really going to smash through the walls?" And Yun looked and then asked the others. "Tomorrow, go to the 16th floor to smash them. If we accidentally hit a load-bearing pillar, it won't matter," Li Fan thought for a moment and said. Then he talked about Xinghua's request and the bandit thugs at Building 3 in Zhenggu Garden, including Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, who had followed him. The women all felt sympathy after hearing about Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong's experiences and admired their courage for daring to follow. Of course, they were even more grateful to Li Fan for treating them so gently. It was truly a world of difference compared to the outside. Chao Hui, however, frowned and said, "For women like them, it's better not to touch them. What if they're sick?" Upon hearing sick, and Yun and the others also looked at Li Fan. If they really had a disease, it would spread and wipe them all out. "I put them next door, treating them as subordinates. Since you all can't come with me to kill zombies, they're just right for the job," Li Fan naturally understood. Although Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were a bit pitiful, he indeed had no intention of touching them. Everyone sighed in relief. Just thinking about how they had been passed around by the bandits made them feel uncomfortable. Luckily, Li Fan wasn't so desperate. This time, and Yun didn't try to persuade Li Fan to make do with them either. "Get a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll break through the walls between 1605 and 1606, then check units B and D. If there are bandits like in Zhenggu Garden, we'll eliminate them for the people. Brother Fan can also play the hero rescuing the beauty," Zhu Ting softly added. Li Fan smiled, pulled her over, and kissed her. "Yes, hero rescuing the beauty. Do you have any friends living in units B and D? I can check on them for you." And Yun smiled and said, "Of course. It's all the same community. I know Zhang Lei from B Unit 404, and Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan from 1104, they're my age and have kids about the same age. Also, Fang Dandan from D Unit 608, and Pang Yanxia from 1408. And there's also Units A, E, and F. I'll make a list tomorrow so you can check them if you have the chance." Chao Wei also mentioned a few female friends she knew from playing cards. Li Fan didn't bother remembering, he asked them to write it down tomorrow. If he could help, he would. Half asleep on the sofa, Li Fan felt someone crawl onto him. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Chao Hui. He wasn't surprised, she was never a proper woman anyway. Thus began the morning mission menu, one after another, non-stop. Afterward, dawn was already breaking outside. Li Fan got up without feeling sore or tired, washed up, and claimed the family supplies. Then he started upgrading his superpowers. This time he gained not 140 points of special proficiency, but 160 points, because In Yunyan's family member's subsystem had gained 20 points of special proficiency, which could be returned to him. Altogether, he had 300 points. Li Fan upgraded special, invisibility, element, water flow technique, and element, freezing technique all to level 2 in one go. Element, water flow technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, water flow technique, flexible control of water, increases body's water element resistance by 60%. Element, freezing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, freezing technique, can rapidly freeze small amounts of liquid. Special, invisibility, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special, invisibility, method of becoming invisible to the naked eye. Weaker effect during daytime, can be sensed. There wasn't much change yet, but as long as he kept upgrading, he would definitely become stronger, that was beyond doubt. After breakfast, Li Fan went next door to call Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to go break through the walls to units B and D with him. After cleaning up, it was clear that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were indeed quite good-looking. Ma Xiaofeng had a typical internet celebrity face, while Pan Tong looked a bit baby-faced. However, seeing their clothes, it was obvious they were in bad shape. Ma Xiaofeng's inner clothes were almost torn into rags, covered by a casual jacket left behind in Li Fan's home. Pan Tong wasn't much better, wearing men's clothes that didn't fit, also found at Li Fan's place. Come with me next door and find some proper clothes for you. When In Yunyun opened the door and saw Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, she thought both women looked good. If they hadn't been used by 4 men, she might even have wanted Li Fan to make use of them. After all, each woman represented a new superpower in food resources. Of course, the main concern was still the fear of disease and cross-infection. It would be great if there was a doctor who could check them. Zhao Fan was inside finding suitable clothes for them to change into. And Yun remembered something and said to Li Fan, "There's a female doctor named Yu Tsaixia in Unit D, living in 1008. Her husband also seems to be a chief physician. If you see them when you go over, it would be best to have her check them, so they don't leave any health problems." Li Fan kept the doctor in mind and asked, "Is she a gynecologist? I don't remember if she's a gynecologist or an obstetrician." "You'll know once you ask her when you see her," and Yun couldn't recall clearly. They weren't that familiar, just knew that such a person existed. Ma Xiaofeng's figure was about the same as the Jiang sisters, so she wore a round-neck t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Pan Tong's figure was about the same as Chao Hui's, wearing a striped shirt and black casual pants. "Let's go." You can also search the rooms downstairs for anything useful. It's safe downstairs. There are still 3 zombie-infected apartments upstairs that I haven't cleared yet, but they are marked. Just be careful, Li Fan said as he led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong out of the room, then turned back to speak to In Yun and the others. And Yun nodded in agreement. They walked all the way to the 16th floor. Li Fan easily smashed open the door to 1605 and walked onto the balcony, preparing to check the situation in Unit B's 1604. "Is anyone next door? If you're there, answer me." The zombies downstairs at 1505 roared a few times when they heard the noise, but no other people responded. So Li Fan took out 2 small hammers and a file from the Qinkuan bag and said to Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, "I'll first poke a few holes with the steel rod. You 2 slowly widen them bit by bit. I don't have a proper sledgehammer to knock down the wall, so we'll have to do it this way, slowly." Fortunately, the wall Li Fan pierced was not a load-bearing wall. It was built with bricks and didn't even require Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to slowly hammer it. With a few hard jabs from the steel rod, Li Fan poked out a small hole about 40 to 50 centimeters wide and 70 to 80 centimeters high. With such a loud noise, there was no sound from the opposite side. Obviously, there was no one and no zombies in room 1604. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Li Fan went through first. There was no one inside, and it was very clean. He opened the refrigerator and found that the vegetables and meat inside had spoiled due to the power outage, which was a pity. However, there were still some meat products in the freezer that hadn't completely thawed. In the room, he found a large backpack and a pile of supermarket shopping bags and had Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong collect all usable and edible supplies. In the study, which had been converted from a guest room, there was a very long broadsword, somewhat like a mo dao, forged from steel but not sharpened. Lifting it up, it felt like it weighed more than 40 jin, about 20 kilograms. Besides this broadsword, there were also several swords and knives forged from steel hanging on a wooden rack, none of them sharpened. Li Fan impolitely stored all the swords into his chin-kuan bag. There were also many books about swords, spears, sabers, and halberds on the bookshelf. It seemed that the owner was a cold weapon enthusiast. After cleaning up, Li Fan saw that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong had packed a backpack full of things and 2 bags of miscellaneous items. Do you two want to head back first? You can rest at home if you want. Better to first see the situation here. We can leave the stuff in the room, Ma Xiaofeng said, putting down her backpack. Then one of you stays in the room while the other comes with me, Li Fan said, not wanting to break the room's door. Someone should stay behind to open it later. I'll go with you. Sister Pan stays in the room, Ma Xiaofeng volunteered. Fine. We'll just check the situation in Unit B and look for some friends. If everything is good, we'll leave this side alone and move to Unit D. Li Fan took the list and Yun Yun had written down for him with room numbers and names, ready to help the people needing help. Let's first check if there's anyone in 1603. It'll make it easier to smash through the wall to Unit A later, Li Fan thought. He took Ma Xiaofeng to room 1603 and knocked, saying, anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to smash the door. Hearing no response, Li Fan signaled Ma Xiaofeng to step back, then pierced the door lock with his steel rod and twisted it open. A foul smell rushed out. Following the smell to the bedroom, he found a small corpse lying on the bed, clearly dead for 2 or 3 days. Li Fan threw a fireball at the corpse, burning it to ashes, then bundled up the bedding and threw another fireball. After opening all the windows to ventilate, he left the room and went downstairs. Aren't we going to search the room for supplies? Ma Xiaofeng asked. It stinks too much. We'll check later, Li Fan said, taking a deep breath. On the paper Yun Yun gave him, there were 8 women's names and room numbers for Unit B, apparently gathered together with Qin Xingyan and Xiao Wei. Each name had a note: card friend, dining friend of Xiao Wei, acquaintance of Qin Xingyan, friend of an Yun, whether the husband was home or away, etc. The Zhang Lei of 404 and the Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan of 1104 that an Yun mentioned earlier were also listed. The note for Zhang Lei said her husband worked in a nearby city and only returned home on weekends. The note for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan said Zhang Liman had divorced and was temporarily staying at her sister Zhang Lishan's house. Zhang Lishan's husband worked long-term in another city. Li Fan planned to knock room by room and mark them. No one and no zombies in room 1503, Li Fan marked it with an O. Then he knocked on room 1504. A weak voice inside replied, someone's here. Are you a rescuer? Can you give us food? How many people are in your house? Li Fan asked. 3 people, me, my wife, and my child, the weak voice said. Why didn't you come out to find food if you had none? There are zombies. We didn't dare go out, the man said timidly. Starving to death or being bitten by zombies, either way, it's death. You could have broken into the neighbor's house earlier and not starved, Li Fan said. The man argued, too weak from hunger to fight zombies. Going out is suicide. Staying home, maybe we could wait for rescue. Li Fan said darkly, I don't have much food either. How about I take care of your wife and kid? Hearing no answer, Li Fan added, as thanks, I'll give you some food. I'll discuss it with my wife, the man said. Li Fan looked at the paper of room 1504. Feng Lan, noted as Xiao Hui's card friend's wife. Husband is a useless man who lives off his family and plays cards. Soon, the door opened. A haggard woman holding a toddler asked in a lifeless voice, do you really have food to keep me and my child alive? Detected potential target Feng Lan. Bind target? Yes. Target Feng Lan successfully bound. Newbie tip, after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. It's true. Pack your things and come with us, Li Fan nodded, looking at her. The pale, thin man urgently asked, what about food for me? You come out. I'll take you to room 1503. You can find your own food there, Li Fan said. The man hypocritically said to Feng Lan, as long as you and the child are safe, it doesn't matter if I die. Holding her child, Feng Lan just let out 2 hollow laughs. After these 5 days, she was completely disappointed in her husband. Li Fan took the man to room 1503 to search for food, while Ma Xiaofeng helped Feng Lan carry the child and pack up. Li Fan told Ma Xiaofeng to take Feng Lan to wait for him at room 1604, while he went downstairs to clear out the wandering zombies. On the 14th floor's public area, there were 2 wandering zombies. Li Fan put away his steel rod and took out the newly acquired Mo Dao from his chin-kuan bag. With one swing, he chopped off the head of the left zombie. Because he used too much force, the unsharpened Mo Dao smashed a square tile on the floor. Upon lifting it, just as expected, the blade was slightly bent. Hearing the noise, the right zombie pounced toward Li Fan. Li Fan swung again, the zombie was beheaded. Now, killing ordinary zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables for Li Fan. After burning the bodies, he obtained another half-moon crystal. There were no friends of An Yun on the 14th floor, but there was a lone woman in room 1403. The two zombies had come from room 1404. Detected potential target Tanzian. Bind target? Yes. Target Tanzian successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Li Fan now simply followed the system's pace, accepting everyone without refusal. After all, even if the conquest failed, there didn't seem to be any harm. The most important thing now was to find more women and obtain different superpowers, selecting the powerful and useful ones from among them. I'm a resident from the neighboring C unit. My name is Li Fan. Right now the outside is full of zombies. More than 10 of us are living together. Fong Lan from 1504 upstairs also agreed to come with her child. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. If you are willing, go knock on the door of 1604. There are no zombies upstairs. If not, when I come back upstairs later, I will knock again. If you're willing, come with me then. I still need to go downstairs to find more people. Li Fan dryly said to the woman who opened the door just a crack, revealing half her face. The woman looked about 30 years old, not beautiful but not ugly either, very ordinary, and her mental state seemed quite good, much better than Fong Lan's family, who was starving with a child. Li Fan didn't hold much hope. After speaking, he left her alone. After all, he relied on willingness when rescuing helpless women and children. After all, it wasn't about finding a one-time item but family members. Using force would not be good. All the way down, compared to the bandit behavior at Junggu Garden, people in these smaller apartment buildings were more honest and scattered, with neither oppression nor unity. Of course, most households had few people, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Even if they wanted to unite, they were afraid of being bullied. There were no people or zombies on the 13th floor. Clearing the 12th floor, two zombies, a man and a woman, ran out from room 1203 when the door was opened. Li Fan burned them and quickly searched the open room. No zombies on the 11th floor. No one in room 1103. Li Fan arrived at 1104, where the sisters Zhang Lishan and Zhang Liman lived with a child. Is anyone there? I'm a friend of An Yun from C unit next door. She asked me to check if you need supplies. I know someone is home. My name is Li Fan. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. Think about it. I'll continue going downstairs to find others. When I come back up, I'll knock again. If you are willing, follow me then. Li Fan finished his speech, but the sisters didn't show their faces. He didn't bother and continued downstairs. No zombies on the 10th floor. Rooms 1003 and 1004 were occupied. Li Fan saw no lone women, so he didn't interfere and moved to the 9th floor. On the list, room 904 had a woman named Cheng Meili with a child, marked that her husband worked away and only came home occasionally on weekends. Room 903 was occupied by two young men. When they opened the door and saw Li Fan fully armed, carrying a bloodstained steel rod, they looked at him with envy and admiration, even volunteering to be his helpers. Li Fan directly refused. He was surrounded by women. Suddenly bringing along two men would be inconvenient. Besides, Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were still able to follow him and scavenging supplies. Maybe after finding a better place to live, he would reconsider recruiting male helpers. But he thought it was unlikely. Women not only gave him system rewards like superpowers and family supplies but could also return superpowers via the family member subsystem. Even staying hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about survival resources. Following in Union's list, Li Fan also bound Deng Xiangwei from room 704, Zhang Lei from room 404, and Shi Lingling from room 204, women who peeked out through door cracks. However, because they still had food at home, they didn't fully trust a stranger like Li Fan, even with An Union, Qin Xingyan, and Xiao Hui's names. There was also a lone woman not on the list, Zheng Wanjun from room 503. She was a single woman about the same age as Li Fan, average in looks and build, just like him. She said she used to have a female roommate who had gone out with her boyfriend on Sunday and hadn't returned. Along the way, Li Fan burned 10 zombies, collecting 2 half-moon crystals. When Li Fan knocked again while returning, only Zhang Wanjun from room 503, after quickly packing her luggage, followed him. Zhang Wanjun's home had no food left. Hearing that Li Fan lived with a group of people, she probably felt he wouldn't be interested in someone so ordinary-looking, and figured it would be relatively safe. As expected, the sisters from room 1104 did not agree to come with him. They didn't even show their faces. Tanzian from room 1403 had originally been hesitant, but after seeing the cautious Zhang Wanjun following Li Fan, she unexpectedly agreed to join and even let the two of them into her apartment. She was the first woman in Unit B to let Li Fan into her home. Pack up all the food from the fridge. There's also half a bag of rice and some noodles and vermicelli in the kitchen, Tan Zian said, ordering them around from the bedroom while packing her clothes. Zhang Wanjun looked at Li Fan looked back at her, and she put down her luggage to help pack. After gathering everything, there was only about 3 to 5 days worth of food left. It seemed Tan Zian had originally planned to hang on for another 3 to 5 days. However, seeing Zhang Wanjun, who had no food left, maybe she saw her own future and changed her mind. At room 1604, the 6 people regrouped and locked the door, then returned to see Unit's room 1605. When they reached the 8th floor, Li Fan decided to let Tan Zian and Zhang Wanjun follow Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong into room 805, while he took Feng Lan and her child into room 806. And Yun, seeing only Feng Lan, was visibly disappointed. No one else agreed to come with you? Li Fan smiled and said, no. They probably still have food at home and aren't desperate yet. I'll ask again in a couple of days. Unit B is similar to ours, many are not home and there aren't many zombies. Later I'll break through between 805 and 804, no one is in 804, so more people can move in, and it'll be easier to reach Unit B. This afternoon, after checking Unit D, we'll connect it too. After having lunch together, Feng Lan was successfully conquered. Special proficiency plus 20, critical hit effect activated. Target Feng Lan successfully conquered. All host attributes plus 4, family members plus 2, initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired special, healing technique, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Special, healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, and speed up recovery of stamina and spirit. In room 1405 upstairs, Zhang Menglan was angrily scolding her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. You're not even willing to go find food with me? You heard the noises upstairs just now. They can walk around freely, which means it's safe outside. And you still don't dare go out to find supplies and food? Do you really want to starve to death in this room? Zhong Hongfei lay on the bed weakly and argued, we haven't had a proper meal for 2 or 3 days. How can we compare ourselves to people who can eat and drink well? If they come upstairs again later, open the door and beg them for some food. Once we're full, we can go find supplies ourselves, okay, baby? Zhang Menglan was speechless, utterly disappointed in her boyfriend. How am I supposed to beg? If I beg them, they'll just give us food? Zhong Hongfei, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming with me to find food or not? Zhong Hongfei still argued, Lan, don't be like this. You saw them walking around inside the building too. Clearly, they don't dare go outside either. Just wait a bit and beg them. If they give us some food, we'll be able to eat and then look for supplies inside the building like them. Zhang Menglan no longer wanted to cry. There was no need to shed tears over such things. She didn't want to talk to Zhong Hongfei anymore. After 5 days, she had completely seen through him, cowardly, full of excuses, even occasionally revealing disgusting ideas. She couldn't understand his thinking. There were no zombies banging on their door, no evil people coming to oppress them, yet he actually wanted her to use special methods to beg for food. Zhang Menglan had already decided that if Li Fan's group came upstairs again, she would grab her backpack and follow them to find food, leaving Zhong Hongfei to his fate. She had made up her mind the moment Zhong Hongfei showed his disgusting thoughts. The same situation was happening in room 1105. However, over there, it was the girlfriend Zhang Yi who was too scared to go out, while the boyfriend Wu Fei, after scavenging for food from rooms Li Fan had already searched, was trying to support her. Let's go together to search the unoccupied rooms for supplies. After we're full, we can try looking in shops outside. If we keep wasting away like this, we'll eventually starve to death at home. Zhang Yi was a legal loli who, before the apocalypse, made money by posting short videos on Douyin, earning more than Wu Fei, and thus always dominated their relationship. Cooking and cleaning were all done by Wu Fei. Wu Fei, I can't even hold a knife steadily or run fast. You want me to go out and get bitten by zombies? If you want to kill me, just say it. Before, I fed you. Now you have to feed me. If not, I'll just find a man who can feed me, like that Li Fan who knocked on the door before. Look at how brave he is, and look at you, so useless. Wu Fei felt very upset, but, being long used to Zhang Yi's PUA manipulation, didn't explode. He could only say helplessly, then I'll go check the rooms they searched again. Maybe they missed something. Meanwhile, in room 1406, there lived a family of 5. Although the 2 elderly had gone without food for a day to save some for their young grandson, the family's food was running out. If they didn't go out to find food, they would all starve. The two elders and their son finally stepped out of their home. Other occupied rooms, like the couple in room 705, the family of 4 in room 706, the single man in room 305, and the family of 3 in room 406, all had to leave their homes and search empty apartments for food. They consciously only searched the floors near their own homes, avoiding unnecessary conflict with other residents over supplies. However, rooms that had already been scavenged by Li Fan and In Yun Yun naturally didn't have much left. In room 805, where food was plentiful. After filling their stomachs, Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, curious about the man who dared to go out killing zombies and rescuing them, started asking Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong questions. Does Li Fan know martial arts? He seems so strong and brave. Are all the women living next door his? How many women has he rescued into his home? Why aren't you living in 806? Is it because he doesn't want you? How long have you been here? Have you really never starved? Can Li Fan really feed so many women? Their questions were endless, making Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong a little overwhelmed. Mainly, they didn't want to talk about their own relationship with Li Fan, so they answered selectively. We don't know if Li Fan knows martial arts, but he's definitely strong and brave. All the women living next door are his. Including the kids, there are about 10 people. With Feng Lan and her daughter from yesterday, now there are 12. Looking at how those women treat Li Fan, it's clear he can support them. Otherwise, they wouldn't serve him so quietly and obediently. Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian couldn't help but sigh. Li Fan is really amazing. It seems we made the right choice following him. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong knew that their own experiences had been seen by Li Fan, and it was very unlikely they would become Li Fan's women. At most, they would follow him to scavenge supplies and maybe fight zombies when needed. Women like Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, who were brought back clean, might become like Feng Lan, living quietly under Li Fan's protection without doing anything. They definitely envied them, but there was nothing they could do. Their first meeting with Li Fan had been too ugly. The 4 women fell silent when they heard certain sounds coming from the room next door. That sounds like Feng Lan, right? So fast? Tan Xian asked uncertainly. Zhang Wanjun replied, there's food now. Which woman would resist? Especially since Feng Lan has a kid. Ma Xiaofeng said sourly, you can't imagine Li Fan's stamina. This is just the beginning. You'll soon understand how much he'll overturn your view of men. Pan Tong looked at the similarly bitter Ma Xiaofeng and shook her head with a bitter smile, remembering the symphony she heard for nearly 2 hours that morning. Sure enough, half an hour later, Tan Xian's expression changed, holding back her questions. Zhang Wanjun was the same. An hour and a half later, Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun both looked terrified, thinking in their hearts, what kind of monster is this Li Fan? More than 2 hours later, the noise finally stopped. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun couldn't help asking, after doing that with them in broad daylight, will Li Fan still have the strength to go out later? Ha. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smiled at them meaningfully. After receiving lunch, Li Fan gained another 180 points of special proficiency, so he upgraded the special healing technique obtained from Feng Lan to level 2. Special healing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, speeding up recovery of stamina and spirit. As with the previous superpowers, there was still no visible change after upgrading. After tidying up briefly, Li Fan promised In Yun Yun, who was lying on the bed, when I go to Unit D, I will bring back the 2 doctors, even if I have to tie them up. As for the other women, it will depend on fate. And Yun Yun could only helplessly say, it's a pity we can't make phone calls now. Otherwise, we could help persuade those women. For now, you go take a look. Once you've cleared the zombies from the building, we can try knocking and persuading again. Then I'm leaving. Now most residents' food supplies are almost gone. To avoid uncontrollable danger, you all should stay at home. Anyway, our supplies are enough for a while. Li Fan nodded and gave a reminder. And Yun Yun wasn't worried about the food, nodded her head in agreement, and smiled, saying, bring the 2 women you brought from Unit B over later. We'll have a chat with them. Alright, Li Fan also replied with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 women, Li Fan, fully equipped, walked out of room 806 and knocked on the door of room 805. Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, pack your bags and come with me. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun, you 2 go next door to meet the others first. We'll talk when we come back, Li Fan said from the doorway. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun blushed, glanced at Li Fan, and lowered their heads, obediently walking next door like shy daughters-in-law. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong deeply hid the disappointment in their eyes, emptied their backpacks into shopping bags, hid them in the fridge, and then followed Li Fan with empty bags. After seeing that the door to room 806 was closed, Li Fan led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong toward room 1606, planning to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 this time. When they reached the 14th floor, Jiang Manglan, who lived in room 1405, heard movement and quickly followed with her backpack. Weren't you living with your boyfriend? Why are you coming out alone? Li Fan asked curiously, stopping to look at Jiang Manglan. He had an impression of the survivors in Unit C, especially the women. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him makes me angry. I'm just following behind to pick up anything you don't want. When I come back, I'm not going to see him again. Anyway, there are plenty of empty apartments now, Jiang Menglan said directly, dissatisfied. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. We're about to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 and check if there are any survivors in Unit D. If you're not scared, you can also search Unit B. We already cleared the zombies there this morning, Li Fan said as he led the way. You're really amazing. Really, comparing people makes you angry. Why did I end up with such a cowardly boyfriend? I must have been blind before, Jiang Menglan muttered behind Pan Tong. They quickly arrived at room 1606. After breaking the lock, Li Fan went to the balcony to check the situation at 1607. This time, he didn't call out. He directly found the right spot and started smashing the wall. With the experience from room 1605, breaking the wall was faster and better this time. In less than 20 minutes, he had dug out a square door hole about half a meter wide and 1 meter high. There was still no movement on the other side, so it seemed there were no people in room 1607. At this moment, Jiang Menglan also realized that Li Fan was no ordinary man. After all that hammering, a normal man would be gasping for breath, but Li Fan looked completely unaffected. She was certainly shocked, but even more delighted. Grabbing onto such a powerful backer, even if she couldn't eat meat, she could at least drink soup. Li Fan applied a protective shield to himself and was the first to crawl into room 1607. Although there were no people or zombies, there were also no usable supplies. It seems Unit D also has people as brave and active as me, Li Fan thought to himself. Out loud, he said, judging by the situation, the people in Unit D should have already cleared the zombies and scavenged supplies from the apartments. Their next step would either be to search the shops outside or, like me, target the neighboring units. You all need to be careful. I'll give you weapons for self-defense. As he spoke, Li Fan took out the swords and knives he had collected from the Qinkuan bag and distributed them to Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women. The four of them then checked room 1608, but again, there was nothing, everything had been scavenged clean. Li Fan led them straight downstairs. The 15th floor was the same, and so was the 14th. Li Fan had a premonition that this trip to Unit D might end up empty-handed. It wasn't until they reached the 10th floor that they finally found people. In room 1008 lived Yu Tsaixia and her husband, both doctors, the main targets of Li Fan's trip to Unit D. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door of room 1008, but there was no answer from inside. Is this Dr. Yu Tsaixia's home? Li Fan asked aloud. Still no sound from inside, but room 1007's door opened, and two arrogant-looking men came out. The two men had flushed faces. One was a thin, tall man with glasses, about 35 or 36 years old. The other was a chubby young man about 23 or 24. Inside their room, there were faint sounds of indulgence coming from the bedroom. Seeing Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women, the two men's eyes lit up and they said, "Who are you people? This building is under Brother Guang's protection now. The female doctor next door is already reserved for Brother Guang. You better get back to where you came from, or don't blame us for being rude." Li Fan frowned and asked, "Have all the other survivors in this building been gathered by you? Brother Guang has awakened superpowers and become a mutated new human. Controlling a small apartment building like this is nothing. Later, Brother Guang will lead us to unify the entire Lingfu community. Following Brother Guang, we'll live in luxury and abundance. The goddesses from before are now all Brother Guang's playthings," the fat man said proudly. Li Fan was speechless. Even though he had 8 types of superpowers, he wasn't as arrogant and flashy as this so-called Brother Guang. These two lackeys were really skilled at bullying by relying on others' power. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were the ones with superpowers. Tell this Brother Guang you talk about to come out. I want to see what kind of so-called superpowers he has, Li Fan said, slamming the steel rod in his hand onto the ground, embedding it more than 10 centimeters deep into the floor. Damn! Such strength! The tall man saw this and immediately ran back into the room to exaggerate Li Fan's actions to the young man who was busy working hard inside. Yu Mingguang was annoyed by the interruption, directly throwing off the former goddess entangled with him, putting on just a pair of big shorts and coming out bare-chested. Then he immediately noticed the 3 women behind Li Fan. Ma Xiaofeng and the other 2 were all very good-looking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been picked out by others for entertainment. Men were always interested in beautiful women they hadn't played with yet. Yu Mingguang used his superpower to transform his otherwise ordinary body into a muscular hunk, then looked arrogantly at Li Fan and said, "Kid, Yu Mingguang, was a Taekwondo black belt before, and now I've awakened superpowers. If you don't want to die, hand over the 3 women behind you, kneel and worship me as your boss, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death." This was the first mutated human with awakened superpowers that Li Fan had encountered. Compared to himself, who received superpowers through the system gifting him women, it was clearly different. However, Li Fan could not agree with Yu Mingguang's behavior of bullying the good and oppressing others after gaining superpowers. Instead of dealing with the zombies outside, he turned around to oppress survivors and act tyrannically inside the apartment building. His character was truly despicable. "Stop the nonsense. Come on, either you beat me to death and steal my women and supplies, or I beat you to death and take your women and supplies. By the way, have you already ruined all the survivors in Unit D?" Li Fan said bluntly, unwilling to waste time with him. With 8 types of superpowers, he shouldn't have trouble defeating this lucky guy who had only awakened 1. Not to mention, he had a protective shield that made him invincible. So arrogant. "Looks like you're a mutant too. In that case, we're the same kind. There's no need to fight to the death and let these useless people benefit. Zombies outside are a disaster for them, but to us, they're just bigger ants." Yu Mingguang, unexpectedly, withdrew his previous arrogance and spoke calmly. This surprised Li Fan. "Then if I want to take a few women away, would you let me?" Li Fan asked, trying since Yu Mingguang didn't seem eager to fight. "If you exchange the 3 women behind you, then yes." Yu Mingguang nodded and said, "Now it's the apocalypse. Women are just our playthings. If you agree, I'll go to Units E and F and capture all the women there for our brothers to enjoy, and then slowly expand to the nearby communities. There are still plenty of women. Sorry, but I don't have such disgusting hobbies. What's mine is mine. I don't share." Li Fan rejected him directly. Yu Mingguang got angry and cursed, "Since you refuse a toast and want a forfeit, don't blame me." As he spoke, he flexed his muscles and charged at Li Fan, throwing a big fist straight at him. Behind Li Fan were Ma Xiaofeng and the other 2 women, all defenseless, so he couldn't dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and the energy within his body into his hands and met Yu Mingguang's punch head-on. Yu Mingguang's originally fierce expression instantly turned to fear the moment their fists met. He realized he had underestimated Li Fan and hadn't used his full strength. Before the thought even finished, his body flew back at double the speed he charged, crashing several meters away into the living room of room 1007. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't even get up. Clearly, he was seriously injured. Li Fan was a little surprised this supposedly muscle-packed Yu Mingguang couldn't even withstand a full-force block. But thinking about his own physical attributes, several times stronger than a normal person, plus the energy enhancements from 8 superpowers, it quickly made sense. From Yu Mingguang's condition, after awakening superpowers, his attributes had at most doubled. Using a bit of superpower energy, he could easily bully zombies and ordinary people, which gave him the illusion of being strong. At the same time, Li Fan thought about the mutant zombies. At the beginning, they should have been about the same level as Yu Mingguang. However, the zombies could keep getting stronger by eating people, unlike Yu Mingguang, who hadn't found a way to enhance his powers and wasted his strength on women. Since Yu Mingguang was the kind of person who would use his powers for evil, Li Fan naturally wouldn't let him live to be a future threat. He immediately walked into the room and pierced Yu Mingguang's throat while he was begging for mercy. As for the 2 arrogant men from before, Li Fan didn't spare them either. Since he had already started, these treacherous lackeys with bad characters were not worth keeping alive. 2 strikes of the steel rod ended them. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, seeing Li Fan kill 3 men without even blinking, were still relatively calm. After all, they were getting used to it. But Jiang Menglan couldn't lift her legs, clinging to Ma Xiaofeng's arm, covering her mouth and dry heaving. At that moment, the door to room 1008 opened, and a woman around 27 or 28 years old walked out. When she saw Yu Mingguang and the 2 men dead, she let out a sigh of relief. After killing them, Li Fan also checked the 2 bedrooms inside. There were 3 women with disheveled hair, and from the system's prompts, he learned that one of them was the person he was looking for, Pang Yanxia. Detected potential target Pang Yanxia. Bind target? Detected potential target Kong Xiaoyun. Bind target? Detected potential target Li Muhua. Bind target? To avoid the system constantly popping up messages, Li Fan, now used to it, simply bound them all. Target Pang Yanxia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Kong Xiaoyun successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Li Mulhua successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Pang Yinxia, where's your child? Li Fan asked. The originally dazed Pang Yinxia immediately came to her senses and muttered, "Right, I still have a child. I can't die. They locked my child downstairs in room 906. Without caring about her disheveled clothes, she stood up and rushed out, her exposed white body quite eye-catching. The other two young women also regained their senses. Although they didn't have children, they had families. Put on your clothes first. Find your children and families afterward, Li Fan reminded. The three women quickly dressed in their tattered clothes. Seeing the three blood-soaked corpses in the living room, they couldn't help picking up whatever junk they could find and venting their anger on the corpses. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong actually felt a little sympathy for the dead. Li Fan also noticed the female doctor standing behind them. Detected potential target Yu Caixia. Bind target? Li Fan didn't hesitate, this female doctor must be brought back. Target Yu Caixia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Hello, Dr. Yu. Li Fan politely greeted Yu Caixia. Hello, thank you for killing that evil Yu Mingguang and his lackeys. Otherwise, I would have eventually fallen into his hands and become his plaything. Yu Caixia sincerely thanked him. You're welcome. I actually need your help with something. But first, I need to rescue the others. I'll explain everything to you in detail later, is that okay? Li Fan saw that Pang Yinxia had already rushed downstairs, so he decided to go down and check the situation first. As for Yu Caixia's matter, it wasn't too late to deal with it afterward. The group arrived downstairs at room 906 and found that the situation inside was not optimistic. The women and children being guarded by 4 lackeys were very weak, obviously from hunger. Moreover, when Li Fan rushed into the room, the 4 male guards were abusing the women under their watch, using small amounts of food and water as leverage. It was a display of human cruelty, and Li Fan was very angry, directly killing the 4 male guards. Then he distributed the food in the room to the women and children. There were 4 women and 3 children inside, no other men. Detected potential target Lin Yue Wu, bind target? Detected potential target Zhao Anping, bind target? Detected potential target Fan Dandan, bind target? Detected potential target Xie Lei, bind target? When did Yu Mingguang gather all of you together? Li Fan asked. Yesterday afternoon. It seems he awakened his superpower the night before. Yesterday morning, he couldn't wait to trick Li Mulhua's family into opening the door with food. Later, while threatening Li Mulhua to submit to him, he secretly ordered his 2 lackeys to kill Li Mulhua's parents. Kong Xiaoyun answered. Any man who dared to resist him was killed. Those 6 lackeys followed Yu Mingguang and humiliated us women, Xie Lei said hatefully. She was one of the women being humiliated by the 4 male guards just now, along with Zhao Anping. When Li Fan and the others entered, they had seen them being forced to bark like dogs. The reason must have been that they were trying to get some food and water for the children. Otherwise, the 3 children would not have survived till morning. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and Li Fan dared not imagine the scenes when more people like Yu Mingguang appeared later. Without the constraints of morality and law, the bottom line of humanity might drop indefinitely, maybe even disappear completely. Is all the food here? Is there food somewhere else? Li Fan asked again. No one answered immediately. Instead, a woman asked, Are you planning to take away all the food? I live in 806 next door. I plan to break through room 807 downstairs, so it's easier to move between units, Li Fan explained his plan. You surely don't want to meet someone like Yu Mingguang again, right? If you are willing to search for supplies with me, I can take you along. Also, I plan to clear units E and F, gathering all survivors together. With more people, we'll have more strength. Afterward, we can go outside to find supplies and better living places. Yu Caixia asked, How many people are there in your C unit? Have you gathered them all? There should be about a dozen. Those willing to follow me live in 805 and 806. I didn't force anyone who wasn't willing, Li Fan explained. You're so strong, yet there are still people unwilling to follow you? Pang Yinxia, feeding her child, asked curiously upon hearing this. They don't know how strong I am. In fact, I didn't even know I was this strong. If it wasn't for Yu Mingguang, I would have thought I was just slightly stronger than you, Li Fan said with a smile. You are truly a good person. If you don't mind, I'll follow you from now on, Pang Yanxia was the first to pledge loyalty. The others also quickly spoke up, we also want to follow you. Of course, as long as you are willing to go out and search for food with me, I don't mind bringing you along, Li Fan nodded in agreement. There were too many women to take care of all at once, so he would first select the obedient ones. Since he needed to gather survivors from the whole Lingfu community, he would know their usefulness as time went on. Yusaixia, the doctor, was especially important. She could help check the women's health. If they were sick, they would be abandoned. If they were healthy, they could provide him with superpowers and family member resources. When the number of family members reached 20, he could also appropriately reduce the burden of the daily 3-meal task, shifting it onto those women with the family member subsystem. This could serve as a convenient excuse. It was already the apocalypse. Purity could no longer be demanded from these women. As long as they were healthy, that was enough. When he had gathered enough powerful superpowers, he could then be selective about the women he chose. Most of the food is here. There should still be some in room 1007. Zhang Lei, holding a child, pointed towards the bedroom and kitchen. Alright, you collect the food and save it. I'll go break through the wall of 807 first, Li Fan said, not taking the food away immediately. He left room 908 with Yusaixia, Ma Xiaofeng, and the others. You're really not taking any of the food? Ma Xiaofeng asked in a low voice after leaving the room. Without electricity or gas, it's hard to cook rice or noodles. A few snacks won't last 2 days. We'll come back later if needed. Anyway, we still have food, so there's no rush, Li Fan said casually. The main thing is the shopping malls and stores outside. How much can a household have? You're so powerful, didn't you think about going out to find supplies earlier? Now, since others haven't adapted yet, if you go out early, you can gather more supplies, Yusaixia said from the side. But there are also more zombies outside, don't you know? Just like humans can awaken superpowers, zombies can too, Li Fan said indifferently. Zombies can have superpowers too? Have you seen them outside? Yusaixia asked in surprise. You tell her about your experience, Li Fan said to Ma Xiaofeng. Ma Xiaofeng explained in detail to Yusaixia about the giant zombie they encountered at Zhonggu Garden and the agile zombie that chased them. Zhang Menglan was already stunned. If zombies were that powerful, ordinary people like them had no way to survive. It was basically waiting for death. And the number of zombies might already exceed that of humans. The number of awakened zombies might also be more than awakened humans. Plus, among human awakeners, there are also evil ones like Yu Mingguan. Imagine what this world will become, Li Fan emphasized. There will always be good people like you who uphold justice, Yusaixia flattered. Then now, this good person hopes you'll join his team. Are you willing? What do I need to do? Yusaixia asked. Li Fan replied, check the health of our people and treat them. Also, you will have the privilege of not needing to go out and take risks. That's all? Yusaixia asked again. If you don't mind that I'm younger than you, I also don't mind that you're older than me. We can also do some intimate things, Li Fan said with a smile. Yusaixia looked at Li Fan in a new light. She really didn't expect him to talk about such things so openly and confidently. How many women do you have now? Yusaixia asked. Not many, only 8, Li Fan answered straightforwardly. Yusaixia and Zhang Menglan hadn't expected that ordinary-looking Li Fan would have managed to conquer 8 women in just 5 days. Yusaixia looked at him with surprise and said, you really are a fighter in that area. Zhang Menglan thought about how her own boyfriend couldn't even handle 1 woman, and then thought about how Li Fan had to manage 8. She couldn't help but feel admiration. It's just a little hobby. I can't spend every day just looking for supplies and fighting zombies, how boring that would be, Li Fan said with a chuckle. Are those 2 also part of the 8? Yusaixia kept asking questions one after another. Li Fan stopped smiling and said, they are not yet. I want you to first check their health. I don't have equipment, I can only do a simple check. If you really want me to be your long-term personal doctor, you must take me to a hospital to find the necessary equipment and stock up a large amount of essential medicines, Yusaixia said seriously. Don't worry, I definitely plan to do that. Actually, if it weren't for the 2 mutant zombies outside, I would have already taken people to find a better place to live. This place is too small, it can't fit many people, Li Fan nodded and said. Yusaixia asked, where were you planning to go? Li Fan said, the villas in the riverside new town. They have water and independent power systems. Maybe they even still have electricity. Yusaixia said, that's a bit far. It's better to go to the nearby Dijin International Community. I heard they also have independent power systems. Once the zombies in the building are cleared, it should be suitable for living. Plus, there's a Dijin International Hospital and a shopping mall next to it. It would be much more convenient than the riverside new town. Li Fan said, I heard that only rich people live there. I'm afraid we'll be stopped at the gate. Yu Tsaixia said, in this situation, wealth means nothing. Strength is everything. You're strong enough, just beat down anyone who tries to stop you. Li Fan said, that's fine too. I'll discuss it with the family later before making a decision. The five of them reached room 807. Li Fan tapped on the wall twice. A voice came from the other side. Is that Li Fan? Are you going to break through this wall? Yes, everyone stepped back a little. With his now experienced skill, Li Fan easily broke open a hole about 1.5 meters high and half a meter wide. Alright, Dr. Yu, these are my 8 women. Everyone in this room is my family, Li Fan said, leading Yu Tsaixia and the 4 women into room 806. And Yun Yun and the others looked rosy and full of energy, obviously not lacking food or clothing, which made Yu Tsaixia and Jiang Menglan admire them and further confirmed that Li Fan was a good man. Should I pack my things and move here now, or wait until you're ready to leave? Yu Tsaixia asked. Move over now. The 2 rooms are connected, and there's enough space, Li Fan said. Will you come with me? I'm a little scared alone. Yu Tsaixia said. Li Fan looked at the women and pointed to Jiang Menglan, then said to Ma Xiaofeng, give her some food. She came with us for nothing today. Next time, I'll take her out to search for food. Then he said to Wen Yunyun, I'll accompany Dr. Yu to get her things. Fang Dandan and Peng Yanxia are still in room 908. Do you want to come with us to see them? Have you cleared the zombies outside Unit D? And Yun Yun asked. Li Fan said, you better stay home for now. I'll check later. Unit D was taken over by a superpowered guy called Yu Mingguan. He killed all the men, leaving only 8 women and 3 children. Such cruelty? Then all those women must have been. Xiao Wei trailed off, glancing at Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong. Li Fan's thoughts changed again. Before, he felt there was no need to touch those women. But now he thought for the sake of family resources, he should at least bond with them even if not handling the 3 meals task every day. Besides, he couldn't keep babysitting these women forever. They needed to go out and run with him, so they wouldn't tremble in fear every time they saw a zombie. That's why I found Dr. Yu to check if they're healthy. Also, in a few days, we'll move to Dijin International Community. There's a hospital and a mall next to it, making it easier to gather supplies. Li Fan's words made Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smile. They knew very well the hidden meaning behind his words. Li Fan and Yu Tsaixia went to room 1008, while Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong took Jiang Menglan to fetch some food. After seeing Li Fan raise and support so many women, Jiang Menglan made up her mind. Instead of staying with the useless Zhong Hongfei and waiting for death, she'd rather hold on to this powerful backer. Thus, when Ma Xiaofeng was getting her food, she actively asked, can I just live here? In room 1008 of Unit D, Yu Tsaixia was packing and asked, are you planning to make me their midwife? Li Fan nodded and said, that's the plan. I wonder if you know any OBGYN colleagues nearby. If possible, I'd like to find a few more, preferably young and experienced like you. Carrying her suitcase and medicine box, Yu Tsaixia said, I'm a gynecologist, not an obstetrician. Although I've seen it done, I haven't actually delivered a baby myself. Relying on me alone would be overestimating me. But I believe there should be good obstetricians at Dijin International Hospital. It was built for rich families. Then tonight, I'll go into the community to check the situation, Li Fan nodded. With so many women, can you even leave tonight? Yu Tsaixia teased. Precisely because there are so many women, I have to go early. If we delay longer, there will be more people, the zombies will become stronger, and it will be even harder to leave, Li Fan said with a smile. Yu Tsaixia said, if only we had enough guns and bombs, we could blast our way through with so many people. Li Fan said, unless it's the military, it's impossible to find enough guns and ammo. Yu Tsaixia curiously asked, since the world has fallen into this state, why haven't the countries with nuclear weapons launched them? Why? Who knows? Returning to room 807, entering room 806, Li Fan went to call Ma Xiaofeng and the others from next door 805. Why are you still here? Li Fan asked, a bit surprised when he saw Jiang Menglan. I want to leave here with you all. Jiang Menglan stood up, blushing, and said, where's your boyfriend? Li Fan asked. He just wants to wait for rescue, without any desire to step out and survive. I don't want to stay with him waiting for death, Jiang Menglan said. Alright, you all come over together, Li Fan nodded, not minding, after all. His approach now was not refusing anyone as long as the system rewarded him. Then Yu Tsaixia, wearing a white coat, began checking all the women's health one by one in the bedroom, screening for gynecological issues and potential infectious diseases. Meanwhile, Li Fan continued to check around Unit D for any zombies that might have slipped through, burning the corpses with fireballs. 13 zombie corpses were stacked in the stairwells, killed by Yu Mingwang and the others. Li Fan collected 3 more crescent-shaped crystals. When he arrived at room 906, he found that the women inside had already left, and most of the food had been moved by the 7 women. Li Fan thought about it and decided not to care. When he was about to leave, he bumped into a woman entering the door. Upon closer look, it was Li Muhua. Among the 8 women from Unit D, Li Muhua was the prettiest, the youngest, and had the best figure. Next were Kong Xiaoyun and Pang Yanxia. The others were ordinary-looking unless they dressed up carefully. After all, besides the face, a woman's figure also added points. "You all moved back to your own homes?" Li Fan asked as he helped Li Muhua up. "Yes. Now that there are no more zombies in the building and the men are all dead, it should be safe for a while. We plan to ration our food and wait, maybe the rescue team will come," Li Muhua answered, lowering her head. "If you change your mind, you can come with us. There's still time. You can think it over and knock on room 807's door if you decide," Li Fan said and returned to 807. Since there was no electricity, it was gradually getting dark outside, and candles were lit in 806. Yusaisha, wearing a white coat and glasses, was checking Pantong's body with some tools. Li Fan didn't join the crowd around her. "No infections detected, but you must still pay attention to personal hygiene. We'll check once a week from now on. Early detection, early treatment. Now, I am your private doctor. If you feel any abnormal symptoms, tell me," Yusaisha said after finishing the check. Apparently, the examination was over, and Yunyan quietly came over and asked, "Tanzian, Zheng Wanjun, Ma Xiaofeng, Pantong, Jiang Menglan, and Yusaisha, so many people. Who will you start with?" They all agreed? Li Fan asked in surprise. Once they entered this door, how could they disagree? "I told them about your superpowers and food," and Yun explained. 6 people at once, plus the 8 of you, that's 14 people. If we don't get at least 1 or 2 invincible superpowers, it would really let down our hard work," Li Fan muttered to himself. Following the principle of dying from exhaustion if necessary, Li Fan completed 6 conquests. 1-hit success effect activated. Target Tanzian successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it. 1-hit success effect activated. Target Zhang Wanjun successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it? Yes. Obtained Element Thunder Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Thunder Technique can flexibly use lightning and increase body's lightning resistance by 50%. Obtained Defense Liquefaction, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Defense Liquefaction automatically liquefies to save life when suffering lethal damage, increases body's resistance to sharp weapon damage by 50%. Obtained Space Teleportation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Space Teleportation Technique can teleport within 100 meters, ignoring obstacles. Obtained Special Copy Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Special Copy Technique can copy the awakened superpower of a lifeform, can store one permanently. Obtained Element Explosion Flame Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Explosion Flame Technique can cause objects it touches to explosively combust and increase body's fire resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Mental Command, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Mental Command can issue commands to control groups of lifeforms, currently up to 5. Tanzian's reward pack gave the Element Thunder Technique. Zhang Wanjuan's reward pack gave the Defense Liquefaction. Ma Xiaofeng's reward pack gave the Space Teleportation Technique. Pantong's reward pack gave the Special Copy Technique. Jiang Menglan's reward pack gave the Element Explosion Flame Technique. Yusaisha's reward pack gave the Control Mental Command. Family Breeding System family members now total 32, meeting the system upgrade conditions. Upgrade now? Was this including the 1-hit success effect? Otherwise, counting carefully, it should only be 19 people. How did they suddenly count the little tadpoles in the women's bellies? Although Li Fan couldn't figure it out, he still chose to upgrade the system. System upgrade requires special energy value. Insufficient energy detected. Energy crystals owned by the host have been automatically converted into special energy. System is upgrading, please wait. Then, the system prompts finally stopped. Li Fan tried and found that system upgrading did not affect the daily family supplies collection, just in time to cancel the 1 meal per day setting. And yeah, my superpowers have changed again, and from now on the supplies won't require completing daily mandatory tasks anymore, Li Fan said to An Yun, who had the family member subsystem. He didn't explain what superpowers he had gained this time, because as more women joined, he didn't want to demonstrate every new ability for them. As long as they knew he had many powers and he could provide for them, it would be enough. Special energy value needed for system upgrade? Energy crystals? Li Fan recalled the system's prompts and searched inside his Qiankuan bag, discovering that the 10 crescent-shaped crystals and 1 round crystal he had collected earlier had indeed disappeared. It seemed that after this system upgrade, he would need to collect more crescent-shaped and round energy crystals. Maybe the system found that using special proficiency points on the women took too long, so it switched to needing special energy instead. Now, Li Fan possessed 14 kinds of superpowers, including defense, control, movement, area attacks, and healing. He already had the initial ability to clear groups of zombies. Plus, zombies would drop energy crystals to increase special energy. Finally, he could proudly say he had become strong. Quietly waiting for the system upgrade to complete. This time, with so many people eating dinner, one dining table was already not enough. Luckily, this problem had been considered before the meal. All 19 people ate boxed meals, so they didn't have to squeeze around one table. After dinner, Li Fan planned to wait until the system upgrade was complete to see whether special energy value was truly required. If it was, then he would have to go out and try clearing the zombies downstairs. He could also take An Yun, who had superpowers, to train a bit, and use the protective shield on her to keep her safe. It took 2 full hours, but the system upgrade was finally completed. After the upgrade, the system popped up a bunch of notifications. Family member daily supplies have been changed into 4 categories: men's nutritional recharge package, women's beauty and wellness package, children's comprehensive growth package, and infants comprehensive growth package. New addition, male favorability in female loyalty ratings. New addition, family female member selection criteria. New addition, methods to obtain special energy value. New addition, non-family lifeform viewing function. New addition, family development construction mall. New addition, fusion of same attribute and same type superpowers. Family member number achievement reward updated calculation method, one-hit success effect can be included. Family member subsystem can now bind 2 more female family members. Please choose as soon as possible. Element Explosion Flame LV1 and Element Fireball LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element Sea of Fire Lava LV1. Proceed with fusion? Element Water Flow LV2 and Element Ice Freeze LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2. Proceed with fusion? Space Qiankuan Bag LV2 and Space Teleportation LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Space Control LV1. Proceed with fusion? Defense Protective Shield LV2 and Defense Liquefaction LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Defense Liquid Form LV1. Proceed with fusion? Li Fan didn't hesitate at all. If the fusion could upgrade the superpowers, then it definitely needed to be done. Consuming 100 special proficiency points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special proficiency points / special energy points to fuse, insufficient energy, fusion failed. Detected energy crystals, automatically converting, obtains 600 special energy points. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Element Sea of Fire Lava fusion complete. Element Sea of Fire Lava, LV1, fire range extension with continuous damage, fire resistance increased by 80%, proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Element 3 Feet of Ice fusion complete. Element 3 Feet of Ice, LV2, ice range entrapment damage, water resistance increased by 60%, ice resistance increased by 60%, proficiency 0/5000, energy consumption 20. Space Control fusion complete. Space Control, LV1, active abilities, pocket space, space movement, position exchange, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Defense Liquid Form fusion complete. Defense Liquid Form, LV1, actively obtains 3 to 5 liquid protective shields, reduces 80% of own damage, reduces 60% damage for others, automatically triggers liquefaction form when taking fatal damage, reducing 90% damage. Passive effect only applies to oneself. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Detected that family member subsystem binder in Yun's superpower is Element Fireball. meeting the conditions to replace with element C of fire lava. Approve replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem binder in Yunyun's superpower element fireball has been successfully replaced with element C of fire lava. Li Fan didn't bother with the newly added system features for now, he just finished all the fusion prompts first. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 500. Energy, 500. Constitution, 50. Strength, 48. Spirit, 50. Agility, 46. Superpowers, Summoning Animals LV1, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Control Mental Command LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element C of Fire Lava LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquid Form LV1. He then opened in Yunyun Attribute Panel. Family Member, in Yunyun. Health, 90. Energy, 90. Constitution, 9. Strength, 8. Spirit, 9. Agility, 7. Rating, 80. Favorability, 69. Superpower, Element C of Fire Lava LV1. Status, one-hit success effect activated, currently pregnant. He then checked Ma Xiaofeng Attribute Panel. Family Member, Ma Xiaofeng. Health, 60. Energy, 80. Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Spirit, 8. Agility, 7. Rating, 70. Favorability, 81. And then Pan Tong Attribute Panel. Family Member, Pan Tong. Health, 70. Energy, 60. Constitution, 7. Strength, 6. Spirit, 6. Agility, 7. Rating, 50. Favorability, 65. Comparing Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and in Yunyun, it was clear that the system's ratings varied greatly. Li Fan thought for a moment and felt that the system ratings probably had a lot to do with his personal perception as the host. Li Fan hadn't seen what happened to Ma Xiaofeng with his own eyes, but Pan Tong's situation had been directly witnessed by him, hence a 20-point difference in their ratings. As for favorability, since he hadn't known most women long, those with higher favorability like Ma Xiaofeng probably trusted and were more grateful to him. Most of the other women had favorability in the 60s. He then opened Family Development Construction Mall, which only had one lonely item. Family Base requires energy points to redeem. Note, energy points can be obtained by killing zombies, from energy crystals inside zombies, and from energy crystals inside mutants. After finally finishing reading the update content, Li Fan stood in the middle of the hall and said to the women, "Now 2 more people can gain superpowers. Because your superpowers are linked to the ones I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves which 2 should receive the superpowers. Also, and yeah, the 2 superpowers I got from you and Jiang Menglan have fused and evolved into Sea of Fire Lava. Your superpower has changed from small fireballs to Sea of Fire Lava. Maybe because I have obtained a lot of superpowers, same attribute and type abilities can now fuse and evolve. Also, the abilities I got from Qin Xingyan and Ma Xiaofeng fused and evolved into space control. This superpower can store things, allow short-distance teleportation, and even position swapping. The abilities from Zhu Ting and Zhang Wanjun fused into liquid defense, providing 3 to 5 liquid protective shields to protect others, reducing most damage. The abilities from Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang fused into 3 feet of ice, which can freeze people or zombies. I've explained the superpowers to you clearly. You can discuss whether to assign the superpowers based on the order of arrival or based on usefulness. I'll listen to your decision." After saying that, Li Fan stopped speaking and looked at the female targets he had already bound in B Unit and D Unit. This time, the system restricted Li Fan from randomly exploiting it by binding any woman but did not cancel the previously bound targets. Thus, Li Fan's current plan was to quickly complete all the previously bound targets from B and D units and get the rewards. Otherwise, if the system later raised the rating standards and made restrictions harsher, he might not get a chance to obtain superpower rewards again. He knew that each female family member not only gave him a superpower but also added to his overall attributes. Even if each added just 2 points, Li Fan's stats had already increased to 5 to 8 times that of ordinary people. What did this mean? An 8-fold boost in all attributes meant his combat power had multiplied dozens of times. It meant strength multiplied by 8, speed multiplied by 8, endurance multiplied by 8, reaction speed, and everything else multiplied by 8. With his current power, he could easily kill ordinary zombies, and even the mutant zombies he previously feared should now pose little threat. Moreover, clearing zombies would quickly help him collect the 100,000 energy points needed to buy the family base. Li Fan believed that the family base purchased from the system would definitely be better and more suitable than any high-end apartment or villa he could find outside. 14 women gathered together sounded like thousands of ducks quacking. Except for An Yoon Yoon, who already had a superpower, the others all wanted to gain one. Having a superpower yourself was different from just seeing someone else have one. Li Fan's personal picks were Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Teng. Ma Xiaofeng's space ability was very practical, and her favorability score was high. Zhu Ting had a defensive ability, and being young, her adaptability was likely the strongest among the women. Compared to the others, who only had favorability scores in the 60s, Ma Xiaofeng's score of 81 truly moved Li Fan. This system's favorability score made Li Fan realize that women really could separate emotion from desire. Originally, he thought that having physical relationships with these women would make their bonds strong. He never expected that once the favorability scores were shown, it would hit him like a heavy blow. However, Li Fan could understand it. Even in TV dramas, powerful male characters always had accessory female characters like Yan Ning, proving this point. For most women, when faced with the instinct to admire strength, love and affection could easily be thrown aside. Maybe it's better to vote, otherwise we'll never decide even after days of discussion, and Yoon Yoon suggested when she saw no conclusion being reached. Chao Wei, knowing she was unpopular and that she would surely lose if they voted, objected. Voting would just mean voting for friends. And yeah, since you already have superpowers, you shouldn't participate. Let's discuss it more and reach a conclusion. Some agreed with Chao Wei, some with An Yoon Yoon, and soon the 14 people split into two sides, arguing about whether to discuss or vote. The married women like An Yoon Yoon, Xin Xingyan, Zhao Feng, and Feng Lan were the majority and supported voting. Jiang Menglan, being new, abstained. Chao Wei, Zhu Ting, Jiang Qiufeng, and Jiang Dongfeng were the minority. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority. Voting. 14 people voted among 13 candidates. Whoever got the most votes would gain the superpower. The result surprised Li Fan. The winners were Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan got 12 votes, Yu Caixia got 13 votes, even beating the originally intended Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng. It was clear that Chao Hui's group had voted for Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Li Fan didn't fully understand why, but it didn't affect him binding the family member subsystems to Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan's superpower was healing, and Yu Caixia's superpower was mental command. Both were somewhat useful. Alright, now that there are no zombies or bad people left in B Unit and D Unit, you can help find your female friends and persuade them to join our family. Then we can move either to the nearby Daijing International or farther away to Yinzheng New Town, or even find a place in the countryside to farm. Li Fan clapped his hands and said, in the next 2 days, I'll clear all the zombies on the nearby streets. Then, anyone who can drive can just take a car and go wherever they want. Now that he knew his relationships with these women didn't involve much real emotion, Li Fan felt even freer when talking about recruiting more women. As long as the system kept rewarding him, he would continue. Soon, he would complete all the rewards from the women bound in B and D units, gaining 8 to 10 superpowers and doubling or tripling his attributes again. After that, the system might not frequently pop up new targets for binding anymore. But gaining superpowers and attribute points from over 20 women was enough to make him very powerful and very satisfied. Most importantly, he could free himself from being everyone's caretaker, staying closer to the women he liked and keeping an eye on those with lower favorability scores. Perfect. As for zombies, they probably wouldn't pose a threat to him anymore. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, after Li Fan received breakfast, he finished eating and went out. He walked out of the apartment building, carrying the unfamiliar broadsword, heading toward the street, and used the view function on one of the 3 zombies outside the building. Monster, level 0 zombie, 50% evolution rate. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 5 meters per second. Chance to generate energy crystal. Level 0? Zombies can level up? The strength and speed aren't points, but actual values? Interesting. Li Fan thought. Easily chopping off the 3 zombies' heads, a system prompt appeared. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Killing 1 zombie only gave 1 point of energy value. This ratio was a bit outrageous. 10,000 points of energy value were needed for a family base, meaning killing 100,000 zombies. Li Fan thought he should now be able to go and kill the 2 mutant zombies nearby. So he headed toward the area where the mutant zombies were. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of zombies on the street and on both sides. Soon, zombies began rushing toward him. Li Fan activated a liquid shield on his body, looking like a layer of liquid ripples, then it faded and disappeared. No visible trace remained, but he knew a defensive shield was there, ready to activate when he took damage, consuming energy. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately let zombies scratch him just to test it. Zombie poison was no joke. Anyway, he had to clear all the zombies in this area. After chopping off the attacking zombies' heads, he smashed a nearby car with his sword. The triggered car alarm beep 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 loudly, attracting all nearby zombies. Some survivors even peeked out of their windows. Li Fan ran around gathering the zombies together, then spent 20 energy points to test the 3 feet of ice ability. Because there was still water on the ground, the freezing effect was excellent. All the chasing zombies were frozen starting from their feet, and the ice continued spreading up their bodies. This superpower is awesome. Seeing such an exaggerated effect, Li Fan couldn't help but scream with joy. He wasn't afraid of others finding out he had multiple superpowers. After all, others could have powers too, and with the system showing favorability and loyalty ratings, he wasn't afraid of dealing with actor-level pretenders. Besides, he wasn't planning to recruit little brothers yet. Water flow and freezing had been weak before, but the fused 3 feet of ice was amazing. Not only could it control zombies' movements, but the freezing effect could spread. However, after chopping off the zombies' frozen heads, Li Fan found the freezing was only superficial. It hadn't completely frozen the zombies from the inside out. After clearing all the frozen zombies and collecting energy points, seeing no more zombies following, he continued toward the mutant zombies' location. He also threw a view at it. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 25% evolution rate. Strength, 175 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. The agile zombie was still tirelessly jumping between buildings. Li Fan rushed over like a gust of wind, kicked the zombie preparing to jump, and before it could get up, he rushed over and decapitated it with a slash. Gained special energy plus 50. Easily taking care of this mutant zombie that used to chase him down, Li Fan sighed. Sure enough, I'd become stronger. Now zombies are just moving energy points for me, and a level 1 mutant zombie gives 50 times the reward of a normal level 0 zombie. Very worthwhile. He also triggered another car alarm to gather zombies together, froze them with 3 feet of ice, and then harvested them. Li Fan felt that clearing zombies was even easier than gaining special proficiency points. Then he started searching the mutant zombie's body for a mutant energy crystal. It turned out the mutant energy crystal was in the zombie's hindbrain. This mutant energy crystal was a solid glowing sphere, brighter and more complete than the one he had found from the mutant cat. Detected mutant energy crystal, speed type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can exchange for 1000 special energy points. 1000 points? That much? Just kill 100 such mutant zombies and I can buy a family base? Li Fan thought excitedly. And it can also enhance evolution. Really good stuff. Looking at the scattered, dismembered zombie remains, he felt nostalgic for the fireball spell's clean efficiency. The ground was wet and the zombies were frozen. He was too lazy to burn them because the newly fused abilities would consume energy. Ahead was the giant mutant zombie. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 65% evolution rate. Strength, 425 kilograms. Speed, 8 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. Smashing another nearby car, the beep 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 alarm immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. This time, the number of zombies alarmed was more than the first 2 waves combined. Li Fan glanced at the dense mass of at least over 200 zombies rushing toward him. The giant mutant zombie maintained a 5-meter clear area around itself. This time, he didn't dare kite them around. He immediately used 3 feet of ice on the dense front of the zombie horde. However, because the area was too large and the number too many, only the dozens of zombies at the front were frozen. And as the zombies behind rushed up and crashed into the frozen ones, the ice around their feet shattered, stopping the spread of the freezing effect. Li Fan could only cast 3 feet of ice one more time. After casting 3 feet of ice again, all the level 0 zombies, except for the giant zombie, were frozen. Before harvesting, he had to deal with the giant zombie first, and at the same time prevent it from crashing into and freeing the frozen zombies. The giant zombie had a big body and strong strength, so even after 3 casts of 3 feet of ice, it wasn't frozen. However, its speed was faster than other zombies, and it had already moved to the very front, so there was no worry about it turning back to break the frozen zombie's ice layer. The more than 3-meter-tall giant zombie gave Li Fan a strong sense of pressure. He swung the broadsword at the zombie's neck. The giant zombie actually stopped and dodged the slash. Damn, it can even dodge attacks? Li Fan was a little surprised but could guess that the mutant zombie had become stronger. The reason he was able to kill the agile zombie before was entirely because of catching it by surprise. After a few more slashes, he realized this zombie could indeed dodge the blade and even use its hands to block attacks. It had probably developed intelligence and knew how to protect its vital points. Also, since this broadsword wasn't a legendary weapon or anything, it naturally got blocked each time. Unable to freeze it and unable to cut it, Li Fan had no choice but to burn it. Fire Sea Lava, activate. A sea of fire ignited within a 3-meter radius around the giant zombie's feet, and the fire continued spreading outward, but the spread was limited, finally stabilizing at a 5-meter range. This sea of fire did not disappoint Li Fan. Just like the previous fireball technique, as long as even a bit touched the body, it would burn the entire body until it turned to ashes. It burned for a full 5 minutes before the giant zombie finally turned into a pile of black ash. In the black ash was a shining round crystal. Detected mutant energy crystal, strength type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can be exchanged for 1000 special energy points. Li Fan picked up the round crystal, looked at the more than 200 frozen zombies, and was too lazy to chop them one by one, so he directly unleashed a sea of fire to finish them off. After burning them, he picked up 32 crescent-shaped crystals. Detected inferior energy crystal, no attribute, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge but has a high probability of infection and turning into a zombie, 10% purity, can be exchanged for 10 special energy points. 10 points? That's a ridiculously big difference. Li Fan exchanged all the energy crystals into special energy points. Now he needed to save up 100,000 points to purchase a family base, and afterward upgrade his superpowers. After some actual combat, Li Fan realized that the fused and evolved superpowers were much more useful and powerful than before, so he became even more eager to deal with the already bound targets in Building B&D. After clearing almost all the zombies on the street for several hundred meters, Li Fan turned back and purified the previously headless zombies again using Fire Sea Lava. He checked the system's special energy points, only 2,877 points. Looks like I still have to find more mutant zombies. Getting one mutant energy crystal is worth as much as clearing an entire street of zombies. It was still early, and Li Fan still had 360 energy left, so he walked toward another street leading to the Dijin International Residential Area. Li Fan had lived in this area for too little time and wasn't very familiar with the surroundings. It seemed he would need to study and understand the nearby streets at noon to figure out the best place to establish the family base. When Li Fan was about to leave, someone from the residential building opposite finally couldn't hold back and shouted from the balcony, "Boss, don't leave, please help clear the zombies in our residential area. We're all trapped by zombies and can't get out." Li Fan glanced at it. This residential area seemed to be the one where the mutant agile zombie had been jumping from buildings to bite people. Below the 4th floor, there were almost no survivors. The person calling out stood on the 7th floor balcony. Besides the young man calling him, Li Fan's enhanced vision also spotted a few others watching him from their balconies. But the number of survivors was still small, even fewer than those in Li Fan's own building C. "Are there any mutant zombies?" Li Fan didn't directly agree but asked first. "Boss, you kill zombies so easily, please help us. Otherwise, we'll starve to death in here," the young man pleaded from the balcony. A middle-aged woman also helped plead from the balcony. "Young man, please help. That monster that jumped from the building killed a lot of people before. We've been too scared to show ourselves. Since you kill monsters so easily, please help clear our residential area too." Li Fan thought for a moment and still didn't immediately agree. He asked, "How many people are in your residential area? How many zombies?" The young man said to Li Fan, "We haven't counted exactly, but Huayuan residential area only has 4 buildings, each with 24 floors and 4 units per floor. About 60 to 70% were occupied, around 500 people. If you subtract half who were out working or away for the weekend, maybe about 250 people. Now the entire area might not have more than 50 survivors, so there should be around 200 zombies." Li Fan calculated, dividing 200 zombies among 4 buildings, each building would have at most 50 zombies, and each floor only 2 to 3 zombies. "Looks like the zombies inside shouldn't pose much of a threat to me. I can go clean them up, and maybe also trade for 1 or 2 women the system approves." Thinking this, he headed toward a food store nearby, planning to collect some supplies to later use for trading with women. Li Fan then remembered that he also had a mind control type superpower, mental command. Perfect to experiment with using the scattered zombies here as pawns, seeing if they could block other zombies for him. Mental command required him to lock onto a target and issue a command. If the target's spirit was lower than his, it would be controlled. No doubt, these ordinary zombies' spirit was far lower than Li Fan's. Thus, with a spirit stat of 50, Li Fan could control 5 zombies at once. Issuing commands was simple, just like commanding hunting dogs. It opened up a new vision and an empty mind, where he could implant simple instructions like moving forward, biting, pouncing, blocking, etc. Soon, he locked onto 5 targets, controlled 5 little brother zombies, and let them scout ahead, making noise. Whenever any zombie appeared, he ordered his zombie minions to pounce. Once the enemy zombie fell, Li Fan would walk over and chop off its head, then check for an energy crystal at the back of the head. Walking up to the floor where the young man was calling for help, Li Fan climbed the stairs. Since there were no mutant zombies, almost no zombie could stand after his 5 zombie minions attacked. He quickly cleared his way up to the 7th floor. Hearing the commotion, the young man and a woman opened the door and thanked Li Fan. "Boss, you're amazing. Thank you so much for saving us." This time, the system indeed did not pop up the binding target prompt when he saw the woman. Li Fan glanced at the woman. She was probably the young man's girlfriend. Her looks were decent. If it were before, the system would have immediately jumped out asking him to bind a target. It seemed the system had really changed its standards after the upgrade, now aiming for quality. "No need to thank me. Let me ask you, is there any single pretty woman left in this building?" Li Fan asked directly, then added, "Divorced with kids also works." The two were stunned by how blunt the question was. After exchanging looks, the woman gave Li Fan a strange look and said, "There's one on the 6th floor, right below me, a divorced woman with a child. Very pretty, great figure, a company executive. But she's probably over 30 years old." The man smiled and said to Li Fan, "There should be one each on the 9th and 13th floors, beautiful with good figures. We used to run into them sometimes commuting, but we don't know much about them. You can go upstairs and check." Li Fan nodded and said, "Thanks." Then he turned and continued climbing. Watching Li Fan disappear up the stairs, the woman glared at the smiling man and ordered, "Now that the zombies downstairs and outside have been cleared by that amazing guy, go quickly and find some food. Let's go together, so we can watch each other's backs." The man's face fell, speaking in a low voice. "Aren't you a man? Look at how that amazing guy handled it. Did he bring women with him?" the woman said discontentedly. "Maybe the boss doesn't have any women yet, or else why would he ask about pretty women?" the man mumbled. "What did you say? Are you going or not?" the woman pressed. I'm going. If not, we'll just starve to death." "Better take a chance while the boss cleared the way," the man said while clenching his fists. "Besides, maybe I can follow him down." Of course, Li Fan didn't know about this downstairs. He continued clearing zombies up to the 13th floor. Each floor had no more than 4 zombies, posing no pressure at all to him. Thus, he knocked on the door, preparing to see if the system would react when encountering a beauty recognized by others. The security door quickly opened from inside, and a mature woman as charming as Yun stood at the door, looking at Li Fan with a face full of joy, saying, "Little brother, I saw everything when you were clearing zombies downstairs. Can you take me downstairs to find food?" What surprised Li Fan was that the system didn't pop up any prompt. Even a high-quality woman like this didn't meet the conditions? What was going on? "System master, with this woman's looks and figure, can't we overlook her age and the fact that she has a kid?" Li Fan asked the system in his heart. "This woman is sick. Not suitable to get involved with." Li Fan was startled and subconsciously took a step back, thinking to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover," and coldly replied, "All right, you can follow me downstairs later, but I won't bring you back. I've already cleared the zombies in the residential area. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be much danger. Also, let me ask you, are there any women in this building as beautiful and charming as you, but unmarried?" Li Fan added. The mature woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. When she saw Li Fan entering their building, she had even specially changed into a sexy-type battle outfit. In the end, he preferred unmarried pretty women. Still, making some connection with such a strong person was better than nothing. So, after thinking for a moment, she said, "I know most of the people in this residential area. There are women who meet your requirements, but whether they are home now, I can't guarantee." Hearing this, Li Fan didn't want to bother anymore. He had helped the young man on the 7th floor enough, and he considered his conscience clear. If the others didn't speak up, he naturally wouldn't meddle. "Let's go. We're going down. You're not going upstairs anymore?" The mature woman pointed upstairs and asked in confusion. "They didn't call for help." "I won't bother with them." Li Fan shook his head. "Oh, okay. Right, I still have a daughter. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone at home," the mature woman said, pointing at her daughter still playing with puzzles inside the house. A 5 or 6-year-old, not exactly a toddler. Obviously, this woman was making excuses after hearing that Li Fan wouldn't bring her back. I advise you to take advantage of the time now, after I cleared the zombies, to find as much food as you can. And I don't have any food on me, Li Fan said, frowning. Without bothering anymore, he continued up to the 9th floor and knocked on the door. Only one household opened the door, and the system immediately popped up a prompt after seeing the woman. Target detected, Zhou Shuwan, eligible for strategy binding. Bind now? Yes. Strategy target Zhou Shuwan successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, posts all attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package for first successful strategy. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. A double package? Li Fan was a bit surprised looking at the woman in front of him. She looked about 28 or 29, had a great figure, pretty face, about 168 centimeters tall, with long straight legs, long hair, no makeup, and stunning beauty. Zhou Shuwan had naturally heard the young man's shouts and saw Li Fan easily clearing the zombies. She teared up and pitifully pleaded, "Awesome little brother, can you take me downstairs to find food? Take your kids and come live with me in Linfu residential area. I'll guarantee your and your children's safety for food and living. How about it?" Li Fan said directly. Maybe it was too straightforward. Zhou Shuwan was a bit stunned, staring at Li Fan for a while before blushing and asking, "Really, you'll guarantee our food and safety?" "Yes. Are you coming?" Li Fan nodded and asked again. "All right. But I have 2 kids. You really don't mind and will still guarantee our food and safety?" Zhou Shuwan clearly wasn't sure of Li Fan's character and asked worriedly again. "I'm not just taking care of you and your 2 kids. You'll know after you arrive. Also, we're planning to move to Dijin International. Today we're out clearing zombies along the road," Li Fan said impatiently, urging, "Make up your mind." "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhou Shuwan gritted her teeth and agreed. When Tao Jianxing came down carrying a travel backpack, she happened to see Zhou Shuwan following Li Fan with one big and one small child, looking confused. "What's going on? Didn't he say he wanted unmarried beauties? Why would he accept one with 2 kids but not me?" But she didn't dare question, still needing Li Fan's protection to find food safely. She silently watched Li Fan and Zhou Shuwan walk ahead and followed carefully. On the 6th floor stairs, the 3-year-old daughter nearly tripped, but Li Fan quickly caught her in his arms. Looking at the 3-year-old girl in his arms and the 1-year-old girl in Zhou Shuwan's arms, Li Fan noticed something and asked the system in his heart, "Why are all these women with kids bringing daughters? Did you filter them?" Previously, no filtering. After the update, women with daughters won't lower the score, but women with sons will lower the score. After the system update, it could finally communicate. Li Fan was overjoyed. Why said it like that? Because women with sons, the host might not be able to handle. What else can lower a woman's score? Major illnesses, promiscuous lifestyle, extremely malicious or overly kind-hearted nature all will lower a woman's score. Am I strong enough now to resist the zombie virus? Will I turn into a zombie if scratched or bitten? Even though your stats are strong, the zombie virus corrupts genes. Even if you become 10 times stronger, you still can't resist the infection. While Li Fan bombarded the system with questions, they reached the 5th floor, and the young man who had called for help earlier also joined the group. But when he greeted Li Fan was busy talking with the system and didn't respond. The young man reminded, "Boss, didn't you say you were looking for beauties? Not anymore?" Coming back to himself, Li Fan realized he had walked past the 6th floor where the beauty lived. He quickly ran back down to the 6th floor and knocked on the door. Tao Jianxin and Zhou Shuwan both glared hard at the young man. If looks could kill, there would be another murder here. "Anyone there? Need to go downstairs to find food? Hurry up and come out," Li Fan shouted through the door. 2 households opened their doors, and 3 people came out, a woman and a man and woman pair. The system didn't pop up any prompts. Apparently, the system now eliminated 90% of women at the start. Without any reward, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat them the same way he treated Zhou Shuwan. With a cold expression, he led 6 adults and 2 children downstairs, heading straight out of the residential complex. Maybe someone had been watching Li Fan all along. Seeing that he was about to leave, people from the other 3 buildings shouted loudly, "Big bro, save us, take us with you." But this time, Li Fan ignored them and directly led the 6 adults and 2 kids onto the street. At this moment, 1 or 2 zombies suddenly appeared from somewhere and, smelling the group, rushed toward them. With a mental command to stop, Li Fan controlled the rushing zombies, then immediately pulled out his iron rod from the spatial pocket and, with a slash, 2 heads fell to the ground. Previously, everyone had seen Li Fan from a distance using his ice and fire superpowers to clear zombies neatly and easily, but now seeing him directly kill with a weapon at such close range, they were all a bit stunned. Wasn't this a little too fierce? But thinking that Li Fan had superpowers, they quickly understood. Go into shops with open doors, there shouldn't be any zombies inside. Don't go into places with closed doors, there might be zombies hiding inside, Li Fan instructed. Big bro, could you wait for us a bit? Just 2 minutes, the young man who had asked for help pleaded again. All right. Since it was just this once, Li Fan didn't mind waiting 2 minutes. But after 3 minutes, they were still gathering things. The young man was the first to return, seriously thanking Li Fan before running back into the residential complex. Perhaps because Li Fan and the others were still on the street, some survivors from the previously cleared buildings also began rushing out from the stairways. 3 men and 1 woman directly ran past Li Fan and rushed into the stores. Li Fan was a bit annoyed and decided not to bother, leading Zhou Shuwan and the 2 girls back towards Lingfu residential complex. You're not going to protect them? Zhou Shuwan, holding her little daughter, asked softly. They have hands and feet, and they didn't ask me for help. Except for that young man, I don't want to be a saint, Li Fan replied while carrying Zhou Shuwan's older daughter under his arm. Oh, why did you only take me home? Those other 2 women were also very beautiful. Zhou Shuwan changed the topic and asked curiously. You're so capable. Do you already have many women? She asked again. Seeing how many questions she had, Li Fan smiled and said, You might not believe it, but I actually became strong because of women. So yes, I have quite a few women. You'll see soon. As for why I only brought you and not the other 2, maybe it's because you're better and more suitable than them. Of course, Li Fan couldn't reveal the system's existence. Even in Yun Yun and the others only knew he had strange superpowers. But maybe they had some guesses. After all, there were many novels and TV shows like that nowadays. Why didn't you bring a backpack or something to gather food when you went out? Zhou Shuwan asked another question that she cared about. We have enough food at home. I'll explain everything once we get there, Li Fan said. After all, they weren't really part of his family yet, so he wouldn't reveal the spatial pocket that produced food. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Linfu residential complex's C block. Along the way, they didn't encounter many zombies, though some brave people were rushing out of their homes into snack shops, restaurants, and supermarkets to grab food. Of course, some unlucky ones were attacked and bitten by hidden zombies. This kind of thing could only be blamed on bad luck. In the apocalypse, dying for food was a normal thing. Li Fan brought Zhou Shuwan and her 2 daughters home, handed them over to Qin Xingyan and Zhao Fang who were looking after the kids, and then took out 25 lunchboxes, 15 bottles of water, and some snacks and fruits from his spatial pocket. Then he said to Qin Xingyan, Sister Qin, did Sisterin and the others go to blocks B and D? I put the food in the kitchen. Eat when you're hungry. I'm heading toward Dijin International. Qin Xingyan saw Li Fan bring back a mother and her 2 daughters and immediately understood. After briefly instructing Zhao Fang, she led Zhou Shuwan and her daughters to wash up while explaining the situation with the other women. Hearing there were 14 women, Zhou Shuwan was shocked but quickly understood Li Fan was so powerful. Even if he didn't take the initiative, women would throw themselves at him. However, when she heard about the experiences of Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and the women from Block D, she felt admiration for Li Fan, thinking he was a good man. At the same time, she was even more puzzled as to why Li Fan hadn't taken an interest in the other 2 beautiful women. Could it be that he really is helping women who are struggling to survive, like me? Standing outside the bathroom, Qin Xingyan answered, Yes. Sisterin took Fenglan and some others to Block B. Dr. Yu took Chao Hui and some others to Block D. Now that you've cleared out the zombies, the building is safe. They should be able to bring some people back. By the way, you're going out again? You didn't do anything this morning or at noon? Qin Xingyan asked, a little curious. With so many women, each time it would take at least 2.5 hours, and Li Fan was no longer obsessed with gaining special proficiency. Killing zombies now yielded more rewards. After the past few days of exercise, he had become a lot more casual. I forgot to tell you all, my superpowers have changed. Now I only need to do it once a day, not 3 times a day. I'll take care of it tonight after I come back, Li Fan explained. Oh, really? Qin Xingyan had always found Li Fan's abilities hard to understand, but with the results right in front of her, she couldn't argue and it gave them all a chance to become superpowered too, so she naturally trusted him even more. Otherwise, why would Yun Yun and the others work so hard to find women for him? Li Fan said goodbye and left the house. This time, he headed straight toward Dijin International Residential Complex. It was about 1,800 meters away, even farther than Zhongguiwan. Within Li Fan's line of sight, there were only some scattered zombies on the streets, and none behaving abnormally, so he immediately used teleportation, jumping forward 100 meters at a time. However, each teleport cost him 10 energy points. After 5 consecutive uses, Li Fan stopped, looked back, and summoned a hunting dog to lure the scattered zombies within 500 meters. Watching nearly 30 zombies chase the dog, Li Fan placed a sea of molten fire behind the dog. The zombies caught fire as they chased. When they were about to reach him, they were almost burned to death. Li Fan slightly moved aside, waited until the zombies were completely reduced to ashes, then picked up 5 shining half-moon-shaped crystals and exchanged them for special energy points. It seems that someone has already cleared the zombies along this road, Li Fan thought as he continued heading toward Dijin International Residential Complex. As expected, there were only a few scattered zombies along the way. Large zombie groups like before were rare. It was likely that someone had already cleared the zombies along this street. The shops on both sides also showed signs of being scavenged. Even though the zombies were sparse, Li Fan still used the hunting dog to gather them together and burn them, then collected the energy crystals. All the way, controlling the hunting dog to pull zombies and setting fires, Li Fan safely arrived at Dijin International Residential Complex. On the way over, Li Fan thought it would be possible to drive here, though at the entrance of the complex, cars were piling up, making it impossible to drive into the parking lot. In the adjacent Dijin Plaza, zombies were dense, just a glance showed at least 300 to 400. All of these were potential special energy points. Li Fan didn't hesitate. Seeing no one around, he immediately sent the hunting dog to lure dozens of zombies from one side, then set them on fire so that flames ignited on the zombies. He and the dog dodged behind the zombies until the zombies burned into ashes, and then he picked up the energy crystals lying on the ground. Using the same method, he burned 2 more waves of zombies. The special energy value reached 3,384 points. Li Fan now was even hoping to encounter more mutant zombies. However, after burning all 300 zombies in the plaza, no mutant zombies appeared. Feeling slightly bored, Li Fan occasionally checked the zombies' evolution levels. Most were only at 40 to 50%. It seemed the apocalypse was still in its early days, and mutant zombies were not yet numerous. Similarly, human awakeners should still be rare. Li Fan figured that with his current abilities, he could easily crush all awakeners and zombies. Thinking about this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, he was a systems worker bee, and it was different. After clearing the plaza, Li Fan led the hunting dog toward Dijin International Complex. This complex only had 6 buildings, with 3 entrances and exits, all surrounded by high walls. However, the situation inside the complex was clearly not good. Security guards wearing uniforms had turned into zombies, patrolling inside the complex, along with some scattered residents who had also turned into zombies. Some zombies were even leading zombie dogs. Because he had previously guessed someone had cleared nearby zombies, Li Fan also observed the surrounding residential areas. Most were still surrounded by zombies. However, a place called Ising Community looked very clean, suggesting the zombie clearing team probably came from there. But when Li Fan passed by, no one inside paid attention to him. I wonder if an awakener appeared, or if it's just someone bold, careful, and with leadership skills, Li Fan thought as he entered Dijin International through a small side door. The complex still had power, the security booth obviously had air conditioning running, and the ventilation fan was buzzing. It seemed the emergency generator had automatically started. Hearing movement, the security guard zombies immediately lunged at Li Fan, while the resident zombies reacted a bit slower. But none of them could withstand even one slash. Li Fan swiftly chopped off their heads. After killing about a dozen zombies, he found 2 energy crystals. Li Fan then headed toward Building A. The tall, transparent glass door was now stained with blood. Inside, the staff and residents had all turned into zombies. One zombie was missing half its body, dragging its intestines across the floor as it moved, making Li Fan almost vomit. Li Fan smashed the glass door, and with a crashing sound, the door shattered to pieces. More than 10 zombies inside rushed at him. Using the long reach of his iron rod, Li Fan swept through them, killing all 10 zombies. These level 0 zombies were no more difficult for Li Fan than crushing ants. Inside the elevators, as Li Fan expected, the scene was even bloodier. Opening the elevator doors, the inside was covered in flesh and blood, with a pile of zombies mostly reduced to just skulls and skeletons. Even after being eaten like this, they could still turn into zombies? Damn! Li Fan was amazed at their resilience. After cleaning out both elevators, Li Fan dumped all the zombie corpses into one elevator and set them on fire, burning them to ashes. As he had expected, the sea of molten fire still only burned flesh and zombies without damaging the floor or elevator itself, but the area still smelled disgusting and was filthy. Li Fan didn't go upstairs but instead started calling every apartment from the lobby. Busy with this for a while, it was nearly noon. He marked the rooms where someone answered. Among the 128 units in this 32-story building, the number of survivors wasn't high. 22 rooms had someone respond. While chatting with one of the soft-voiced women, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy. Jin Yuanxiang. Bind target? Although Li Fan was puzzled that just hearing a voice could trigger a target binding, he habitually chose yes. Target Jin Yuanxiang successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, hosts all attributes +8, family members +4, and an initial strategy reward package. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. Buy 1, get 3 free? Li Fan was surprised. System Lord, are you serious? Do more kids mean higher scores? He asked the system. 3 daughters, bonus +10 points. Jin Yuanxiang's comprehensive score reaches 95. But didn't you say earlier that kids wouldn't affect the score? Why add points now? Although Li Fan was confused, it didn't affect his determination to pursue Jin Yuanxiang. In his eyes, these women were simply tools for gaining superpowers and attribute points. Besides, considering he had already accepted women like Pan Tong and Chao Hui, any woman recognized by the system couldn't stop him from claiming his rewards. In the apocalypse, strength was everything. As long as he could become stronger, even if the system ordered him to do something absurd, he would have no complaints. Perhaps it was precisely this fearless, ambitious attitude that had frightened even the system, prompting it to urgently upgrade and impose restrictions on this hungry dog who accepted everything. If he had continued finding women at the previous rate, within a month he would have conquered hundreds or even thousands of women, reaching the peak of life, killing gods and Buddhas alike. After getting information from the survivors in Building A, Li Fan headed to the security office, planning to eat lunch before continuing. The security office was very clean, with no one inside and no zombies, showing the security guards here had decent discipline. None had hidden inside playing on their phones. While eating, Li Fan watched the surveillance footage of the complex. Each of the other 5 buildings also showed bloodstains and zombies in the lobbies, just like Building A. Thus, while eating, Li Fan continued calling each apartment. When Li Fan was making phone calls, if he heard a woman's voice, he would chat a little longer, hoping the system would react. If it was a man's voice, he would directly and bluntly tell them that he would be clearing zombies in the afternoon, and if they didn't come out, he would drive them out of the community. He switched the surveillance screen once, and this time, the updated images showed the basements and entrances of the 6 buildings. There were a lot of cars and zombies in the basement. It was obvious that when the toxic rain broke out, many people, seeing the abnormal changes around them, rushed home and got trapped in the basement. Some turned into zombies inside their cars, some turned while heading toward the elevators, and some turned while inside the elevators. Thus, the entire basement was extremely bloody and violent. However, besides all that, Li Fan also spotted a giant meat pile near the elevator in Building C's basement. At first, he thought it was just a pile of dead people, but then he realized it couldn't be. If it were just flesh, the zombies would have eaten it up immediately. Because he couldn't use the system's scan function through the surveillance screen, he can only guess. Still, he decided to wait until the afternoon zombie clearing to check it out. Compared to the reception desks inside the buildings, the records at the security office were much more detailed, which gave Li Fan more precise targets when making calls, though many rooms still didn't answer. Li Fan knew that those who didn't answer might be trapped in the basement. As for whether they were still alive, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. Staying in a car without food or water for 5 or 6 days, it was almost impossible to survive. The air conditioning in the security office was so cool that Li Fan didn't want to leave, but he forced himself out with strong willpower. He continued clearing zombies in the other 5 buildings. Apart from the lobbies and elevators, Li Fan didn't plan to clear the floors yet. He hadn't even decided which building to move into. Clearing building by building, floor by floor, would take too much time. Besides, he also wanted to be a little lazy and later bring in some women with superpowers to help clean up the scattered zombies on the floors. Facing zombies earlier and defeating them would help their growth, too. Moreover, in this Dijin International Complex, there must be women who met the system's selection criteria. If all zombies were cleared out and life became too peaceful, it would be even harder to make them submit. Just thinking about the women in Building B was enough to realize how foolish it was for him to clean up floor zombies so thoroughly before. After finishing clearing the outside, Li Fan came to the elevator beside Building C, ready to go down and check on the meat pile he had seen in the surveillance earlier. If he guessed correctly, that meat pile must be a mutant zombie too. He also planned to clean out the basement zombies, much easier than clearing floors, and all of it counted as energy points. As soon as he opened the elevator, a zombie lunged at him. The broadsword was too unwieldy inside the elevator, so Li Fan switched to a machete. He wasn't used to it, The machete was too light and felt like a piece of paper in his hand. Even so, he still managed to chop off zombie heads in one swing. The meat pile was right next to him. Li Fan checked it with the system. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, currently evolving. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to produce a mutant energy crystal. This is about to evolve into a level 2 mutant zombie? Damn, all the other zombies are only level 0, and this one is upgrading to level 2? Li Fan was shocked, not expecting mutant zombies to turn into a giant meatball while evolving. If I let it finish evolving and then kill it, will I get a level 2 mutant crystal? Li Fan thought greedily. But what if it becomes too powerful and I can't beat it? Li Fan also worried. It shouldn't be stronger than me. My abilities are also level 2 now. The upgrades don't seem too exaggerated. Besides, if I can't beat it, I can still run. After thinking it through, Li Fan decided to wait and see after it evolved. If he couldn't beat it, he would run. If he could, he would fight. Since his superpowers could also fuse and evolve, Li Fan believed that even if he couldn't beat it now, he could find more women over the next 2 or 3 days, get more rewards, and then defeat it. But first, he had to clear the basement zombies. Otherwise, facing a level 2 mutant zombie while being suddenly attacked by normal zombies would be too tragic. Li Fan used his old trick. He set off a car alarm to lure all the basement zombies together. Then he cast ice freeze and started chopping heads tirelessly. In just over 10 minutes, he slaughtered over 100 basement zombies. Looking at the traffic jam of abandoned cars, Li Fan set the ground zombies on fire, carefully watching the spread of the flames to avoid burning the vehicles. 5 minutes later, the fire went out, and about 20 or 30 sparkling energy crystals were left on the ground. After exchanging all the inferior energy crystals for special energy points, Li Fan's total special energy value reached 4,986 points. No mutant crystals at all. Just clearing these ordinary zombies and collecting inferior crystals, it'll take at least 20 days of hard work to gather 100,000 special energy points. Just imagining 20 days of chopping zombie heads made Li Fan dizzy. I hope this level 2 mutant crystal will be more rewarding. While Li Fan was fantasizing about the future and looking at the giant meatball, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Yuan Bu. Bind target? At the same time, a weak woman's voice called out for help. Big brother, can you lend me some food and water? I haven't eaten in days. You've been trapped in your car for 6 days and you're still alive? Li Fan looked at the woman whose hair was disheveled, wearing a dress that was black and dirty, making it impossible to see what she originally looked like. But since she was approved by the system, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Target for strategy Yuan Bu successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +2, family members +1, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. He took a lunchbox and a bottle of water from his storage space and walked over to hand them to the woman. However, Li Fan noticed a small bite mark on the woman's outstretched hand. You were bitten by a zombie? Li Fan asked. No, that's a bite mark from my son earlier, Yuan Bu immediately denied. But Li Fan, being experienced, had already roughly guessed the truth. Therefore, he didn't ask further and instead said, What's your apartment number? 3100C, thank you for the food and water. I'll pay you back once I get home, Yuan Bu said gratefully, stuffing food into her mouth without any regard for her image. Do you have a lot of food stored at home? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Not a lot, but enough for 1 or 2 people to eat for half a year. How did you survive 6 days in the car without drinking water? Besides you, it seems like no one else in the basement survived. I could create water, but now I can't anymore. If you had come even a little later, even if I didn't die of thirst tomorrow, I would have starved to death, Yuan Bu said with relief after taking a sip of water and swallowing her food. So you also awakened a superpower, Li Fan thought. Using the system's scan function, Li Fan checked Yuan Bu. Level 0 mutant, Yuan Bu, 5% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 9 meters per second. Appearance, 87. Purity, 98. Mental state, 82. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 82. Awakened ability, water element. Compared to the family members' attribute points and affection levels, the updated system scan of non-family members' information was much more direct and detailed. However, this awakened ability water element made Li Fan feel that it seemed a bit different from the system-rewarded superpowers, so he couldn't help but ask the system to confirm. Lord System, is Yuan Bu's awakened water element ability different from the rewarded superpowers? Naturally awakened abilities are broad categories, with various directions for usage and evolution. Depending on the individual, the powers rewarded to you are small subcategories, which need continuous fusion and evolution to become major types of abilities, like elemental, spatial, control, special types. Naturally awakened abilities only include three main categories: elemental, enhancement, and special, which differ slightly from the system's rewarded superpowers. After Yuan Bu finished eating, she burped, smiled at Li Fan, who was slightly dazed while looking at her, and gratefully invited, "Little brother, you saved my life, let me invite you to my home and give you more food." Then she asked, "Are there a lot of zombies outside now?" There were a lot on my way here, but I've been staying at home before, so I'm not too sure about the exact situation," Li Fan answered truthfully. Since he didn't know how long it would take for this mutant zombie to evolve, Li Fan wasn't planning to foolishly wait around here. Moreover, this mutant zombie was a strength type, not some strange type, so he wasn't too worried about it escaping. He had already spent most of the day here and decided he should go back and discuss moving plans with the women. Earlier, in the security room, he had already checked that at least 70% of the rooms in the Dijin International Complex were vacant. He planned to bring back the security records for them to review themselves. As for the survivors in the complex, Li Fan was only interested in the women recognized by the system. He had no intention of bothering about others' lives or deaths. At some point, preserving oneself had become the wise choice. Li Fan didn't want to be used as a tool by women, so he rejected her invitation. No rush about food. "I haven't even moved into the complex yet. See that meatball? It's a mutant zombie, much stronger than ordinary zombies. If you have nothing else, try not to come to the basement. Also, if you take the elevator yourself, be careful of zombies. But the top floor should be a large unit and probably doesn't have zombies." After saying that, he went to the elevator and pressed the button to leave. Yuan Bu didn't expect Li Fan to leave so decisively and hurried to catch up. Getting closer, a foul stench hit him. Li Fan covered his nose and glanced at Yuan Bu. Staying cramped in a car for 6 days, he really admired this woman's endurance. Special circumstances, special circumstances. "I'll take a good bath once I get back, don't worry," Yuan Bu said openly, already used to her own smell, facing Li Fan's disgust calmly. Then she asked again, "Since you know that Big Meatball is a mutant zombie, why not just burn it down?" "I'm waiting for a better time," Li Fan said expressionlessly, not wanting to chat with a stinky woman, and walked into the elevator. "You go first, I won't come in and stink you out," Yuan Bu said awkwardly. "Aren't you afraid a zombie will suddenly jump out and bite you?" Li Fan asked calmly after removing his hand from his nose. "All right, thank you, lifesaver," Yuan Bu said, blushing and stepping into the elevator, finally looking a bit like a normal woman. Li Fan didn't respond and kept a stern face. Exiting Building C's lobby, Li Fan went straight to the security room, found a lock to seal the small gate, and had already locked the other 2 gates earlier. He then took the community access records and left the Dijin International Complex. On his way back, he ran into a fully armed group of about 20 people, each carrying a large backpack, obviously fully loaded. They were young and strong, aged between 20 and 40, likely from the Eason complex. Among them were 8 young women, and the system popped up a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Li Huifei. Bind target? After checking the 2 most beautiful and best-built women in the group, Li Fan confirmed that the system identified Li Huifei was the beauty following a man, not the one in the group of women. "Lord System, you really have a fine taste inherited from Chao Wei times. So many women, yet you chose the one already taken. Thanks a lot," Li Fan mocked in his heart. Still, he honestly chose yes. Target for strategy: Li Huifei successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +4, family members +2, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. Another buy one get one free deal. Lord System, you really can't get over this married woman hurdle. If the host disagrees, you don't have to bind. The system does not have the ability to force the host to bind targets. It's your hobby, not mine. I just want to become stronger. Women mean nothing to me, Li Fan said stubbornly. Next time, I'll find you some ugly women. Let's see how determined you are to get stronger. Li Fan tried to trick the system. If you have the guts, let me bind all 8 of these women. It's not like I've never eaten pickled vegetables before. Provocation attempt detected, ineffective. Li Fan checked Li Huifei's information. Human, Li Huifei. Strength, 55 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Appearance, 92. Purity, 99. Mental state, 80. Fertility, 1 daughter. Overall score, 100. Full score. Awakened ability, none. There's even a full score woman? Li Fan asked the system in his heart, a little surprised. Women who have given birth to 3 or 4 daughters can possibly reach or exceed full score, no need to be too surprised. Li Fan was speechless. Meanwhile, the group of more than 20 people also noticed Li Fan openly sizing them up. Among the 4 people walking in front, there was a short man who whispered to a couple beside him, "Brother Zhao, that kid keeps staring at sister-in-law." Zhao Baishan frowned and said, "Monkey, stop stirring up trouble. We're out here searching for supplies together, not to fight or pick quarrels with other survivors. Besides, looking at how relaxed he is walking alone, he's probably not an ordinary person." Li Huifei also said with an annoyed expression, "Exactly. Didn't you see all those ashes back there? They weren't there when we passed through before. Maybe he's the one who killed all those zombies. Mutants aren't like ordinary people. Ho Jiangwo, if you're really unhappy, go curse in yourself. Stop saying these stupid things to my husband and trying to provoke him." Ho Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly and said, "I was just thinking that Brother Zhao is strong, and it felt creepy seeing someone stare at sister-in-law like that. Just wanted to give a reminder, didn't mean anything else. By your logic, whenever the other men in the community look at me, should my husband go and curse or beat them up too?" Li Huifei was beautiful but definitely not a simple-minded person. She especially disliked people like Ho Jiangwo, who had no skills but loved to incite trouble and stir up drama. If it weren't for Zhao Baiyuan's family being kind-hearted and traditional, insisting on taking the whole community along to search for food, she would have already moved with Zhao Baiyuan's family to live in the neighboring Dijin International Complex. However, being too traditional also had its downsides. Because she only gave birth to 1 daughter, some people had been intentionally currying favor with the elders in the family, and there were already some complaints about her. And her husband Zhao Baiyuan was a typical obedient filial son. Li Fan checked the man next to Li Huifei. Level 0 mutant, Zhao Baishan, 20% evolution progress. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 12 meters/second. Awakening ability, strength enhancement. This was the second mutant Li Fan had encountered today. Including Yu Mingguan, whom he had killed earlier, there were already 3 mutants around here. It seemed that as time passed, more and more human mutants would appear. Li Fan felt that this time, the system's target, Li Huifei, might not be successfully conquered. It was obvious she wasn't like other women, desperate for food and shelter and needing to cling to a powerful man. Her husband was a mutant and capable of collecting supplies for her, but Li Fan didn't dwell on it. He had bound plenty of women already, a few failures wouldn't matter, and the system didn't penalize failure anyway. He didn't want to waste effort chasing women, he just wanted mutual agreement. One side provides protection, the other provides service, plain and simple. Before the apocalypse, he spent money for services. After the apocalypse, he used strength to buy services. He suddenly thought of another question. "System boss, if a family member dies, will I lose the superpower and attribute rewards too?" "Yes. If a female family member dies, the superpower reward will disappear. If it's a fused evolved power, it will regress. However, attribute rewards will not disappear." "Then doesn't that make me their babysitter?" Li Fan sighed internally. "You already have the family member subsystem. They also have superpowers. Make them stronger so they won't die." Li Fan thought helplessly, that's the only way. As they brushed past each other, Li Fan quickly returned to Linfu community. But what he saw at home left him stunned for a long time. The 806 room was packed with more people than he expected. Although some were still in 807, the number was still surprising. What did he see? Zhang Lei, Xi Lingling, and Dang Xiangwei, who he had previously bound in Unit B, and 2 unfamiliar but similar-looking sisters, presumably Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan, who had refused to show themselves before. This time, the system kindly cooperated and popped up a prompt for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan as well. Detected strategy target, Zhang Liman. Bind target? Detected strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Bind target? Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Li Fan naturally didn't miss out on the rewards. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Liman. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. 7 women previously bound in Unit D, Feng Dandan, Peng Yanxia, Li Muwa, Kong Xiaoyun, Lin Yuwu, Zhao Anping, and Xie Lei were also now in 806. What happened? What had these women been secretly up to today? "Welcome home, my great lord. and Union led 10 women who had already been conquered, all giggling as they greeted Li Fan, making him feel as if he were dreaming. The newly arrived women also followed suit, greeting him. Welcome home, Lord Li. Although it was scattered and not very coordinated, the wonderful feeling in Li Fan's heart was beyond words. Big sister and, what's going on? Li Fan grinned, feeling very satisfied, and Union rolled her eyes and teased. What else could it be? Don't play dumb, my great lord. We promised to bring these women here for you. If you don't find us a good place to live and feed us until we're fat and happy, we'll lose our credibility. Where are Sister Qin, Sister Zhao, Dr. Yu, and the kids? Li Fan asked again. You still want the kids to witness this scene? You're such a pervert. Yanzi and the others took the kids to live next door in 805. Everyone's made up their minds. It's time to witness a miracle. And Union clapped her hands and said, don't be shy. You're not little virgins who've never seen a man. Getting struck once by Li Fan won't cost you anything. He can guarantee food, shelter, and even grant you superpowers like me and Sister Lon. The precondition is obedience. You're already here, so you understand what this means. From now on, we're one big family. Whoever betrays us will be punished by everyone. Alright, Lord Li, let's begin. 5,000 words omitted here. Afterwards. Special proficiency plus 20. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Zhang Lei successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Qi Lingling successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. 13 consecutive strategy success notifications. Li Fan's attributes once again soared. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, being regenerated. 13 women, all of them fierce like wolves and tigers. Li Fan couldn't help but admire in Yunyun's skill. In just half a day, she managed to find all the women on the list for him. And they lined up voluntarily. He truly admired her. But now wasn't the time to think about it. He turned his focus to the 13 reward packages. Obtained Element Sandball Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Sandball Technique can form sand into a ball to cover the whole body, increasing earth element resistance by 50%. Obtained Enhancement Perception, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Perception can sense all objects within a 300-meter range, ignoring obstacles within the area. Obtained Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, eyes turn purple, glaring at someone can injure them. The greater the strength difference between user and target, the stronger the effect. Easily causes backlash, use cautiously. Obtained Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, temporarily gains several times greater strength, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, temporarily grow the body several times larger, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Element Wooden Shield Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wooden Shield Technique can form a wooden shield and increase wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Gravity Field, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Gravity Field increases gravity several times within a 10-meter radius. Obtained Element Wild Growth, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wild Growth accelerates plant growth and increases wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Element Water Flow Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Water Flow Technique can flexibly control water, increasing water element resistance by 50%. Obtained Summon Firearms, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Summon Firearms can summon real-world firearms and equipment. Obtained Element Wind Glide Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wind Glide Technique can use wind to glide short distances and increases wind element resistance by 50%. Obtained Element Flame Maniac, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Flame Maniac temporarily transforms into a body wrapped in flames, can only be countered by an equal-level ice snow maniac. Other powers cannot harm it. Lasts for 3 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Control Ice Prison, LV1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Control Ice Prison, can lock a target in an ice prison, freezing them into an ice block. The greater the strength difference, the faster the effect. Lasts for 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Zhang Lei's reward package granted Element Sandball Technique. Qi Lingling's reward package granted Enhancement Perception. Deng Shangwei's reward package granted Enhancement Purple Eye Technique. Zhang Liman's reward package granted Enhancement Giant Strength Technique. Zhang Lishan's reward package granted Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique. Zhou Shuwan's reward package granted Element Wooden Shield Technique. Fang Dandan's reward package granted Control Gravity Field. Pang Yanxiao's reward package granted Element Wild Growth. Li Muhua's reward package granted Element Water Flow Technique. Kong Xiaoyun's reward package granted Summon Firearms. Lin Yuewu's reward package granted Element Wind Glide Technique. Zhao Anping's reward package granted Element Flame Maniac. Xia Lei's reward package granted Control Ice Prison. Family Expansion System. Total family members have reached 66, including one-shot success effect. The family member subsystem can now select 3 more female members for binding. Please choose soon. Element Water Flow Technique is a duplicate. It can be fused again with Element Frozen 3 feet. Fuse now? Enhancement Giant Strength Technique LV1 and Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1. Fuse now? Element Wooden Shield Technique LV1 and Element Wild Growth LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into Element Wood Order LV1. Fuse now? Summon Firearms LV1 and Summon Animal LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into Summon Gunsmith LV1. Fuse now? Control Mental Command LV1 and Control Gravity Field LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into Control Mental Storm LV1. Fuse now? Of course, Li Fan chose to fuse them. However, seeing that the repeated Element Water Flow technique could still fuse with the already fused Element Frozen 3 feet surprised him. It wasn't just replaced, but further fused. Thus, by logical deduction, the more repeated abilities he acquired and fused into evolved abilities, the stronger those abilities would become. Element Frozen 3 feet has been successfully fused. Element Frozen 3 feet, LV2, Ice Attribute Wide Area Immobilization Damage, Water Element Resistance increased by 70%, Ice Element Resistance increased by 70%. Proficiency 0/5000, Energy Cost 20. Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1 has been successfully fused. Enhancement Giant's Heart, LV1, under the support of a powerful Giant's Heart, gain 10 times strength and 10 times body size for 3 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Element Wood Order LV1 has been successfully fused. Element Wood Order, LV1, active abilities include Accelerated Plant Growth, Wood Escape, and Wooden Shield, proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Summon Gunsmith has been successfully fused. Summon Gunsmith, LV1, active abilities, summon wolf dogs, sharpshooters, etc., proficiency 0/1000, cooldown 60 minutes, energy cost 10. Control Mental Storm has been successfully fused. Control Mental Storm, LV1, active abilities, Mental Seed, Remote Gravity Field, Mental Impact, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Family member subsystem detected that bound member Utsaisha's ability is Control Mental Command, matching the condition to replace with the fused ability Control Mental Storm. Allow replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem bound member Utsaisha's ability Control Mental Command has been successfully replaced with Control Mental Storm. After getting familiar with the new abilities, Li Fan briefly explained the fused and evolved superpowers, as well as the new abilities each person had gained. Next came the part they cared about the most, selecting new family member subsystem bindings. Alright, I've explained all the superpowers. This time, 3 more people can gain abilities. Because your abilities are related to the superpowers I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves who the 3 should be, just like last time. The women were naturally full of joy and anticipation, genuinely excited about the opportunity to gain superpowers. Although only 3 people could receive abilities this time, the fact that gaining a superpower simply by finishing the process was far easier than the 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening naturally outside. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to dream of such a thing, but now it was right in front of them. Even if you don't get it this time, don't worry. From now on, for every 5 new members added, you can get 1 share of superpowers. However, future candidates can't be as casually selected as now. Women with serious illnesses, questionable private lives, malicious or overly soft-hearted nature, or those bringing sons, we will no longer accept them. For the sake of keeping our family harmonious and loving, I hope everyone works together to build an all-superpowered large family. Li Fan thought for a moment and then explained the system updates as well, so that the women enthusiastically helping him find rewards wouldn't feel discouraged. While they were discussing the 3 candidates, Li Fan once again checked his attributes. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Element Sandball LV1, Enhancement Perception LV1, Enhancement Purple Eyes LV1, Element Wind Glide LV1, Element Flame Maniac LV1, Control Ice Prison LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element Sea of Fire LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquefaction LV1, Summon Gunsmith LV1, Control Mental Storm LV1, Element Wood Command LV1, Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1. It seemed there was no pattern to the rewards, just random superpowers, and then fusion and evolution for those that could be combined. However, even without using superpowers, Li Fan felt that with nearly 400 attribute points, he could easily crush a level 2 mutated zombie. If 400 points weren't enough, using giant strength would boost his strength to 940, which would definitely be enough to beat a level 2 mutated zombie. What impressed him the most were Purple Eyes and Flame Maniac. One could injure enemies with a glare, the other could turn into a fire element body, becoming invincible, only needing a higher level than the opponent. Good thing I didn't rush to kill that upgrading mutated zombie earlier, otherwise I'd really regret it now. I can kill more zombies to earn energy points, and after buying the family base and settling the family members, I can upgrade all skills to the highest level. Then I'll be truly unstoppable, Li Fan thought happily. But there's still the energy limit, higher attributes are still necessary. In the end, the key was still finding more women to expand the family and strengthen himself. Lord System, now that you've imposed these restrictions, it's hard for me to randomly rescue and take in women anymore. Aren't you depriving me of my right to be a good man? Can I protest? Protest invalid, the system holds final interpretation rights. Lord Li, we've made our choice. This time, we pick Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia, and Yun Yun interrupted Li Fan's conversation with the system, charmingly leaning against him as she spoke. Her body was soft and fragrant, but Li Fan, having just finished a major battle, although holding her and letting her sit on his lap, felt calm inside. He nodded and immediately bound the family member subsystem to Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia. Alright, familiarize yourselves with your superpowers. Tomorrow we'll move to DG International Community. Here's the access record I got from their security room. That place isn't exactly 10 rooms empty out of 10, but at least 8 out of 10. Plenty of space for us to live, you can pick rooms. The 6 of you who received powers will also need to face zombies and practice your abilities. Feng Lan will serve as your support healer. Since Yun Yun had completed the task of expanding the family ahead of schedule, Li Fan decided they would move into DG International Community the next day. Better to occupy it early, clear the surroundings, and then plan the family base construction together. The meals had improved again after the system upgrade, now with nutritious soups strengthening men and beautifying women. After dinner and washing up, it was fully dark outside. Li Fan didn't want to go out at night, so he worked hard again for the family's meals. With 14 women, plus the 13 from before, Li Fan gained a total of 660 special proficiency points today. Li Fan felt that with his current physical strength, if he really did 3 fixed tasks a day, he might just end up bedridden. A peaceful night passed. At dawn, the women started packing, chattering in groups, showing no awareness that the world had ended outside. Li Fan was also woken up, and when he glanced at Yun Yun, who was affectionately waking him, he knew she hadn't had enough. After all, it used to be 3 meals a day, now only once a day. Of course she was still hungry. Moreover, with so many women around now, Yun Yun's contribution was huge. Given her efforts and hardships, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. Afterward, by full daylight, Yun Yun walked out of the bedroom radiant and refreshed, catching the eyes of all the women. Though no one said anything, they all understood Yun Yun's status. Among them, the most resentful and displeased was probably Chao Hui, but she didn't dare confront Yun Yun in front of Li Fan and could only endure it for now. Many of the 13 new women smartly and quickly gravitated toward Yun Yun. Humans naturally grouped together, women even more so. Looking at the 6 women who now had superpowers and Yun Yun, Feng Lan, Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, Yuxixia, and Peng Yanxia, only Xu Ting was unmarried and childless. The others were all married women, and 4 of them had daughters. Shu Ting now fatally seemed poised to surpass Chao Hui as the leader of the unmarried and childless women's group, while Chao Hui, a married woman, seemed to have muscled in awkwardly. Maybe the inner court battles that In Yun mentioned before weren't so unlikely. Once Li Fan built the family base, it would surely attract more people. By then, he really would be like a feudal lord, picking women at will. Of course, the prerequisite was still strength. Otherwise, he'd just be paving the way for others, something he must guard against. After everyone finished packing their luggage, Li Fan used his spatial ability to store all the luggage into the different space. Although the fused different space was only level 1, its storage capacity had become much larger, now reaching 1,000 cubic meters, which was enough to hold a lot of things. As for In Yun's suggestion to bring her family over to Dijin International Community, Li Fan kept it in mind and said he would go and pick them up as soon as possible. Li Fan was also thinking that while the power outage was still recent, he could go find a large supermarket or storage warehouse to gather a batch of supplies, to prepare for recruiting underlings and fighters in the future. A total of 41 adults and children walked out of the apartment building, and it could truly be called a grand procession. Are you planning to drive over? Li Fan pointed to the many cars blocking the street and asked. There were many empty cars along the edges, but most cars with keys inside also had zombies or corpses. And Yun shook her head and said, forget it, later we can find a forest dealership to get new cars. Besides, with so many cars blocking the way, even if we drove, we wouldn't get through. Dijin International Community is right there. You can see it from here, just a kilometer or two away. And there don't seem to be many zombies on the street, so let's just walk, Chao Hui said with a smile, pointing at a row of glass buildings not far away. I've cleared the way ahead once already, but there might still be some zombies left. You 6 who have superpowers, keep an eye on the surroundings, Li Fan said, specifically reminding Yu Caixia and Pang Yanxia. Dr. Yu, your ability can control zombies. You should be able to control a zombie with simple commands like making it stop or turn around. Sister Pang, your wooden shield can block sneak attacks from zombies. Shu Ting's liquefied shield wasn't effective against the zombie virus, and it was actually weaker than the previous non-fused protective shield. From this, it could also be seen that not all fused superpowers were necessarily stronger than the awarded ones. A distance of 2,000 meters before, when Li Fan was clearing zombies while walking, it only took him a little over 10 or 20 minutes. But now, with 41 people walking and stopping constantly, it had already been half an hour, and they were still 500 meters away from Dijin International Community. It could practically be called a turtle's pace. Naturally, this was because when Li Fan was clearing zombies ahead earlier, he hadn't completely cleaned them out, allowing some stragglers to attack the group. Fortunately, Dr. Yu maintained her composure and controlled the zombie that suddenly lunged out right away, while In Yun reacted slightly slower and directly cast a ball of fire at the zombie's feet. Although it was the same fused superpower, Fire Sea Molten Lava, when Li Fan used it, it formed a small sea of fire 3 meters wide. When In Yun used it, it was just a small ball of fire less than a foot across. Even so, under Dr. Yu's control, the zombie was burned for a full minute and eventually turned into a pile of black ash. The crisis was resolved, but the women instantly became excited, so their walking pace grew even slower, almost to a halt. What could Li Fan do? He could only wait for them to finish chatting. After all, they were not in a rush. However, when Chao Hui suggested raiding shops along the street, a suggestion that many women responded to, Li Fan had to step in to stop it. If someone were scratched and turned into a zombie by a hidden zombie, he would lose his superpower rewards. With so few people and abilities available, he couldn't afford to take risks, and naturally, neither could his women. This was the rule in his heart. After delaying another 10 minutes, the group once again moved towards their destination. Up ahead, a group of people came out from Eason Community, about 20 of them, including men, women, the old, and the young, with some new faces among them. However, Li Huifei and Zhao Baiyuan were still at the front of the group. Strangely, this time they didn't seem as close as yesterday. Instead, a young and beautiful woman was holding onto Zhao Baiyuan's arm. Did Zhao Baiyuan start keeping a harem and make Li Huifei unhappy? Since the system didn't react to these women, Li Fan checked the woman next to Zhao Baiyuan. Human, Wu Yudi. Strength, 50 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Looks, 82. Purity, 93. Mentality, 65. Fertility, 1 child died in the womb. Overall score, 78. Awakened ability, none. All of them carried backpacks, wore thick clothing, and carried kitchen knives, sticks, and similar weapons. When they saw this group of women, dressed lightly, carrying nothing, chattering in groups like on a picnic, they were stunned. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s worriedly asked, "Aren't you afraid of zombies attacking you all? Thank you for your concern. We have our master to protect us. We are not afraid of zombies, and Yun said with a smile, pulling Li Fan close. That's not something to joke about. You should be careful, and dress more securely when going out. Aren't you carrying any backpacks to gather supplies? Another middle-aged man curiously asked. We're not out looking for food. We're moving houses, to live in Dijin International Community. Xiao Hui, seemingly wanting to show off, directly revealed their destination. There are more zombies near the mall by Dijin Community. The roads are clogged with cars, and zombies are in the cars too. It's not safe inside the community either. And you're still moving there? A young man asked while his eyes kept roaming over the women. Even if we can't clear zombies, our men can, and Yun said confidently. If you can stand firm in front of zombies without your legs giving out, that's already impressive. And you want to clear zombies? The young woman next to Zhao Baiyuan said sarcastically. Even if we can't, our man can. Xiao Wei leaned against Li Fan and lifted her chin proudly as she spoke back to the young woman. Your man? This surprised everyone, especially those who thought the earlier our master comment was just a joke. They all turned to look at the ordinary-looking Li Fan. Li Fan, though currently with 8-pack abs and strong muscles, and even capable of taking on 27 people by himself, looked very ordinary when dressed and standing still. 78 meters tall, average looks, nothing special. Yes, our man. He provides food, shelter, and protects all of us, Xiao Hui said cheerfully on purpose. So many women? All his? Xiao Hui's words completely shattered the worldview of the Yisin community group, and many couldn't help but ask. Even Li Huifei, who might have been sulking, turned to look at Li Fan. Xiao Hui wanted to lift Li Fan's shirt, but Li Fan glared at her to stop, and then kindly said to the Yisin community group, Alright, we're leaving now. If you need anything, you can come find me at Dijin International Community. My name is Li Fan. If you encounter mutated zombies that you can't handle, you can tell me. I'll trade food for information. Aren't there 2 mutated zombies just ahead? One over 3 meters tall and another that could jump over 10 meters high. Scared us to death. We didn't dare go that way, said a short woman. I've already cleared them out. You can go that way now. If you encounter any more mutated zombies, you can come to the security office at Dijin Community to find me, Li Fan said with a smile. And you can tell other survivors too. It's up to you. As long as there's intel about mutated zombies, I'll trade food for it. How much food for this kind of intel? A bag of rice, flour, or a bag of instant noodles and snacks, anything is fine, Li Fan replied. Most of the food he had collected earlier in the different space was rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, and snacks. This was why he wanted to collect supplies, to trade materials for information about mutated zombies and quickly accumulate 100,000 special energy points to purchase the family base from the family mall. Once he had the family base, he could recruit more women who met the system's selection criteria from the nearby area, as well as some principled outsiders who could provide him with information. Before he could fully support himself and fight alone against tens of thousands, he couldn't afford to take in subordinates casually. Finally, Zhao Baiyuan, who was leading the group, couldn't help but ask, did your awakened ability level up? How did you upgrade it? Naturally, Li Fan wouldn't reveal anything about the energy crystals. The fact that mutated energy crystals could boost superpower progress needed to be hidden for as long as possible, so he could gather enough special energy points early on. Otherwise, relying solely on clearing zombies to gain 1 point of special energy value at a time, how long would that take? Right now, he was taking advantage of the fact that other evolved humans were still weak and might not yet be able to defeat mutated zombies, hence the plan to gather intelligence. It's just that killing zombies and using superpowers skillfully led to the upgrade, Li Fan casually replied. I've probably killed over 1,000 zombies. Clearing street zombies, plaza zombies, community zombies, and basement zombies all added up. It was indeed close to 1,000 zombies. Everyone present was stunned by this number. Compared to the people from Yisin community, the women within Yun knew more clearly. Apart from starting to clear zombies in B, C, and D units on the 4th day, Li Fan had only really gone out to clear zombies for the first time yesterday. That meant he had killed 800 to 900 zombies in just one day. Is it really possible to become so powerful just by sleeping with women? This was the common doubt in the hearts of Yun and the other women. The two groups went their separate ways, and even now, Zhao Baiyuan's heart was still filled with shock. He had also awakened his ability 3 days ago, but in these 3 days, he had killed at most 100 zombies. Hearing that Li Fan had killed over 1,000 zombies made him feel that no wonder Li Fan could level up so fast, while he himself had not yet managed to. The 31st and 32nd floors of the Dijing International Community were both large flat units, extremely spacious, and connected by a staircase, which greatly broadened Li Fan's horizons. Indeed, the lives of the rich were sometimes beyond the imagination of the poor. The lobby alone was over 200 square meters, the master bedroom more than 100 square meters, and there were also a study, gym, home theater, entertainment room, collection room, and a walk-in closet. Every room had floor-to-ceiling windows offering beautiful views of the outside, simply stunning. On the 32nd floor, about one-third of the outdoor space was separated by transparent glass, forming a balcony, where a small swimming pool about 4 or 5 meters long and 2 meters wide was built, along with some sun umbrellas and a row of lounge chairs. Another third was taken up by a bedroom featuring a huge waterbed. Lying on it felt like floating in water, soft and weightless, completely overturning the country bumpkin Lee Fan's understanding of luxury. It even made him feel grateful for the apocalypse. If it weren't for the end times, a house like this, left vacant, would have never been his to live in. And Yun Yun and the other women were not much better than him, acting like country folk entering the city, constantly exclaiming wow, wow, wow. The children were even happier, running and jumping around. Laughter and joy filled the 2 floors. Luckily, there were not many survivors now, and the soundproofing of the building was quite good, otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. I said we should move to Daijin community. Living in a house like this is real living. Even the villas in Riverside New Town can't compare. Chao Hui laughed, grinning as she took off her clothes to play in the swimming pool. Li Fan checked the sealed environment. The poisonous rain shouldn't have entered. This household likely had professional maintenance. The water had been stored for only about 6 days, so it should still be fine. Thus, he did not stop them. With Chao Hui taking the lead, some other women even brought their daughters to jump into the pool. Soon, the pool was crowded, the small heads of children making up most of it. Li Fan, on the other hand, took in Yun Yun to experience the giant waterbed. Before long, the waterbed was also packed. The specific situation is indescribable. By the time everything was settled, it was already 1 in the afternoon. They ate, packed their belongings, and prepared for work. Before heading out, Li Fan instructed, "You don't need to worry about other buildings for now. Focus on organizing the people in our building. If someone refuses to cooperate, have the sharpshooter kill them directly. Also, keep an eye on the meatball in the C-block basement. That's a mutated zombie in the process of evolving. It's very dangerous. Don't get too curious and approach it." You can also call the survivors in each building to understand their situations. If there are polite people asking for help, note them down, and we'll prioritize rescuing them. If someone is brave enough to come down by elevator, calm them down, give them some food and water to survive, and if they're willing to go out and look for supplies, don't stop them. However, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. People living in this community were mostly rich or noble and likely lacked the spirit for risk-taking. The women knew he was going to clean up zombies nearby, and clearing the surrounding area would indeed make things a bit safer. Li Fan planned to clear the mall and hospital nearby, especially the hospital, as he would later need Yu Tsaixia to collect useful medical equipment and medicine. Today, Li Fan was even twice as strong as yesterday. His attributes were now 15 or 16 times stronger than an average person's, and clearing level 0 zombies was still as easy as ever. Still, Li Fan remained cautious and steady. He used his sensing ability to scout the zombies in the mall first, then used the spiritual seed ability to control 5 zombies outside the plaza to crash into the mall's glass door and lure out more zombies. Compared to using the hunting dog, zombies didn't react much to other zombies, and the plan to gather and burn them failed. Li Fan thought, let's try the flame maniac ability. There are over 100 zombies on the first floor, clean them up in 3 to 4 minutes, then run out and wait for the cooldown? The flame maniac lasted 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. According to the knowledge he had received, Li Fan activated Flame Maniac mode. In this state, he wouldn't be affected by the corpse toxin, making him invincible, unless faced with an Ice Snow Maniac of the same level. Li Fan's entire body burst into flames, even his internal organs seemed to burn, transforming him into a human-shaped flame with no human features left. After charging into the mall, the zombies, unaware of fear, still rushed toward him, attracted by the lingering human aura on his body. But the flames of Flame Maniac were even fiercer than fire sea lava. Any zombie that touched him immediately turned to ashes, just like a special effect in a movie. In just 4 minutes, over 100 zombies were reduced to ashes around Li Fan, leaving behind more than 20 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. Li Fan hadn't even noticed there was a mutated zombie among them. Everything that touched him instantly burned to ash without exception. Some zombies from the second floor were missing limbs and crawled toward Li Fan. He quickly finished them off. After collecting all the energy crystals into his storage space, Li Fan ran out of the mall and stood in the open plaza to wait for the ability's duration to end and return to normal. The Flame Maniac form could not be reversed early, he could only wait for the time to end. Afterward, there would be 1 minute of weakness. Li Fan ran out mainly to experience how weak he would feel during that minute. His fire could harm both friend and foe, so he needed to use it carefully. This was part of the knowledge embedded when he received the ability. After 5 minutes, the flames on his body receded like a tide, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, bending him over and forcing him to support himself on his knees, gasping for air. However, he could still activate abilities. With his sensing ability, he could detect all zombies and people within a 300-meter radius. Inside the mall's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, there were dense patches of gloomy energy indicating zombies. On the road behind him, many cars were parked with gloomy energy trapped inside. One particularly dense patch of gloomy energy caught Li Fan's attention. The 1-minute weakness period quickly passed, and no zombies attacked. Following his sensing ability, Li Fan found the zombie he had noticed, trapped inside a car. It was a tall SUV, with 2 corpses inside that had been gnawed to pieces. The zombie inside also looked strange. It seemed like it had no bones, crawling around inside the narrow car space like a snake. Mutated zombie. Li Fan also checked its information. Monster, level 1 mutated zombie, 70% evolution progress. Strength, 200 gene. Speed, 25 meters per second. High probability of generating a mutated energy crystal. Seeing that the zombie couldn't break the glass, Li Fan used the spiritual seed from the spiritual storm to control this mutated zombie. Compared to the earlier spiritual command ability, the spiritual seed in spiritual storm was much more effective at controlling zombies. Because the spiritual seed could be planted in the zombie's brain, making it obedient for a long time without going out of control or betraying him. Moreover, the number of seeds he could use had doubled. He could now plant 20 spiritual seeds at once. Unfortunately, spiritual seeds could not control humans, possibly a restriction from the system. He had never heard of an ability having such a limitation. The spiritual seed was an invisible energy link from Li Fan's consciousness, capable of penetrating obstacles into the zombie's brain. Of course, Li Fan's spiritual strength had to be higher than the zombie's, otherwise, the seed could backfire, at best causing a sharp mental pain, at worst causing long-term headaches. Now, Li Fan's spiritual strength was close to 100. So it was unlikely that any zombie or mutant would surpass him. Thus, he successfully planted the seed into the zombie's brain. The mutated zombie calmed down and stopped crawling or ramming against the car windows. Crawl to the window, Li Fan tried commanding it through his thoughts. Sure enough, the zombie crawled to the window and stood still, seemingly waiting for Li Fan's next command. Li Fan faintly sensed that the zombie's emotions were calm, but he wasn't completely sure if it was absolutely loyal. At least compared to summon hunting dogs or sharpshooters, these zombies controlled by seeds couldn't stray too far from him. Thinking it over, he still felt this ability was somewhat underwhelming. But if zombies evolved higher intelligence in the future, controlling them through spiritual seeds could become very useful. Still, Li Fan was concerned if the zombie virus problem wasn't solved, he wouldn't dare keep zombies around as subordinates. It was too risky. He opened the car door, chopped off the zombie's head, retrieved the mutated energy crystal, and walked back into the mall. Today, he hoped to clean all 5 floors of the mall and sweep useful items into his space storage. The first floor of the Daijing International Mall sold jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor was a home goods shopping center and family entertainment center. The third floor was mainly young fashion brands. The fourth floor was children's clothing and sports brands. The fifth floor mainly had restaurants, a movie theater, and a children's playground. Li Fan packed all the cigarettes, liquor, tea, and similar items from the first floor counters into his space. He also collected some jewelry to bring back for Ren Yun and the others to see if they were interested. Then he went up to the second floor, picked up a fire hydrant nearby, and smashed several glass cabinets with loud bangs, attracting nearby zombies. Soon, many zombies rushed toward the noise. Li Fan cast a fire sea lava on both sides and ran downstairs while smashing glass panels next to the elevator with the hydrant. The loud noise even alarmed the zombies on the third floor. Many smashed through the glass railings and fell like dumplings from above. Seeing the zombies falling and crawling toward the sound, missing limbs and all, Li Fan couldn't bear it and walked over to finish them off. When flames started rising on the second floor and the zombie noises gradually faded away, Li Fan ran back up. Although some scattered zombies remained, he had cleared about 70% of the second floor zombies. He picked up a dozen low-quality energy crystals from the ground and exchanged them for special energy points. His special energy value reached 7,452 points. If he worked hard, he might break 10,000 today. He dashed over and cleared the remaining scattered zombies on the second floor, collecting another 6 low-quality energy crystals. After sensing the position of the mutated zombies on the third floor, he went up and repeated the trick. 2 fire sea lava spells to burn the incoming zombies. Soon, the third floor was cleared, yielding 27 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. After finishing off some scattered zombies, Li Fan charged up to the 4th floor. 2.5 hours later, he had cleared all 5 floors of the mall, including the basement, and his special energy value reached 9,980. His energy attribute was running low, only 120 points left. The basement's mutated zombie was a special zombie that could turn invisible. If not for his fortune avoidance ability and several emergency teleports, today might have been the day he got infected. Eventually, using his sensing ability, he burned the invisible zombie to death. This encounter made him even more eager for the system to produce a cure for the zombie virus. System Master, can you release the cure for the zombie virus sooner? Maybe give it to me as a reward. Currently unavailable. It's too early, the zombie virus hasn't been cracked yet. You're supposed to be all-powerful. Being all-powerful also takes time. Fine, you're the boss, whatever you say. Li Fan could only temporarily stay cautious and act as a summoner and mage, not a frontline warrior. He collected a large pile of expensive clothing he normally wouldn't even look at, along with home supplies, then swept through the 5th floor's kitchen freezers and restaurants. He was preparing to head back and planned to clear the hospital next door tomorrow. Target detected, Yu Nuanyuan. Bind target? The system's sudden alert made Li Fan instinctively teleport away from the kitchen. Although he didn't sense danger, he chose to leave first. Then he used sensing to check the kitchen. And chose yes. Target Yu Nuanyuan binding successful. Newbie tip, after successful capture, host gains +2 to all attributes, +1 family member, and 1 first capture reward package. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Sensing into the kitchen corner, Li Fan found a ball of fiery red aura, but no visible person. Clearly, this was also a mutant who had awakened invisibility abilities. The system could still use the inspect function on Yu Nuanyuan in her invisible state. Level 0 mutant, Yu Nuanyuan, 45% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 15 meters per second. Looks, 91. Purity, 99. Mentality, 95. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 91. Awakened abilities, invisibility, speed enhancement. Seeing that Yu Nuanyuan's looks, purity, mentality, and overall score were all above 90, and that she had awakened 2 abilities, even Li Fan couldn't help but feel a bit eager to see her true appearance. Perhaps sensing that she had been discovered, Yu Nuanyuan revealed herself. She wore a clean, expensive branded sports outfit that tightly hugged her graceful figure, a cute pink bunny helmet, and held a 7-foot-long sword with a tassel in her hand. Her face wasn't visible, but her body looked strong and well-proportioned. Her appearance didn't seem like the typical cutesy, coquettish type. Handsome guy, how many abilities have you awakened? Instant movement, storage space, fire sea, fireman, and probably sensing ability too. Otherwise, you shouldn't have been able to detect my invisibility, Yu Nuanyuan said with interest, analyzing him. You've awakened multiple abilities too? Li Fan frowned and asked, following her words. I awakened too. I thought I was already special, but you awakened 5 abilities. Are you the chosen one or do you have protagonist's aura? Yu Nuanyuan laughed. Li Fan thought, I have more than 10 abilities. If I told you, it would probably scare you to death. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal such information to a stranger. Anything else? Li Fan guessed she appeared because she wanted food. After all, he had just swept through all the kitchens and the restaurants here. Of course, Yu Nuanyuan nodded. You have a storage space, but you can't just take all the food, right? Leave some for me and my sisters. I've already cleared out the zombies in the mall. You and your sisters can go find food yourselves. Li Fan shook his head. If you don't mind, I can take care of you, even your sisters. I'm Li Fan. I live at Daijing International Complex next door. If you think it over, you can come find me, he said. After speaking, Li Fan instantly teleported outside the mall and started walking toward Daijing International Complex. Yu Nuanyuan watched him leave, and instead happily turned and walked into an employee passageway. She quickly returned to her hiding place, a 100 square meter storage room on the 5th floor filled with clothes, jewelry, and food. On the ground were 2 or 3 quilts spread out. 3 people were sleeping there, and 1 person was handling food. Xianjie, a badass, showed up in the mall just now. He cleared out all 5 floors of zombies. We can go out now. Yu Nuanyuan excitedly shouted at Ning Yuxiang, who was preparing food. With a clatter, the knife in Ning Yuxiang's hand fell onto the table. She then asked in surprise, Really? Nuanyuan? We can really go out? Really? Truer than pearls, Yu Nuanyuan nodded seriously. That badass burned all the zombies to death, even the agile zombie on the third floor that Meng and I couldn't handle. He even went down to the basement, probably cleared that too. He's a real zombie Terminator. Go out? Go where? The noise woke the three sleeping women. A big-breasted girl, completely naked, rubbed her chest, still swollen from someone grabbing it in her sleep, and asked absent-mindedly, Li Xioma, you're still sleeping naked. Don't you know what's going on outside? What if a zombie barges in? You gonna run around naked? Yu Nuanyuan scolded Li Xioma angrily, glaring at her fair and tall chest. I thought it was fine with you and Meng here. You guard in the light, Meng guards in the dark, no zombie could get through you too, Li Xioma said as she helped Chen Meng up. Damn, you even stripped Meng's clothes too. You pervert. Yu Nuanyuan shouted even more angrily when she saw Chen Meng was also naked. Fei Fei is naked too. Sleeping naked is really comfy. Meng and Fei Fei both agreed to it, Li Xioma said righteously. I really want to smack you to death, you damn pervert. Yu Nuanyuan took off her helmet, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. She shook her hair and glared at the three naked girls. She really didn't get the obsession with sleeping naked, but under Li Xiama's bad influence, Chen Meng and Yu Fingfei also joined in. Normally, Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxiang slept in a separate quilt. Otherwise, they might have been corrupted too. Get up, get dressed, we're going home. A badass just cleared out the mall's zombies. We can try finding a car and go home, Yu Nuanyuan shouted. Amid flashes of springtime scenery, the three girls quickly got dressed. 2 minutes later, they were ready, all yelling like hyperactive huskies, Go home, go home. I'm never staying in this damned mall again. It's such a big mall, and only we survived. Who knows what it's like outside? I'm scared to go home, afraid of seeing what I don't want to see, Ning Yuxiang said, crying as she covered her face. Xian Jia, you need to stay positive. Live well while we're alive. Don't cry all the time. Dead people won't come back. We'll go home and check things first. Yu Nuanyuan held Ning Yuxiang's face with both hands seriously. Right, we five will check our homes starting nearby. I'll scout ahead using invisibility. Meng's strong and good at killing zombies, so she can protect everyone in the car. As long as we don't get swarmed, we'll be fine. Let's eat first, then we'll go home, Ning Yuxiang said, forcing a smile and wiping her tears. My home's too far, I won't be able to check, said Li Xioma, a fiery girl from Xiang province, whose hometown was over 1,000 li away from Yangjiang. My home's also a bit far, said Yu Fingfei from Chonling City, 300 or 400 li away. She also quickly gave up on returning. My home's in Huangjiang district, about 10 li from Yangjiang. No idea what it's like now. Let's check Meng's home first, it's only 4 or 5 li away, a half-hour walk, Ning Yuxiang said. Yu Nuanyuan agreed, my home's in Baojiang district, also about 10 li from here. Let's go to Meng's place first, then Xiangjia's, then mine. When Li Fan returned to the community, he found that Yun and the others had been quite efficient. There were actually other residents now guarding the surveillance room, a young couple who recognized Li Fan, having seen his monstrous strength when clearing out zombies in the community. The young woman, more able to lower her pride, smiled flatteringly and said to Li Fan, Brotherly, Sister Chow assigned us to guard the security room and said in the future we could also go out with you to find food. Li Fan habitually checked the two of them. The woman was named Zhang Yan, and the man was Wang Haoming. Neither was a mutant. Before the apocalypse, those living in this community were either rich or powerful. Wang Haoming seemed to still have a bit of pride, reluctant to lower himself to flatter Li Fan, while Zhang Yan was more like the Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinxian sisters, women accustomed to attaching themselves to power so she could easily humble herself. Li Fan ignored them. Women who could not trigger the system's attention equally could not attract his attention. He simply nodded and headed for Building C's basement. He intended to use a mental seed to control the mutant zombie that was currently upgrading to level 2. After all, if he didn't control zombies, the ability would be useless. Even if there was risk, he couldn't give up on it. If evolving to level 2 was easy for zombies, then a level 2 zombie would probably still be weak, and he could simply kill it and take the mutant energy crystal. But if evolving was difficult and slow, a level 2 zombie could already be very strong, worth trying to control with a mental seed to observe, preparing for future control of higher level zombies. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, evolution upgrade about to complete. Strength, 2000 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to generate a mutant energy crystal. The mutant zombie had changed, now showing that it was about to complete its evolution. Li Fan took the opportunity to plant a mental seed into the zombie's brain. Then he switched his vision to the zombie, but aside from total darkness, he couldn't experience the evolution process firsthand, so he gave up the view and returned home. Li Fan's activities at home were also quite routine. Afterwards, one-hit success effect triggered. Target Zhou Yixuan/Zhou Jinxian successfully conquered. Hosts full attributes +4, family members +2. First conquest reward package ×1. Please continue to expand your family and propagate. 2 first conquest reward packages detected. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Gained element metallization, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metallization can flexibly control body metallization. In a metallized state, damage received can rapidly heal, and metal resistance increases by 50%. Gained element metal control, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metal control can flexibly control and use any metal. Metal resistance increases by 50%. Element metallization and element metal control are the same attribute and type abilities. Merge into element metal frenzy? Yes. Consumes 100 special energy points for fusion. Please wait. Element metal frenzy fusion completed. Element metal frenzy, LV1, metal transformation, metal cold weapons, metal shields, metal manipulation, metal resistance increases by 60%. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Zhou Yixuan's reward package contained element metallization. Zhou Jinxuan's reward package contained element metal control. Li Fan tested the new ability. He could transform his whole body into common metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron, condense metal weapons and shields using energy, and manipulate all metal items in the house. However, due to limited imagination, he couldn't create fantasy metals. Now with too many women around, Li Fan sometimes even experienced face blindness, unable to call out their names, so he uniformly called them baby or sister. He could imagine that later, when even more women joined, it would be even worse. Not to mention what Li Fan was busy with at home on the other side, and Yun Yun was leading Feng Lan, Pan Tong, and Feng Dan into apartment 1802 on the 18th floor, persuading Kong Linghui and her daughter to join their family, truly putting in great effort for the expansion of the family. And Yun Yun mainly tried to persuade Kong Linghui, explaining to her the current situation of Li Fan's harem and only mentioning the ability to receive supplies, without telling her that they could gain superpowers or that Li Fan could gain multiple superpowers through them. He already has so many women, and you're still helping him find more? Kong Linghui couldn't understand Yun Yun's reasoning, but knowing the situation outside, although she was unhappy, she still smiled and asked, "He's strong, and given the situation outside, we want to help more sisters who have fallen into hardship, providing them with a stable place to stay. It's a mutually beneficial thing. Sister Kong, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your daughter," and Yun Yun earnestly persuaded, then motioned Pan Tong and Feng Dan to share their own experiences. After listening, Kong Linghui was finally moved and developed some curiosity toward Li Fan. This man was strong, yet instead of being extremely selective, he accepted almost everyone. Was he really, as Yun Yun said, helping women in desperate situations? But this ability was indeed strange, needing to have a relationship to receive daily supplies. She and her daughter had been holed up at home for 7 days. Though they had no immediate food problems, in 1 or 2 months, food would definitely become scarce. Then they would have to risk their lives outside. Will he really not mind about us? I'm already 38, almost old enough to be his mother, Kong Linghui said, still a bit uneasy. Sister Kong, we have no reason to lie to you. You'll see for yourself when you come. Plus, you look no different from us. I'm already 33. Most of us are over 30, and many have 1 or 2 kids, and Yun Yun smiled. As for your daughter, as long as you don't want to, Li Fan definitely won't force anything. Having rich experience in persuasion, and Yun Yun knew once food and safety were involved, no woman had been able to refuse so far. Then I'll go talk to my daughter. Are we going over now? Kong Linghui asked, blushing. Yes, you need to verify the food situation too, right? And Yun Yun nodded. Meanwhile, besides Yun Yun, Xiao Wei, Zhang Qiufang, Zhang Lei, Zhang Menglan, and Ma Xiaofeng were also persuading other qualified women. However, there were only about 20 households of survivors in Building D, and more than half were couples or families. Therefore, they only targeted 4 or 5 households. And Yun Yun suddenly realized and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering what kind of strange superpower this is, doing that kind of thing with women and continuously gaining superpowers and supplies." Then she asked, "Since you told me about this, does it mean I can tell others too?" Since the system didn't require secrecy, Li Fan wasn't too concerned about keeping it hidden. Judging by the increase in Yun Yun's favorability, it seemed there was no problem telling her. Anyway, he could tell at a glance if someone was being dishonest. Among his women now, only Yun Yun, Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong had favorability above 80. The others ranged from 60 to 70. Li Fan figured that if a woman's favorability dropped below 60, it likely meant she had divided loyalties, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Up to you. By the way, about bringing your family over, you mentioned it before. I think it would be better to wait until we exchange for the family base. Recently, I've mainly been thinking about where the family base should be placed, Li Fan said. Of course, that would be best. Thank you, patriarch. And Yun smiled at Li Fan, her eyes sparkling like water. The meaning was obvious. Li Fan saw her favorability immediately rise to 90 points, which gave him even more motivation. As for where to set up the family base, I think the suburbs would be best, fewer people, fewer zombies. Plus, I heard there are a lot of villas and countryside ghost houses. It would be good to check them out, Yun said. The two chatted for a while about the location of the family base, and Yun had already climbed onto him. Since he hadn't yet cancelled the dinner refueling session, Li Fan struck while the iron was hot and began a 1-on-34 session. Afterwards, the newly arrived Zhou Yixuan, Kang Linghui, and others were dumbfounded seeing the endless line of women walking into the large bedroom. 34 women took nearly 6 hours to settle. Li Fan gained 800 points of special proficiency value. His special energy value reached 9,602 points, and special proficiency value reached 1,460 points. After that, they claimed survival supplies issued by the system in front of the women and had dinner. As for Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao, they also ate. Li Fan certainly didn't treat them differently. However, since they weren't recognized by the system and didn't receive supplies, he would have to gather supplies to feed them himself. He would even have to find a way to help them awaken naturally in the future. The best method was to have them give birth to more children. Without the one-hit success effect, it was uncertain when these women might get pregnant. After settling the children, Li Fan took out some food, clothes, and useful things he had collected at the Dijing International Mall and let the women pick what they needed. He also asked them to make a list of items they would need him to gather in the future. Although living in the penthouse was getting crowded with so many people, no woman was willing to move to another place. This made Li Fan even more excited about the family base available in the system shop. Maybe it would be a palace? Afterward, Li Fan bound Xiao Hui to the family member subsystem and told her she now had the invisibility ability. Among envious gazes from the other women, Xiao Hui excitedly insisted on going downstairs to test her invisibility ability, wanting to see if she could really fool zombies. Li Fan stopped her, warning, "It's not very safe at night. If you accidentally get scratched or touched by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Even with superpowers, we still can't resist the zombie virus?" Xiao Hui asked, puzzled. Even now, the system had no way to resist the zombie virus. They could only hope there would be a solution in the future. Maybe there's a way, we just haven't found it yet. Being careful is always better, Li Fan said. If we can't go outside, can I at least go to another building to test it out? Xiao Hui asked, still unwilling to give up. Li Fan didn't refuse this time and nodded, just be careful. They went downstairs together, Li Fan to the security room, Xiao Hui to building C. There were two new people in the security room, a married couple in their 50s. Li Fan knew Yun had used food as a wage to get building D's people to volunteer to take shifts guarding the security room. If anything happened, they would immediately ring the doorbells at 3100D and 3200D to inform them. The wages were paid daily, mostly instant noodles and snacks. Before the apocalypse, these people wouldn't even look at such food. Now they risked their lives for it. Seeing nothing unusual, Li Fan casually found an empty room, ensured it was safe, and entered the training subspace. It was a space full of various round stakes, and Li Fan fumbled around trying to understand it. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoma's chest was practically resting on the steering wheel as she drove a salvaged car toward the Huangjiang district, while comforting the tearful Chen Meiming sitting in the passenger seat. Since Chen Meiming's home was nearby, the driving-skilled Li Xiaoma took her to Guanlin community to check her home situation, while Yuan, Yu Fingfei, and Ning Yuxiang went together toward Huangjiang district. Chen Meiming's home was empty, the door was wide open, and there were many dark bloodstains inside. It was clear her family had likely turned into zombies. Luckily, they had good luck on the way to Guanlin community, no mutant zombies, no huge traffic jams, and no big hordes. Thinking of the fierce man who cleared zombies in the mall, Li Xiaoma guessed that some people, like Yuan and Chen Meiming, had awakened superpowers, which was why the streets were somewhat cleared. Along the way, they also saw people scavenging food in shops. After they left, Li Xiaoma and Chen Meiming entered and took some food and water to store in the car. They didn't know if the trip to Huangjiang district would be as smooth, so they were making long-term plans. Meiming, we'll need to rely on you along the way. You can't keep being so sad. Eat, drink, sleep when you can. It's getting darker, should we find a place to rest for the night? Li Xiaoma asked seriously while driving. Xiaoma, it's not good to drive with the headlights on at night. It might attract zombies. I wonder if Sister Xiang and Nguyen have arrived, Chen Meiming said worriedly. It's my fault for wasting too much time at home earlier. It's okay as long as you're fine. We can go tomorrow. There's no rush. It's already been 7 days since the apocalypse started. Life and death are fated. No need to be too sad, Li Xiaoma said, shaking her head. Let's rest at that shop up ahead that's already been scavenged. We'll stay there for the night and head out tomorrow, Chen Meiming said, pointing to a shop with its door open. No one expected that for the next 3 days, torrential rain would pour down, as if the sky had opened a hole and water from the ninth heaven was cascading down. In just half a day, the entire coastal city turned into a vast ocean. This heavy rain blocked the journeys of many and dragged many who were still harboring illusions straight into hell. Li Fan's plan to clear zombies and accumulate special energy points was also interrupted by this rainstorm. It was at this moment that he finally recalled the apocalyptic natural disasters mentioned by the system when it first bound to him. It seemed this rainstorm was just the beginning of the natural disasters. Because they feared the rain might be the true cause of people turning into zombies, no one dared to leave their homes. Li Fan and the 51 others squeezed together on the top 2 floors, watching the rain fall like a waterfall. In just half a day, the ground had turned into a vast flood. And Yun said worriedly, if I had known it would rain this hard, I would have gone to check on my family yesterday. Many of the other women had already made calls before the internet and electricity went out, learning that their families' situations were not optimistic. Now, with this torrential rain, it was likely even worse. For a moment, the atmosphere at home became silent due to this sudden downpour. Your house is close by, don't worry. As soon as the rain stops, I'll go send some food to them, Li Fan comforted. In the training space, he had discovered that many of his abilities could be combined for use. For example, the wind glide skill allowed him to briefly fly or glide in the air, and combined with instant movement, spatial shifting, and metallic transformation from metal craze, he didn't have to worry about falling to his death. At the same time, metal transformation also solved his problem of being infected by the zombie virus. Originally, he had planned to go out today and collect a big wave of special energy points, but who could have expected such a heavy rain? Also, ice prison could be used to freeze and kill enemies, or to freeze himself for self-rescue, a truly invincible defense and offense combined skill. Because in the training space he didn't need to worry about energy consumption or death, Li Fan learned many ingenious uses for his powers. However, after the fusion and evolution of space control, the training time in the special space had been reduced from 2 hours to just half an hour per day, which left Li Fan speechless. With nothing else to do, Li Fan could only earn special proficiency value from the many bored and gloomy women around him. It also helped to soothe their gloomy moods, a win-win. Relatively speaking, Li Fan preferred women like Yun, Qin Xingyan, Yu Caixia, Fenglan, Jiang Menglan, the Zhou Yixuan sisters, and the Kong Linghui mother and daughter, sensible and understanding. Moon Yinqin met the system's requirements, but like Zhang Jing and the others, she didn't trigger any rewards. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't use force. But the rainstorm made the Kong Linghui mother and daughter rethink many things and they voluntarily came to him. Compared to Zhu Ting, the better educated and better off Moon Yinqin truly didn't disappoint him, becoming his first truly perfect woman. This surprise made the newly arrived Kong Linghui and her daughter very much favored by him. Women like Ma Xiaofeng and Li Monhua had unpleasant past experiences, while Zhang Lei and Dang Shangwei hadn't yet adjusted their mindsets and were relatively passive. Xiao Wei, Zhu Ting, and Jiang Qiufang's sisters were proactive but had too much of their own small thoughts. When night came and the rain still hadn't stopped, Li Fan and the others lost interest in other activities, staring instead at the endless rainwater visible even in the darkness, worrying that the supplies in the shops would be ruined by flooding. These supplies were critical to the survival of many. Everyone had family, and they all hoped their families would survive, so the worry in the air was thick. At this point, the floodwaters on the ground had already reached their calves. If it doesn't stop raining tonight, by tomorrow the water might be over the knees. By then, forget about killing zombies, we might not even be able to walk far, Li Fan said worriedly. By the way, aren't the generators for the community in the basement? Will they be flooded and cause a power outage? Kong Linghui asked anxiously. Everyone was stunned for a moment, realizing the problem, and Li Fan immediately ordered, hurry, cook as much rice and dishes as you can. Use the rice cookers in the vacant rooms downstairs. After cooking, I'll store the food in the space. If not, we'll only have snacks and instant noodles left. Over half of the 50 people rushed off with keys in hand to find rooms to cook in. If only the special space allowed for cooking, Li Fan thought to himself. Then he started thinking about the basement generators. Though he didn't know how to handle them, he figured that as long as he had good generators in hand, he could always find someone to fix and use them later. Hastily cooking food and storing it in the space wasn't a long-term solution. He had to think ahead. So he pulled Kong Linghui aside and asked about the exact location of the generators, planning to go retrieve them into the special space after a few more hours to prevent water damage. Apparently, many survivors had thought of the power outage problem, as there were busy figures in every room. After collecting all the cooked food into the special space, Li Fan took the elevator down to the second floor and walked to the first floor, finding that the lobby was already flooded. However, because much of the water was draining into the basement, the lobby was only shallowly covered, unlike the half-meter deep water outside. Standing at the basement stairway, Li Fan stopped. The water inside was already nearly halfway up the staircase. Going down would mean the water would be up to his chest. Activating metallic transformation, electricity sparked around his body. The basement water was already electrified. Luckily, metal transformation covered his whole body inside and out, so Li Fan only felt a slight numbness, without it affecting his movement. Thus, he didn't have to fear being scratched or bitten by zombies hidden in the water. He couldn't help but feel grateful for this timely ability. Otherwise, realizing now that he needed to get the generators would have been too late. Worried about the transformation's time limit, Li Fan rushed to the generator room and found 520 kW generators. By now, the generators were already smoking and probably wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Li Fan gave up on trying to store these generators into the space. He decided he would find better generators outside as soon as the rain stopped. Returning home, he once again vented his energy on the women. Although he hadn't killed a single zombie today, he gained 1820 points of special proficiency value. At dawn, Li Fan was woken up by Chao Hui's playful morning bite. His bed was full of fair, delicate figures. Last night had indeed been a rare moment of wild indulgence. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Lying there, Li Fan watched the rain curtain while recalling his water flow skill that allowed him to control water, and he wondered if this rain was still capable of turning people into zombies like at the beginning. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to risk trying. However, in the Yisan community, someone was indeed willing to go into the rain to test if it would still turn people into zombies. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao, please let me go out and try. If I turn into a zombie, you don't need to go out. If I don't turn, I'll bring back some food. Otherwise, my wife and kid are going to starve to death. A chubby round-faced man was blocked by Zhao Baiyuan's people on the second floor of the community, pleading bitterly with Zhao Baiyuan and his father who had rushed over. Zhang Xiaoping, after the last rain, many people turned into zombies. During this time, you had food at home but refused to come out with us. Now it's pouring rain and you want to rush out? This rain won't last more than a day or two. Even if you go hungry for 2 or 3 days, you won't die. What are you testing for? If you really want to test it, can't you just stand on your balcony? Zhao Zhongzhu scolded with a stern face. Zhao Baiyuan thought to himself that this Zhang Xiaoping was just making trouble. He didn't really want to go out, he just wanted to mooch food off those who risked their lives to search for supplies. If he truly wanted to test, he could have stood on his own balcony to get rained on. Uncle Zhao, my little Bao is only 3 years old. Adults can endure hunger for a few days, but children can't. Please lend us some food. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoping began to ask for food. Zhao Baiyuan could only blush and glance at his father. In truth, although he had led people out to scavenge food these past few days, half of their supplies had already been given away because his father Zhao Zhongzhu liked to lend food to old neighbors and friends. Moreover, 2 young women had been forcibly moved into their home. What was once a 5-person household had suddenly become 7 mouths to feed. One of them was the daughter of an old neighbor, a recent university graduate who stayed at home. To take her in, half of their food had been given away. His parents had made the decision, and he had begrudgingly gone to bed with the woman. This had already made his wife, Li Huifei, very upset. And just last night, another girl was forced into their home, only 18, freshly graduated from high school, and again, half of their remaining food was given away. Zhao Baiyuan felt guilty, afraid that Li Huifei would explode. Last night, no matter how his mother shouted, he refused to enter the guest room where the high school girl was staying. But the girl still stayed in their house. He knew his parents were dissatisfied that Li Huifei had only given birth to a daughter and had refused to have another child for 3 or 4 years. Their daughter was almost 5 now. In the eyes of the older generation, especially in times of crisis like the apocalypse, having a grandson was still more important than a granddaughter. Enough, enough. Give them 2 packets of instant noodles. Zhao Zhongzhu wanted to show kindness again. But Zhao Baiyuan immediately interrupted him, his face flushed. Dad, half of our food was given away yesterday. Even if we ration carefully, 7 of us can only last 2 or 3 more days. We don't know how long this rain will last. If you keep handing out food, we'll starve ourselves. What? Are you yelling at me now? Trying to scare your father? Giving away 2 packets of noodles will kill our whole family? You can't even eat a little less? Zhao Zhengzhu shouted with wide eyes. Fine, do as you like. But don't say I didn't warn you when we're all starving later. Zhao Baiyuan, having summoned all his courage to interrupt his father, now felt completely powerless. Even superpowers couldn't save this kind of situation. This father-son exchange was still relatively peaceful, just a couple of raised voices. But Zhao Baiyuan's household was truly a mess. Li Huifei, who never got along with her mother-in-law Chen Chunhua even before the apocalypse, used to just endure. But now, she couldn't anymore. Her mother-in-law had stolen the food she had saved for her daughter and given it to the lazy girl who had just moved in. She suddenly realized that her in-laws were insane. Her father-in-law was a complete saint who handed out food left and right, and her mother-in-law was obsessed with having a grandson. In the apocalypse, the ugly side of human nature was fully exposed. She thought bitterly, the husband who once swore eternal love was now cuddling other women after just a few days. There was another woman waiting in the guest room. Her father-in-law wasted their precious food. Her mother-in-law didn't cherish her or her daughter and even stole food from her daughter's mouth. What kind of hellish family was this? She no longer wanted to stay, she would rather die outside. But thinking of her not quite 5-year-old daughter, her anger deflated. She couldn't abandon her daughter. Without her, what future would her daughter have? She would probably starve to death. She definitely would. In the apocalypse, there were naturally people who didn't understand the situation and wasted their food, but there were also those who understood and treasured their supplies. In Building E, room 1803 of the Dijin International Community, a rich second-generation heir particularly cherished his food. He even tied up his disobedient girlfriend, who had no idea how serious things were, to stop her from eating freely. Although the food at home could last another week, he was already very alert, and had started trying to break into neighbors' homes to scavenge for more supplies. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. As soon as he broke into a neighbor's house and before he could even be happy about it, he was bitten by a nanny-turned-zombie inside. And his girlfriend, still tied to the bed at home, was likely doomed as well. Other residents in the community had also started to economize, just like the rich kid. But now that the community's generators had been flooded, every household was without power to cook food. From now on, they could only eat dry food. No matter how carefully they rationed, they wouldn't last long. For example, Jean Yuanxiang from room 2201 in Building A, who lived with her 3 daughters, was among the first to face this hardship. Her 4-year-old daughter could still manage dry food, the 2-year-old might get by with some snacks, but the 5-month-old baby absolutely couldn't eat dry food. She never expected a sudden heavy rain would flood the community's generators. Without hot water to make formula or cook meals, her family could only starve slowly. Moreover, they didn't even dare to drink the rainwater, not knowing whether it contained the zombie virus. Even if they didn't starve, they would eventually die of thirst. Her family's nanny had been sent downstairs to check the situation on the first day of the apocalypse and, like her family members, had never returned. Single mothers like Jean Yuanxiang and other single women were numerous in Dijin International Community. Most of the residents were women who stayed home, relying on their husbands to earn money outside. Otherwise, so many women wouldn't have longed to marry rich men, because marrying the right man really could guarantee a lifetime of worry-free, luxurious living. For example, Yuan Biyu in room 3100C was just such a single and refined woman. However, now even she was starting to panic. Although she still had plenty of food and wasn't worried about dry rations, her real panic came from water shortage. Her home had always used a water purifier, and she had no stockpile of clean water. This was largely because she had been trapped in her car. Had Li Fan not cleared the basement and accidentally rescued her, she might have already died in the car. When the heavy rain came yesterday, she finally realized she needed to boil water, but she didn't manage to boil much, barely enough for 10 days. What about after that? What if the rain continued for a long time? Just thinking about it made her panic. Also panicking were Zhang Yan and Wang Haoming in room 1501 of Building D. 2 days ago, they had just found a job guarding the community gate in exchange for food. Then yesterday's rainstorm put them out of work, and today it still hadn't stopped raining. Before, they rarely cooked in this apartment, surviving on snacks Zhang Yan had stockpiled. They had barely made it through the past week. Just when Li Fan came with his large group and started hiring people, they lost the opportunity after just one shift because of the rain. Now Zhang Yan was persuading Wang Haoming to break into the empty apartments of other residents to search for food. Waiting around would only lead to death. But Wang Haoming was timid and hesitant. In the end, Zhang Yan convinced him by saying that the rain might last a long time. The two geared up and carefully extended their greedy hands toward their neighbors' doors. Meanwhile, someone unexpectedly knocked on the door of Li Fan's 3100D. And Yun Yun peered through the peephole and saw the elderly couple from room 402, the same couple who had guarded the security room 2 nights ago in exchange for a bag of snacks. They now looked particularly kind and amiable. And Yun Yun frowned slightly and went to Li Fan. "It's the old couple from 402. I guess they want to borrow food," she said. "This rain might last a long time. We have a lot of people to feed, so we absolutely can't lend food. If they really came to borrow, drive them away, or it'll open the floodgates," Li Fan replied with a frown. If it were just lending food to this old couple, he wouldn't be stingy. But he knew that the entire building was watching them. If word got out that they had lent food, there would be endless trouble. Sure enough, a soft-looking woman nearby said worriedly, "Since you can get food through your superpowers, why not give them some instant noodles or snacks?" Li Fan didn't remember her well, but seeing her sitting with Zhang Liman and the others, she was probably from Unit B, either Qi Lingling, Deng Shangwei, Zhang Wanjun, or Tan Xian. There were too many women now. He was starting to mix up their faces. But in Yun Yun and Chao Hui recognized her. Chao Hui sneered coldly, "Deng Shangwei, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you give your and your daughter's share of food to them instead? There's plenty of food." "I was just making a suggestion," Deng Shangwei mumbled, lowering her head while holding her curious little daughter. "What do you all think?" Li Fan asked, glancing at Deng Shangwei, then at the others. "I think having food on hand brings peace of mind. We absolutely cannot lend food to anyone. Once you lend, it's like feeding meat buns to dogs, you'll never get it back." Ma Xiaofeng spoke up immediately. The other women echoed the same sentiment. Li Fan nodded and said, "I do want to help more people, but I am not a savior. None of us are saviors. First, we must survive ourselves. We don't know how long this rain will last. If it's just 2 or 3 days, fine. But if it's 7 or 8 days, when the rain stops, most of the food will have rotted away or been washed out. Send them away," he concluded. And Yun Yun and Chao Hui opened the door and asked the old couple about their visit. It turned out they just wanted to confirm they could continue guarding the security room after the rain stopped. The old couple happily took the elevator back down. "We guessed wrong. They just wanted to make sure they could keep their spot guarding the gate after the rain," and Yun Yun laughed. On the second day of the rainstorm, the water had already flooded over the walls of the community, and more than half of the lobby on the first floor was submerged. In Li Fan's big family, aside from occasional crying and fussing from the children, the household remained relatively peaceful. With food in hand, there was no panic in their hearts. After another day of wild indulgence, he earned 2,120 points of special proficiency value from the women. On the third day of the rainstorm, everyone began to feel numb. The floodwater outside was about to reach the second floor and was pushing toward the third floor. Now, it was really possible to sail a boat through the streets. In Building D, the survivors who had been living on lower floors had already moved to higher floors yesterday, including the elderly couple who had previously taken shifts at the security office. Early in the morning, just as everyone was having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Xu Ting and Moon Yanxin, who were sitting near the door, peeked through the peephole and came back with a strange expression, telling everyone, "It seems to be one of the women we tried to persuade earlier, a resident of room 2801D, named Lu Lianqing. Yes, her name is easy to remember. At that time, she refused us outright, not even giving us a chance to speak. Now, she's standing there with her daughter, dressed quite seductively. Apparently, after realizing the rain wasn't going to stop, with no electricity and unsafe tap water, she had finally changed her mind." Li Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the door. Some curious women also got up and gathered around to watch the mother and daughter standing outside. The system popped up a prompt. "Target Lu Lianqing detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target Lu Lianqing successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes +4, family members +2, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive." Lu Lianqing wore a semi-transparent, tight-fitting long dress, apparently without underwear underneath. Her face was flushed as she humbly sought refuge. At this moment, she truly regretted refusing earlier offers from Chao Hui and the others. There was no choice. Without safe drinking water, even with some food left, they would die of thirst in 3 to 5 days. She was a little younger than Kong Linghui, and her daughter was a bit younger than Moon Yanxin, probably a middle schooler. Even though the entrance was a bit crowded, Lu Lianqing and her daughter could still see a big table full of food and drinks inside, women feeding children, which made the two of them gulp hungrily. "Come in. From now on, We're family. If you haven't had breakfast, eat with us, Li Fan said as he nodded to An Yun Yun, who immediately pulled them in with a joyful smile. After this little episode, the house calmed down again. However, just as Li Fan was working hard for his rewards, his sharp senses caught the sound of knocking again. After hurriedly finishing his business, he didn't check the reward immediately but climbed off Lu Lianqing's plump body and got dressed. Sure enough, Yu Xixia opened the bedroom door and asked him to go check. Since the rules for selecting female members had changed, everyone knew not to bring in people blindly. They needed Li Fan's confirmation first to avoid burdening themselves with women who couldn't receive supplies. This time, it was another mother and daughter, but the mother had accompanied her daughter. And Yun Yun whispered the situation to him. Residents of 2504. Previously, Zhang Lei and I tried to persuade them. They were hesitant but didn't decide. Maybe this rain forced their hand. The mother is called An Hame, 39 years old. The daughter is Zhao Qingxue, 20 years old. They should also have a younger daughter named Zhao Hanxue, 17 years old. Target Zhao Qingxue detected. Bind as target? Switch to An Hame. Binding An Hame would grant 6 points to all attributes and 3 sets of family supplies, while Zhao Qingxue would give fewer. Li Fan was still good at doing this math. Target An Hame detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target An Hame successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes plus 6, family members plus 3, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Bring them in, give some food to Zhao Qingxue to take home, and keep An Hame, Li Fan whispered to An Yun Yun. And Yun Yun looked at An Hame and Zhao Qingxue at the door with a bit of surprise and suspicion, wondering if Li Fan had some odd fetish. Like being called daddy? But she still did as Li Fan asked, pulling An Hame inside and whispering to her affectionately. Meanwhile, Zhu Ting and the others welcomed Zhao Qingxue, offering her some leftover breakfast. And Hame was dumbfounded. After hearing An Yun Yun's words, she blushed as red as a cooked shrimp, feeling numb and soft all over. She had really come intending to offer her older daughter in exchange for food and water to support her and her younger daughter. But young Li Fan actually chose her instead, such a surprise. She realized not all men preferred young, tender girls, some actually like mature women. Feeling relieved, she quickly changed her thinking and eagerly nodded to accept. The rain outside continued to pour, but Li Fan's home grew more lively. Several women who had previously resisted persuasion now humbled themselves and came knocking. After careful vetting, Li Fan took in 3 more mother-daughter pairs, all about the same age as Lu Lianqing and An Hame, and he bound the mothers as the targets. As for women secretly brought by husbands or boyfriends, Li Fan refused to accept them. In the past, the system might have allowed it, but not anymore. The house was already overcrowded, and the family base was still far away from being built. If not for the rainstorm, Li Fan's number of women might have stabilized for a while. But the storm forced him to accept a few more helpless women. Afterward, Li Fan somewhat regretted selecting so many women in their 30s just for a few attribute points. It was a bit overwhelming to handle their enthusiasm. It seemed he'd need sensible women like Kong Linghui and Mu Nianqing to guide and manage them, or else things might really get out of hand.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.